In the turbulent period where Anglo-Saxon England was at the height of the Viking invasions to its shores, women did not feature strongly in the histories being woven by famous monks in monasteries. But one Anglo-Saxon woman would rise to become not only a hero of the Kingdom of Mercia, but a legend amongst her own people, Aethelflaed. Born sometime around 870, Aethelflaed was the eldest child of Alfred the Great and his wife, Aelfthryth. As a daughter, she was very far down the line of succession, if counted at all for it. Her name was made up of the prefix Ethel, which suggested royalty or nobility, but the meaning of fled is not so certain. There is suggestion it could mean beauty or flood, as in overflowing with nobility. Her father had never been intended for the throne as the youngest of 4 sons, but his reign saw some of the largest and most lasting administrative and military reforms of the early Middle Ages. Not much is known about Aethelflaed's childhood, but when she was born, her father was still an Aetheling. This was not merely a prince, but it indicated someone noble who was a prospective heir to the throne of an Anglo-Saxon kingdom. While she was still a toddler, Alfred was voted in by the Witan, the Council of Wessex, as ruler of their kingdom. His brothers did have sons, but in the Anglo-Saxon era, it was the heir with the most military experience and political savvy that would win out. It's likely that Aethelflaed saw little of her father, busy with official business and wars, and more likely that she spent most of her time with her mother, other noblewomen and their maids. Her education, if thought of at all, would not have included the military training of her brother. Young noble girls may have been taught to read and write, but probably not until they were at least 8 or 9 with a tutor. Before this, her mother was most likely to have taken charge of teaching some rudimentary reading skills. Reading and writing were seen as useful skills for a cleric, but not royalty. Her younger brother Edward was born sometime before 875, the future King of Wessex after their father, as well as their sister Aethelgifu. But it's not to say Aethelflaed and her siblings didn't have fun. Aethelflaed may have had dolls made from wood or little scraps of fabric and straw. Board games were popular with adults, so may have interested children, and there are accounts of children wrestling and playing outside together. When Aethelflaed was just 8 years old, on Twelfth Night 878, Alfred and his family were forced to flee Chippenham, where they had settled for the winter. The popular story is that the Vikings attacked the well-guarded fortification in the darkness, taking its occupants by surprise, and the royal family fled. But a newer theory has been suggested that in fact Alfred's nobles were tired of fighting against the Danes and never winning, and tired of how much money it was costing the kingdom. This meant they may well have decided to hand Alfred over to Guthrum in exchange for peace, and getting wind of this, the family escaped first with a small number of soldiers. Whatever the reason, Alfred, Aethelflaed and the rest of their family went into hiding along the marshlands of the east and west of the kingdom. In a reversal of roles, Alfred and his men became the raiders while the Vikings settled into Wessex, taking necessary supplies by night and attacking small Danish parties of soldiers by day. Aethelflaed would have taken note of this, understanding perhaps that her father was sending a message that he was not dead or gone, but that the fight for his kingdom would continue even if it was on a smaller scale. In March of that year, they set up a base at Athelney with the aid of the ealdorman of Dorset, Aethelnoth. And so in late spring, after meeting with several armed inhabitants of Hampshire, Wiltshire and Somerset, her father won a decisive victory at the Battle of Eddington in 878, marking an agreement between Anglo-Saxon territory and the Viking-ruled Danelaw. In the same year, Alfred also oversaw the baptism of the Viking army's leader Guthrum, who took the name Aethelstan. Alfred was shrewd and set up his former enemy as King of East Anglia, recognising that this would help to protect Wessex's eastern border. These were events that Aethelflaed no doubt took a great deal of notice of, like everyone else, and they certainly shaped her own confident decisions as a leader in later life. Aethelflaed had been given some important lessons: never to surrender your rightful throne, that good relations with the ealdormen and inhabitants of the kingdom were necessary, and that enemies could become allies. Aethelflaed and her family would have returned to one of their royal residences in Wessex. Alfred wasted no time in establishing his defensive system of burhs or boroughs, fortified settlements that were either built from scratch or fashioned from existing structures panning out across Wessex. These were designed to protect people and livestock during Viking raids, as well as giving military forces a highly protected fortress from which to defend. It would have been around this time in the mid-880s that Alfred met the new Mercian overlord Aethelred. Aethelflaed herself would have been around 10 years old when the building works began. So once her father met Aethelred, it's likely she was in her early teens. Her education also would have continued at this point in the relative calm of peace. Although Alfred did not learn Latin until his 40s, he would have been literate in his mother tongue, and there are references to him enjoying the Old English tales, including those of his family's supposed legendary ancestry, which included Odin. No doubt Aethelflaed would have been encouraged not only to learn to read these, but to learn them by memory in a culture that still held a large oral tradition. Royal children would also have been expected to learn good manners. While there are no direct references to what Aethelflaed and her siblings would have been taught, there are references by Asa, a Welsh monk who became a bishop in the 890s, to Alfred giving them virtuous instruction. And other writings nearly a century later suggest noble children should be taught how to be kind, pious, loyal, and just. Young girls such as Aethelflaed would also have to learn how to weave and sew, no matter their position in society. Even a noblewoman would be expected to be able to create some fine cloth or tapestries. As a teenager, Aethelflaed would also have been expected to prepare herself for being a royal bride. In the Anglo-Saxon period, royal women would hold influence over their court, but they were still subordinate to their husband. Royal wives were expected to be good hosts, good mothers, and to be adorned with jewels and finery to show their regal station. Around 886, Alfred took London, restoring its freedom, or reverting it back to Saxon hands. It was around this time that her father also changed his title from King of the West Saxons, as his ancestors had been termed, to King of the Anglo-Saxons. He claimed to rule over all people in areas not controlled by the Vikings. London was then almost immediately handed over to Lord Aethelred of Mercia. Londoners considered themselves Mercian, so perhaps that was the main reason. But there is also suggestion that it was a wedding gift. While we do not know the exact date of their marriage, Aethelflaed and Aethelred are commonly accepted as having been married in 886, when Aethelflaed would have been about 16. While we also don't know the exact age of Aethelred, judging backwards from his death, it has been proposed he was at least 10 years older than his new bride, but this was common in early medieval marriages. Aethelflaed was now no longer a child, and would have travelled to Mercia to begin life as a noble wife. Aethelred has in popular culture been represented as a distant or even outright abusive older husband, but this has fed from later romantic representations of Aethelflaed as a young princess who falls in love with another. He has also been shown in popular culture as a battle-shy weakling, when the truth was that Aethelred was an experienced warrior with leadership skills. The reality is that it was a political match, and neither would have expected a romantic relationship. Although Anglo-Saxon women were not equal to men, they were able to keep control over their own property and goods, and could even leave their husbands and take their children with them. For the 25 years Aethelflaed and Aethelred were married, the evidence available shows their relationship was one of mutual trust and respect. From the time of their marriage, Aethelflaed appears on charters alongside her husband. Unlike her own mother's status in Wessex, Aethelflaed was, as a Mercian royal consort, allowed to hold the title Queen, and was therefore more prominent in the political and administrative matters of court. Her husband had to be a loyal vassal to Wessex, and having Aethelflaed by his side must have helped. The couple lived across various estates in Mercia. It was normal for Anglo-Saxon rulers to move around their kingdoms in order to shore up protection or see that their citizens were behaving as they should. Eventually, however, the couple seemed to have settled on Gloucester as their capital, and mostly resided there. Aethelflaed and her husband poured their energy into a rebuilding programme, as Alfred had done, fortifying towns and villages and creating new burhs where necessary. The role of rulers of an Anglo-Saxon kingdom, however, also included giving, and in the 7th and 8th centuries, kings were described as ring givers or gold givers. The royal couple took this literally, giving generous donations to churches in Mercia. This culminated in their creation of a new minster in Gloucester, St. Oswald's Priory, in the 890s. It was designed to be an exact replica of the old minster in Winchester, the principal cathedral for Wessex. The priory was also originally dedicated to St. Peter, but in 909 an Anglo-Saxon raid into Danish territory led to the bones of St. Oswald being taken from Bardney Abbey in Lincolnshire and transferred to the Gloucester Minster, whereupon it was renamed for St. Oswald. This important church would also later become the final resting place for both Aethelflaed and Aethelred. But of course, this was not the only duty of a queen. Aethelflaed also had to become a mother. The royal couple are known to have had one child, a daughter named Aelfwine. Her exact date of birth is also not known, but it is presumed she was born not long after her parents were married. There was no reason to delay having an heir. William of Malmesbury, a chronicler, later wrote that her birth was a difficult one, to the point that Aethelflaed abstained afterwards from sharing a bed with her husband to avoid further pregnancies. His is the only account to mention this, so we cannot be certain how true this was, especially as Aethelred was absent for a lot of their marriage on campaign and later was ill. The lack of further children could simply be down to bad timing. Other possibilities are simply that Aethelflaed was unable to conceive again, such as with Margaret Beaufort, the mother of Henry Tudor, or even that she did have other pregnancies that ended in stillbirths or miscarriages, which often went unrecorded in the early medieval period. We also do not know, during the 890s, when her husband was absent campaigning against Danish forces attacking the borders of Mercia, where Aethelflaed was. It is possible she was with him as a symbol of the united alliance between Mercia and Wessex, a show of unity to rally their Anglo-Saxon people against the invaders. Equally possible is that Aethelflaed was at home, managing the household. Unlike in later times, when this came to mean simply ordering servants around and organising dinners, Anglo-Saxon royal women were also expected to understand the economy of their kingdom and deal with matters pertaining to it, as well as understanding the judicial system and helping settle disputes between citizens. Aethelflaed would have been an accountant, a judge, and a hostess while being a queen. In her role as peace weaver, Aethelflaed would have needed to work well with her advisors, to understand when to listen and when to advise her own opinion. Women had to be careful to be resourceful and intelligent, but never step beyond the boundaries of what was considered womanly, such as Empress Matilda would do a few centuries later by attempting to take a male position as ruler of England. Aethelflaed also would have helped to take care of her young nephew Aethelstan, the future King of England. He is believed to have been an illegitimate son of her brother Edward, as his mother is unknown. At some point in the mid-890s, he was sent to the Mercian court to be brought up and educated with his aunt and uncle. It was in the next decade, at the beginning of the 10th century, that Aethelred's health began to decline. Aethelflaed seems to have stepped up and taken a bigger role in running his government at this time, although it is likely it still required the acceptance of her husband on larger matters. Some historians think this period of illness may have begun in 902, when Aethelflaed's name appears alone or in conjunction with her brother on military excursions in the Annals of Aethelflaed, a version of the Anglo-Saxon chronicle told from a Mercian viewpoint. However, other records also show Aethelred still taking part in meetings with Edward, albeit with Aethelflaed by his side. As we do not know what illness he had, it's hard to say how involved he was. It is possible that Aethelred's illness was such that he became more incapacitated by it as time went on, but had good periods where he was able to take an active part in running his kingdom. What is known is that Aethelflaed's name appears more after this period, and she appears to be taking on military roles usually meant for a man. In 902, Ingimund the Dane and his men had been chased out of Ireland and Wales respectively, and ended up sailing along the Wirral Peninsula somewhere near Chester. When the Viking army came ashore, instead of fighting, Aethelflaed and Aethelred seem to have instead opted for talking things out. Ingimund, so the records say, came specifically to Aethelflaed to ask only for some land that he and his men could settle and build houses on. Using her father's example, Aethelflaed agreed to this, choosing diplomacy over war when her own forces would have been outmatched. This shows that Aethelflaed had proven herself willing to speak with dangerous foes in order to achieve peace, and that she was willing to take the risk in order to protect Mercia. Perhaps the hint of a thoughtful ruler who understood when to talk and when to act. But in 911, the double act of sharing duties between the royal couple came to an end, as Aethelred finally succumbed to his illness and died. When Anglo-Saxon rulers died, their crown did not automatically pass to their son as would happen in later centuries, but instead a new ruler was chosen by the Witan or council. Aethelflaed could have allowed the crown of Mercia to pass to one of her nobles, or even another member of her family, while retreating quietly to a nunnery for retirement. But after spending the majority of her life being politically and economically involved in the running of Mercia, she seems to have been unwilling to give it up. In Mercia's case, the Witan agreed that Aethelflaed would be their new ruler as Lady of the Mercians. This was one of the most unique events of the Anglo-Saxon period, but it can be understood in what was happening around Mercia. In the period Aethelred had died, a few years of peace had been rudely trampled on by Danes and Saxons once again trying to claim land from one another. Her brother Edward, now king of the West Saxons for over a decade since Alfred's death in 899, was riling things up by continuing his father's efforts to reclaim England under a Saxon crown. Mercia valued its independence and would not have been appreciated being swallowed up by Edward's rule. There was also Aethelstan, who in years to come would be readily accepted by Mercians as their king, but at the time was too young and inexperienced. Mercia was vulnerable, and armies passing through could ravage villages in their way. It needed strong leadership, and in view of uncertainties, a lady who had successfully ruled in her husband's stead, often alone for the last decade, and had headed military campaigns and brought peace between warring neighbours, must have seemed like a surprisingly strong candidate in a mostly patriarchal society. It helped that Aethelflaed was also half Mercian through her mother, and so could also claim lineage through her ancient Mercian ancestors. One of the first things that happened was that her brother King Edward reclaimed London and Oxford for the West Saxon crown. This has often been interpreted in popular fiction as an unpopular move, but in reality, the historical sources show nothing of any displeasure Aethelflaed may have had with this. It suggests that perhaps, with the death of Aethelred, Edward considered the agreement with which his father had handed them over to Mercian control null and void. Or it's even possible there was an agreement in place that on Aethelred's death, the cities would pass back to Wessex. Aethelflaed seems to have wisely considered the loss of the cities, which were expensive to man and protect, less important than the continued strong alliance between Mercia and Wessex. Finally able to rule independently, Aethelflaed wasted no time in flexing both her military and administrative muscles. She first began extending and shoring up the many fortifications her father had started, building defences in several places. Aethelflaed was ensuring her kingdom was well protected. In total, she restored no less than 9 fortresses in the space of 5 years. They were strategically placed as well. Chester, Shrewsbury, Bridgnorth, Worcester and the royal capital Gloucester all connected in a chain across Mercia, providing an unbroken line of defence. Once again, Aethelflaed, now at least in her late 30s, joined forces with Edward. Instead of merely defending, the siblings now changed tack and decided to attack the Danes surrounding them. Northumbria had no leader after the Battle of Tettenhall, leaving it open to attack and weakened, and protecting their kingdoms would be best done by attacking proactively against opportunists. There is a suggestion that this impressive building and military forethought by Aethelflaed may have actually inspired a poem. There is a poem called Judith, based on a story from the Apocrypha, one of the extra books of the Catholic Old Testament. While modern audiences would not recognise the Book of Judith, early medieval people would have, and Judith was a popular girl's name at the time. The main aspects of the eponymous poem's heroine Judith was that she was Jewish and that she was a war leader. There is suggestion that the poem was actually an allegory to Aethelflaed's own career as ruler. The story begins with ancient Israel beset on all sides by the pagan Assyrians, and so worn down with fighting are the people that they consider surrendering. The Anglo-Saxons no doubt saw the reflection of their own lands beset with pagan Danes. The Israelites decide to give it a few days and pray to God for a sign when Judith enters the scene. In the Bible, she is a widow. In the poem, a fair virgin. Judith is horrified at the idea of surrender and insists instead that she and her ladies will save everyone. Taking off her jewellery and fine clothes, the women enter the enemy camp. Once in, the men get drunk, and Judith seduces the commander of the Persian army before proceeding to cut his head off when he falls asleep. Despite medieval norms of how a woman should behave, Judith was lauded as a divine bringer of God's justice. The parallels with Aethelflaed's own struggle with the Danes around her kingdom and her strength in overcoming this with her fortresses and battles is obvious. She was known as a very pious woman, and no doubt also seen as having God on her side. It should be understood that although a woman leading armed attack was unusual enough that chroniclers would comment on it, it wasn't so unusual that there were not other contemporaries or near contemporaries of Aethelflaed. Some examples would be Matilda of Tuscany over a century later, who apparently rode into battle in armour to defend the Pope's lands. Another would be Empress Matilda, the uncrowned first Queen of England who fought a war against Stephen I alongside her half-brother, or even the wife of her foe, Matilda of Boulogne, who led forces to rescue her husband when he was imprisoned. In the 10th century was Gerberga of Saxony, who led the defence of Leon when her husband was in prison, and later as regent for her son, went on campaign with him. So while Aethelflaed was in a position not normally held by women, it was accepted, provided her cause was deemed just, especially in the eyes of God, and if she had no other choice. There is no evidence that Aethelflaed had weapons training, but it's likely that in the precarious situation of her time, she may have requested some rudimentary understanding of how to use a shield at least. If she was riding out to troops to rally them, Aethelflaed would certainly have worn some armour for protection, and it's also possible she carried a short sword to signify her rank. Whether she knew how to use it is uncertain, but given her proactive interest in all other areas of her life, Aethelflaed again probably had some simple training on how to use a weapon, even if it was simply in defence of her own life. But she was highly unlikely to have ever fought on the battlefield. There are few, if any, references to women actually fighting in the heat of battle in the early medieval period. It's more likely Aethelflaed commanded her army from behind the front line, using intelligence and cunning to beat the enemy instead of muscles. But the highlight of Aethelflaed's military career would come in 917, when she sent an army to attack and capture the borough of Derby. This was part of Mercian lands, but was held in the Danelaw. It was part of the so-called 5 boroughs, made up of Derby itself, as well as Leicester, Nottingham, Stamford and Lincoln. Derby had, by this point, been under Danish rule for around 40 years, and the inhabitants showed no sign of being unhappy with this. They would have been children or grandchildren of the original Danish settlers. But it was close to Aethelflaed's newly fortified town of Stafford, and she may have seen it as a risk that the Danes would establish a base there to attack Mercia. For whatever reason, she appears to have thought it was necessary to strike first, and she attacked Derby. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle states that Aethelflaed fought with the help of God, further proof of her divine right to fight as ruler of Mercia. The account goes on to say that Derby gave fierce resistance, as might be expected of people who didn't ask to be liberated. Later accounts of the battle describe how there was much close quarters fighting, and 4 thanes close to Aethelflaed were slain within the gates. It was a slow, bloody battle but eventually the great wooden gates to the city were burned down, allowing the Saxon soldiers to get inside and claim it for their queen. In a similar act to taking the bones of St. Oswald, Aethelflaed also took the bones of St. Alkmund, a local saint whose remains were taken instead to Shrewsbury. When Derby submitted to her, it was such a monumental victory that all the surrounding areas followed suit. It was an astounding moment for Aethelflaed, and so another incredible event occurred from this. The city of Leicester laid down their arms and submitted to Aethelflaed without even putting up a fight. A woman who was intended only to be a royal wife had broken two of the important cities in the Danelaw. But was it really this simple? Was Aethelflaed able to succeed where her brother Edward was apparently struggling? The Chronicle, told from the Mercian point of view, pits Aethelflaed as a warrior queen striding through Danish cities with ease, while her brother struggled to capture them. But the truth is more nuanced. Aethelflaed had always preferred a diplomatic approach, and she had entered into talks with citizens in the area who were feeling uncertain about Viking control before her army ever reached Leicester's gates. In the summer of 918, Aethelflaed's influence seemed unstoppable when York, then known as Jorvik, made it known that they wanted to also offer their loyalty to Aethelflaed. This was led by Christian York citizens worried about the progress of pagan Vikings towards their city. It was, alongside her brother's victories, the last great Viking city to take before England once again came under united Anglo-Saxon rule. Lady Aethelflaed had ruled over her people and kingdom for 3 decades, had subdued large swathes of Dane-ruled England, sometimes by using nothing more than words, and had won the trust of a council of men, taking a position normally held for an experienced male leader with military battles behind him. Aethelflaed was at the height of her power, but sadly it came to an end too quickly. Before she could accept the offer from York, Aethelflaed died suddenly on the 12th of June 918. The greatest queen of the Anglo-Saxon era passed away at 48 years old, leaving a legacy of quiet strength and intelligent leadership behind her. She was buried next to her husband at the minster they had founded together at St. Oswald's in Gloucester. After she passed, the Mercian version of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle states that her daughter Aelfwine succeeded her as Lady of Mercia. It should be noted that the West Saxon version of the Chronicle does not mention her in this capacity, so we don't actually know how true this is. If Aelfwine did succeed her mother, it would show the trust and belief the Mercians had in the daughter of Aethelflaed. But somewhere between December 918 and the end of 919, Edward took Mercia under West Saxon rule, and Aelfwine disappeared somewhere into Wessex. In years to come after Edward's death, his possibly illegitimate son Aethelstan would take his crown, becoming the first king of a united England. Brought up in his aunt's court, he was instantly accepted by the Mercians as their king, and his bloodline convinced Wessex. Following the example of his grandfather, father and aunt, he would leave behind more legal documents than any other Anglo-Saxon king, and he would reform the judicial system of England. As Aethelflaed before him had done, Aethelstan would also found numerous churches, and his household became a centre of learning. Aethelflaed didn't live to see England united as a single country, but her rule, alongside her brothers, helped shape the form of it and its structure for the rest of the medieval period. The Lady of the Mercians left her mark as a warrior, a strategist, and an educated woman who truly deserved the title Queen. If you went back to Bath, England, on the 11th of May 973, you might be lucky enough to see the second coronation not only of King Edgar, but the coronation of England's first crowned queen consort. This was Aelfthryth, but as the years went on, history would remember her as a seducer, a regent in her son's stead, and most chilling of all, as a possible murderer. Aelfthryth is also known as Elfrida, and so in regard to your narrator being able to pronounce her name without embarrassment, that is the name we will use throughout this video. Not much is known of Elfrida's early life, but it is known that her father was Ordgar, ealdorman of a place called Dumnonia, most likely Devon and Cornwall. Her mother's name is lost to history, but she was descended from royalty, most likely that of Wessex. However, Elfrida's origins are still shadowy, as when she was born, and later married, her father was still merely a thane, with no official position at the king's court. He must have been a person of some importance regardless, perhaps holding great wealth, for the marriages his daughter would later make. It's thought she was born in the 940s, and Elfrida would therefore have only been a very young teenager when she entered her first marriage in around 956 to Aethelwold, ealdorman of East Anglia. He was the son of Aethelstan the Half-King, and as such was part of a powerful family. Aethelstan was ealdorman of Mercia and ruled over a territory the size of Normandy. This would one day be passed on to his son Aethelwold, along with the enormous family wealth. This shows that Elfrida must have been an equal in order to become his wife. William of Malmesbury left a colourful tale about how the pair met, although its reliability is unknown. Apparently, King Edgar, recently separated from his second wife Wulfthryth, who had decided to become a nun, was looking for a new wife. He had heard of the legendary beauty of the daughter of the ealdorman Ordgar, and he sent Aethelwold to take a look and determine if she really was as beautiful as everyone said. The story goes, Aethelwold visited Elfrida and did indeed find her the most stunning woman he had ever laid eyes on. So he decided there and then to lie to the king and say she was quite ugly and there was no point in marrying her, before proceeding to marry Elfrida himself. They married in 956 and would remain so until Aethelwold's death in about 964. Eventually, King Edgar found out about the marriage and decided to visit the couple himself. Aethelwold panicked and demanded Elfrida dress herself as badly as possible, not do her hair, cover her face, and generally appear as unattractive as possible. Elfrida was quite put out by this and did the opposite, wearing her finest jewels and clothing and basically showing herself off to the king. When Edgar arrived, he fell instantly in love with her and killed Aethelwold during a hunt in order to marry Elfrida for himself. While this is a dramatic story, it's not likely to be true. Most marriages around this time were political in nature, and while that's not to say royalty and nobility wouldn't fall in love, it certainly wasn't the first consideration. It's more likely that Aethelwold died, leaving Elfrida a widow and a suitably noble prospect for a king looking for a new wife, whose heirs would have legitimacy. Edgar's son from his first relationship, Edward, was of doubtful parentage, and the only known child of his marriage to Wulfthryth was Edith, a daughter. Elfrida had ties to the earldom of Devon and Cornwall, the royal family of Wessex, and ties to Mercia after her first marriage. Any sons they would have together would be firmly seen as legitimate inheritors of the throne of England. King Edgar and Elfrida were married in around 964. Just over a year later, in 966, Elfrida gave birth to their first son, Edmund. In that same year at Winchester, in a charter by King Edgar, the young Edmund is listed as Clito Legitimus, the legitimate Aethelin. He even appears in the list of witnesses despite being a baby, and comes before his half-brother Edward. This was part of a shifting attitude to how a future king came to the throne. While in the past the Witan, or King's Council, could choose someone not the son of the previous king if they doubted their abilities, by the 10th century the royal family was making attempts to keep the throne within their own bloodline. Elfrida then cemented this by giving birth to a second son in 968, Aethelred. Sadly, their first son, Edmund, died in 970 at just 3 or 4 years old, leaving only one legitimate son for the throne. Aethelred is likely, as was the custom at the time in royal Anglo-Saxon families, to have spent much time with his mother. While a formal education would probably begin when Aethelred was about 7 or 8 years old, mothers were in charge of introducing their children to simple reading and writing, and probably also encouraging their religious education. A tutor would most likely also be in a position within the church, as most scholars were also monks or nuns. Aethelred would also have been expected, at the same time his formal education with a tutor began, to learn the more warlike aspects of being a king. This would have meant learning to defend with a shield, using a short sword, and using a bow. Very little is recorded of King Edgar's reign, but a few events are known that show he was a good and diligent, if not overachieving, king. He strongly supported the English Benedictine reform, a religious and intellectual movement that occurred during his reign within the church. It allowed a blossoming of culture, literature and art. Edgar also introduced a standardised coinage in 970 to replace the previous system, which was decentralised and therefore made it difficult to maintain a tax system across the whole country. He also attempted to bring in new legislation that would help enforce the law system in place. And yet Edgar still seems to have felt the need to secure his place with a second coronation. His first was probably in 959 when he succeeded to the throne of England, but he then planned a second coronation on the 11th of May 973 in the Roman town of Bath. Before gaining the throne, he had been king of the Mercians only, and his brother Eadwig had been known as king of the English, but only ruling over Wessex and the rest of England. So it is possible, after several years holding the kingdom in a stable position, that Edgar wanted to reinforce his claim over all of England. But his coronation was significant for another reason. It was also the coronation of his queen consort Elfrida, an unprecedented event in Anglo-Saxon history. At this point, she had responsibility for nunneries across England, an important part of political involvement for royal women. The lands she brought with her from her dowry in Rutland and Suffolk were an important part of her influence over the rule in the West. And she also had made an alliance with Ethelwald, Bishop of Winchester, who was close to the royal family and virtually a court chaplain, making her linked to the monastic reforms of the time. All these pieces of evidence suggest Edgar regarded his wife not merely as a producer of legitimate sons, but also as an integral part of his power and hold over his kingdom. She would not have been an equal, but Elfrida was certainly his right-hand person. Elfrida was only crowned as a queen consort, not a queen in her own right. However, her coronation signalled her importance, placing her only beneath the king, and certainly at the highest rank for a woman in the land. It also emphasised her important role as protector of religion and the nunneries. Elfrida would also go on to play a large role in the legal runnings of the court as a forespecca, or advocate. In at least 7 legal cases, Aelfrida played a part in mediating between individuals who came to argue their cause and the crown itself. The crown being involved in disputes like these would continue for many centuries, in a role seen as a protector of the realm. Her presence was especially helpful for women coming to argue their case, and was an example of the legal and political power that Aelfrida was able to hold in her own right. The stability was not to last, however. In 975, King Edgar died, leaving 2 sons. His son Aethelred, with his wife Aelfrida, was legitimate, but still only 7 years old. By contrast, his eldest son Edward was probably at the age of majority, at the time 14 years old, but was possibly not legitimate. He was also known for having violent outbursts, offending many important religious and political members of the court. There were supporters for both sons, but the supporters of Edward, wary perhaps of having a mere child on the throne, were more persuasive in their arguments, and he was crowned as King of England before the end of 975. Aelfrida, who obviously had supported the unsuccessful claim of her own son Ethelred, was now Queen Dowager. She would have continued to enjoy a prominent position at court, most likely as an advisor, and would have retained the properties that were held in her name. This was confirmed by Edward himself as a gift towards his stepmother. However, once Edward was married, she would have been less important at court as the new royal wife became the queen consort, and it's possible she would have done what many former queens did and retreated to a nunnery. There is no evidence that Aelfrida was bothered by this, however. She established herself at Corfe, where there was a royal residence, along with her son Ethelred. There is little evidence of how stable the country was in Edward's short reign, but it seems to have started unravelling with his father's death. Edgar had been a firm, perhaps overbearing ruler, and had held steady his support for ecclesiastical reform even when it disrupted land rights and traditional networks of religious patronage. Without a strong leader, this soon began to collapse, with noble families and religious leaders on both sides scrambling over lands. Nobles attempted to recover properties that had been gifted to monasteries under Edgar's rule, and monasteries attempted to take new lands for themselves. A chronicler of contemporary events, Breatfirth of Ramsey, wrote that the country bordered on civil war. The south and west mainly leaned towards Edward, the north and east for Ethelred. Political turmoil, therefore, seems to have been the hallmark of Edward's short reign. Still a young boy himself, even with his supporters around him, he could not hope to hold the kingdom together with such long-awaited grievances coming out. But importantly, there is no evidence that this tension developed in the royal family itself. Edward seems to have had a good relationship with his stepmother Aelfrida, as well as with his half-brother Ethelred. However, on the 18th of March 978, Edward would be murdered at Corfe, a property owned by Aelfrida, and then a Saxon hall rather than a stone castle. Throughout history, the story surrounding this has posited Aelfrida as the wicked stepmother killing her stepson to secure England's throne for her own son. Edward was informally visiting Aelfrida and Ethelred at Corfe and arrived in the evening with a small retinue of attendants. He was then dragged from his horse by Aelfrida's attendants and murdered quickly. His body was unceremoniously buried nearby at Wareham. However, the earliest sources for this event make no mention that Aelfrida or Ethelred were involved. Ethelred certainly would have been too young to take any part in political machinations, and Aelfrida seems to have little complaint herself. Importantly, we also know that neither Aelfrida or Ethelred were blamed for the crime or punished, suggesting they had no knowledge of the event. Her name first appears more than a century later, connecting her to the crime, but by this point a cult had grown up around Edward, now known as the Martyr, and as part of this he became a saint. Literature grew up around this, pointing the finger of blame at Aelfthryth, who was the main person to gain from his death other than her son, and later outright accusing her of the murder. Although there is no direct evidence placing her as the murderer, the earliest sources still criticise her for allowing the criminals to escape justice. Regicide was one of the worst crimes possible, as a king was seen as God's representative on earth, and Aelfthryth, who was the holder of local jurisdiction, should have brought them to justice. But the truth is, much of the crime remains in shadow. We do not know what efforts were really made to bring the murderers to justice, or if Aelfthryth was involved in any way, merely with knowledge or more with the actual planning. The facts were that Edward's death made things easier for the Benedictine reformers, certainly, but only that much. It is possible that the planning of the murder was made without Aelfthryth's knowledge, and it's equally possible that she knew something about it, and possibly may even have taken part in planning it. It is also possible that the murder was carried out by men who had much to gain by Edward's death, and conducted the murder on their own initiative. But there is no evidence in either case, and in Aelfthryth's time, she was certainly not seen as to blame personally. Whoever was to blame for Edward's murder, his natural successor was his younger half-brother Aethelred. Aethelred was only about 10 years old at this point, and so was unable to rule without a regent, which naturally was his mother Aelfthryth. She would help rule until he came of age in around 982 or a little later. This can only have served to fuel later rumours of her involvement. However, Aethelred was careful during his reign to establish himself at the centre of his brother's religious cult. Edward's remains were recovered and reinterred at Shaftesbury Abbey, where he was established as a saint. A grant made by Aethelred in favour of Shaftesbury Abbey in 1001, several years into his reign, states the gift is being made to God and to his saint, my brother Edward, whom, drenched with his own blood, the Lord has seen fit to magnify in our time through many miracles. And a later law code of Aethelred's ensured that the 18th of March was kept as a feast day for St. Edward. This was undoubtedly both to help ease the disputes over Edward's reign and death, as well as to promote Aethelred's own kingship. Despite the difficulties of his half-brother's death and the suspicion around it, Beatfirth of Ramsey wrote that the people rejoiced at Aethelred's crowning. He was described as a handsome young youth with a noble bearing, and there seems to have been no hint of the later difficulties within his reign or with his later advisors. During Aethelred's early reign, Aelfthryth and her council ruled efficiently and with as much firmness as Edgar had done. Perhaps people were simply grateful for the stability of an unquestioned reign. Charters signed during this time by Aelfthryth list her as Aelfthryth Regina, something she hadn't done during Edward's reign. She probably acted as regent alongside Bishop Ethelwald, who was still an ally of hers. Little is known about how involved she was in decisions made during this time, but it is known that as Ethelred came of age, she was pushed further to one side. By 983, Ethelred was beginning to assert his own authority, and Aelfryd's name in charters changes at this point to Aelfthryth, Mother of the King. At the beginning of Ethelred's reign, Bishop Ethelwald was prominent as an advisor, but after his death in 984, Ethelred immediately favoured younger courtiers as his council, and he created new policies which reduced the church's lands and favour, something he later regretted. Abingdon Abbey was reduced almost to servitude, encouraged by two men whispering in the young king's ear, Wulfgar, Bishop of Ramsbury, and a certain Ealdorman Aelfthryth. They both had reasons for this, whether furthering careers or purchasing land. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle points out how in 986 the king laid waste to the diocese of Rochester. Just a few years later in 993, he stated in a charter that Bishop Aethelwald's death had deprived the country of one whose industry and pastoral care administered not only to my interest, but also to that of all inhabitants of the country. This suggests that Elfrida and the other advisors around young Ethelred, especially Bishop Aethelwald, had not then been acting in anything but the country's best interests. Nevertheless, Elfrida, at this point, disappears from charters. At some point in the mid-980s, Ethelred also married his first wife, Aelfgifu. She was eclipsed by the Queen Mother, and it would seem Elfrida took over the upbringing of her young grandchildren. Elfrida once again took a prominent position at court, enjoying a renewed status as the Dowager Queen and rearer of the throne's future heirs. It doesn't seem Aelfgifu got much of a say in the matter. She would never be anointed queen as Elfrida had, and never signed any charters. In later years, Ethelred's eldest son, Aethelstan Aetheling, gave prayer for the soul of his grandmother in his words written in his will of 1014, "Who brought me up." Elfrida's reputation had been damaged by the death of her stepson Edward, but she recovered it somewhat with her new position, fostering her young grandchildren at court and through the founding of two new monastic institutions. The Chronicle of Melrose shows that Elfrida founded the first of these, Amesbury Abbey, in around 979. This was a Benedictine abbey for nuns and was likely built upon the site of an earlier abbey. The second of these was Wherwell Abbey in Hampshire, which also became a Benedictine nunnery, founded in around late 986. Elfrida now would have been in her late 40s, and by her early 50s seems to have retreated into the nunnery she founded, Wherwell Abbey. Her granddaughter, listed as a daughter of King Ethelred but herself unnamed, would later be abbess there. On the 17th of November, in either 1000 or 1001, Elfrida died at the abbey she had founded. Her carelessness or deliberate non-attempts to bring to justice the killers of her stepson would haunt her memory. In later centuries, Elfrida would be pointed to as part of the plot to kill Edward, later outright blamed implicitly, and some would even go so far as to accuse her of witchcraft and murdering others. Many medieval histories would place her as the wicked stepmother and an example of a bad queen, mad with gaining power for herself. But the few sources from the time in which Elfrida lived don't actually show this. It is impossible to say with certainty who actually murdered Edward, and just as difficult to say Elfrida had no knowledge at all of the event. But on the flip side, neither is there proof she was involved, and it seems difficult to believe a court and country who truly thought she was a murderess would have accepted her position as her son's regent, and yet they did so happily by all accounts. From the little known of Elfrida, she appears to be an example of the heights an Anglo-Saxon woman could reach. In an era when women were not deemed to be able to do an equal job to a man in many respects, Elfrida was the first crowned queen consort, wielded political power in her own right, acted as a legal advocate, and even held the country together as regent in a brief period of peace and stability for England. She also seems to have taken her role as protector of the nunneries seriously, not only founding abbeys, but also helping the Benedictine reform her husband advocated, and retiring herself into a religious life. Elfrida is a difficult queen to pin down. While we can never completely clear her of the murder of Edward, we can say that she surpassed the role expected of her as a royal wife, and there are clear indicators that people in her own time did not necessarily consider her to be a murderer either. Elfrida was certainly an impressive and clever woman who was able to turn things to her advantage. She would leave a legacy as Aelfthryth, the wicked stepmother, but it's clear she was much more than that. Emma of Normandy, a Norman noblewoman who would go on to become Queen of England not once but twice, as well as Queen of Norway and Denmark. Unlike most of her contemporaries, Emma would go on to become one of the most visually seen and recorded queens in medieval history. Emma, who was also known as Aelfgifu in England, was born in the early 980s, most likely in Rouen. Her father was Richard the Fearless, Duke of Normandy, and her mother was his second wife Gunnar, who herself came from Norman and Danish families. Duke of Normandy seems to have been the preferred title of Emma's father in political documents, but he is also sometimes known as the Count of Rouen, and even sometimes used the title Marquis. The title for the holder of the Duchy of Normandy was still fluid at this point. Whatever the preferred title of her father, Emma came from a powerful and wealthy family. While we know very little of Emma's upbringing, knowledge of her parents gives some context for how her early years and experiences may have shaped her personality. Gunnar arranged marriages for her sister and nieces to many prominent noble Norman families, connecting them further and strengthening the lands of Normandy into a single family tree. No doubt Emma was aware of these marriages, and this, along with the marriages her father had made, must have instilled in her the idea that marriage was a political tool. Her mother Gunnar was also politically active, attesting ducal charters, accompanying her sons in later life for events, acting as a judge and arbitrator, and even being regent of Normandy in her husband's absence. This must also have made a great impression on the young Emma, watching her mother take charge when her father was absent, and understanding how a woman could take part in the courtly world of politics, even if she wasn't officially meant to be there. Her father had some tension with Aethelred II, the King of England, also known to history as the Unready. After some Viking attacks on England that ended with the marauding Danes using Normandy as a base, the Pope brokered a peace treaty between Richard and Aethelred in around 990 or 91. The peace seems to have held, but after Richard's death in 996, Vikings began attacking England again in the late 10th century, and by the year 1000, they were selling their loot in Normandy. Richard's son, Richard II, welcomed the Danes into his lands, prompting a violent response from Aethelred. Aethelred led an attack on the Cotentin Peninsula of Normandy, with orders that Richard II be bound and captured. The Norman cavalry was rapid enough in responding to the threat and repelled the English forces, but something still had to be done to improve relations. Instead of simply brokering another peace treaty, Richard suggested a marriage. Ethelred's first wife, Aelfgifu of York, had died some time before 1002, possibly in childbirth. As a result, he was now a widower, and Richard had unmarried sisters. He offered up his sister Emma, and Ethelred agreed to the match. Little is known of what Emma thought of this marriage, or even if she agreed to it, but in the spring of 1002, she made her way to England to become queen. Emma would also become known in England as Aelfgifu, taking on the name of her predecessor, perhaps in a mark of continuity. Even less is known of the relationship the pair had, The only light shone on this matter is by William of Malmesbury, who remarked that they were not on good terms with each other. But for Emma, who had watched her parents strategizing and political manoeuvring, this may have been of little interest. This was, after all, an important political marriage. But Emma at least fulfilled the basic duties of a queen by giving birth to 2 sons, Edward, later to be known as the Confessor, Alfred, and a daughter, Goda. But Emma also made her mark not only by succeeding in bringing 3 children into the world, but also by becoming more politically known at court than Aelfthryth of York had been. Unlike Aelfthryth, Emma was immediately prominent as a witness to Aethelred's charters from the moment she arrived at court. It is an interesting question as to whether her prominence was part of the agreement for her marriage. Aethelred's mother was the formidable Aelfthryth of Devon, who had made herself powerful politically, so it is strange that his first wife Aelfthryth is almost invisible during their marriage. It's possible that while Aethelred later relied on his mother as a support to his throne, he did not think it was really somewhere a woman should be, or perhaps he simply wanted to ensure his power was his own. Whatever the truth, Emma was not going to be as silent. However, she wasn't able to gain any preferential treatment for her 2 sons over Aethelred's other sons. This might seem obvious after the hundreds of years of inherited monarchy across Europe, but in the Anglo-Saxon period of England, this was still a nebulous concept, and a monarch's eldest son, while often chosen by the Witan, wasn't guaranteed a place on the throne. However, Aethelred had been a younger son of his father through a second wife, and his place on the throne had been gained only on the mysterious death of his elder half-brother, King Edward the Martyr. Perhaps he wanted to ensure the certainty of his eldest son gaining the throne and preventing any family squabbles. It also would have been normal in Normandy for the eldest son to be shown preference over sons from a second marriage. Still, it shows that Emma was ambitious for the futures of her own sons. Some of the tension between Emma and Aethelred could also have been caused when in 1002 Aethelred ordered what became known as the St. Brice's Day Massacre. Before his marriage to Emma, Aethelred had, alongside a range of military measures, paid off the Danes attacking his lands with gold and silver. At times this had worked, at others it hadn't. But part of this was Aethelred also paying Viking mercenaries to defend his kingdom against other Vikings. Doesn't really seem in hindsight that it was a good decision, but Aethelred obviously felt he had no other choice. Tension built between Anglo-Saxon settlers, Anglo-Danish settlers, and Danes who were mercenaries for Aethelred. One of the most significant of these was Paleg Tokson, who may have later become the Ealdorman of Devonshire, although there is little evidence for this. It wasn't long before he switched sides and began to take part in raids along the south coast. This, along with many other mercenaries who turned on their employer, was the trigger for Aethelred ordering a massacre of all Danes in England. While it's unlikely this would have actually been possible due to the numbers, and was probably really centred on the mercenary Danes rather than Anglo-Danish settlers, it also became a vent for the xenophobia that was growing in England and Europe at that time. In Oxford, a town well under Aethelred's control, bodies have been found of several young Danish men, both newly arrived and Anglo-Danish, who were brutally killed while escaping from the local church, which had been set on fire with them inside. Many more may have perished inside the church. This was an attack on defenceless people running away from being slaughtered. Near Weymouth in Dorset, bodies were also found of 54 Danish men who had been beheaded in a mass execution that may have been connected to the massacre. But the most damaging death was of a woman called Gunhild, the wife of Paleg Tokson, who was also killed. This was because many historical records state Gunhild was also the sister of Sweyn Forkbeard, the King of Denmark. Whether Gunhild really was Sweyn Forkbeard's sister or not, this, plus the killing of other Danes, was the likely catalyst for the Danish king deciding to set his sights on England. Aethelred set off a conflict that would last for more than 10 years and would culminate in a Danish king taking the throne of England. As Emma's mother was partly Danish, it's also likely this caused some conflict within the relationship of the royal couple, but sadly, we have no records of what Emma actually thought. Sweyn Forkbeard launched a series of raids into England, stepping up each attack until 1013, when he launched an invasion of England with the intent of crowning himself as king. The English forces had been decimated and exhausted by constant attacks, and the Danish king took advantage of this. Facing the very real prospect of being killed or captured, Emma and her 2 sons fled to the protection of her brother Richard in Normandy in the same year. Aethelred at first tried to hold off Sweyn, ironically with an army partly made up of Danes led by Thorkel the Tall, who had once led raids on England, who would later change sides again. But Sweyn's forces proved too much, and Aethelred escaped to Normandy shortly after Christmas, leaving Sweyn Forkbeard to become King of England in December 1013. It seemed as though all was lost, but it was to be one of the shortest reigns for a monarch, as Forkbeard was King of England for just 5 weeks, dying on the 3rd of February 1014. The Danes who had come over with Sweyn immediately pledged their loyalty to his son Cnut, but the English nobles, who for the most part had felt no choice but to bow to Sweyn against his military might, instead said they wanted Aethelred. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicles stated, "They determined to send for King Aethelred, and they said that no lord was dearer to them than their natural lord, if he would govern them more justly than he did before." Aethelred sent his son Edward back with a group of messengers, attempting to calmly engage with them, replying that he would reform everything they hated and that no one would be punished for going against him previously. The royal family returned to England in the spring, and almost immediately ecclesiastical legislation was drawn up for the new reforms. Archbishop Wulfstan famously preached a sermon asking the English to mend their ways and return to the Christianity of King Edgar's time. Aethelred even managed to drive Cnut and his forces from England's shore upon his return. The return of Aethelred also raised the profile of his eldest son, Aethelstan, who began to build good relationships with his father, brothers, and various thanes in the kingdom. Everything seemed to be going well, except that tragedy was about to befall the royal family more than once. On the 25th of June 1014, Aethelstan died. This was tragic, but little matter for the running of the country, as the king still had other sons. Edmund, now his eldest surviving son, became the next probable successor. But soon, a complicated situation would arise. Eadrig Striona, the ealdorman of Mercia, murdered the thanes Sigfyrth and Morcar at a great assembly at Oxford. They had been 2 nobles who had sided with Sweyn Forkbeard, and despite King Aethelred's promises, were killed for their part in events. Edmund had been close to the 2 thanes, but King Aethelred seized their property and held Sigfyrth's widow, Ealdgith, at Malmesbury. Edmund then went against his father's will, taking Sigfyrth's widow and marrying her, before going to the East Midlands and taking the lands previously held by Sigfyrth and Morcar for himself. This has been interpreted as a revolt against his father, but many historians now have an alternative opinion, that Edmund was possibly actually acting against Eadrig Striona. Eadrig had been the king's main advisor for the past 3 years, and it may have been that the actions at Oxford and events since were his doing, and Edmund was perhaps trying in desperation to work against him. Whatever the case, Canute returned to England in 1016 and found the situation to his advantage. On his father's death, Canute's elder brother Harold had become King of Denmark. Canute was eager to find a kingdom of his own, and England, still divided, looked like a good shout. When Canute went into Mercia via Wessex, Eadrig defected from the English and joined the Danes, leaving Edmund and Aethelred to resolve their difficulties, facing the oncoming army together from London. But Aethelred would not live long to see the battle won or lost, dying on the 23rd of April 1016 on St. George's Day. His son Edmund succeeded him as king and would become known as Edmund Ironside for his tenacity in attempting to push back against the invading Danes. At least 5 battles were fought over the next few months, but by October 1016, the Witan convinced both Edmund and Canute to meet and broker peace. An agreement was reached that Edmund would take Wessex and London, and Canute would take the rest of the country. Whether or not Edmund was planning to change this by force, we can never know, as a month later he died on the 30th of November. Contemporary sources make no mention of murder, although sources written over 100 years later do suggest it. He could easily have been murdered, but equally died from wounds in battle, or even just a disease or illness. But the way was now clear for Canute to become King of England, even voted in as such by the Witan. Up until this point, the existence of Emma is virtually silent. It is believed that Emma and her children went to Normandy upon Ethelred's death, but it's also possible that Edward, Goder and Alfred were received by their uncle Richard, but that Emma remained behind. Whatever the case, it wasn't long before Canute sought her hand as his wife. He was already married to Aelfthryth of Northampton, but at this time it was considered acceptable to put aside a first wife who had been joined through a pagan ceremony in favour of a second wife in a Christian ceremony, normally for political reasons. Aelfthryth of Northampton remained in Scandinavia, while Canute's marriage to Emma was purely to keep hold of England. It was a symbol of continuity from the previous regime of King Ethelred, and it would also discourage her brother Richard, Duke of Normandy, from aiding the claim of her 2 young sons, Edward and Alfred. Canute also had 2 sons from his existing marriage, Harold and Sweyn, but Emma was promised that they would not be allowed a claim to the throne of England if she gave birth to a son. Although their relationship began as a political arrangement, it was apparently an affectionate one, as detailed in the Encomium Emmae Reginae, an encomium written in honour of Queen Emma. However, this text was written with a view to providing praise for the reign of Canute, as well as his marriage to Emma and the stability this had brought to England, and so was unlikely to be anything but complimentary. But several other sources from this time seem to mention both Canute and Emma, also acknowledging the fact that they needed each other to maintain the peace in England. Emma also had 2 more children with Canute, Harthacnut and Gunhilda. A period of relative peace seems to have fallen over England at this time. Canute was able to pay off many of the Danes who had followed him, leaving just a smaller force standing in England, and his marriage to Emma also ensured peace across the Channel with Normandy. Emma herself also had a raised position at court, as she was far more important to Canute than she had ever been to Ethelred. However, there was a dark undercurrent to Canute's rule. Ethelred's other son, Eadwig Aetheling, and Edmund Ironside's 2 sons, Edward and Edmund, all fled into exile for fear of their lives. Canute had Eadwig killed on his orders. Only Emma's sons were kept safe under the protection of their uncle Richard by her marriage to Canute. By 1018, his elder brother Harold had died, and Canute also became King of Denmark, and by extension, Emma was now also Queen of Denmark. In 1028, Canute then set his sights on Norway, having previously heard of discontent amongst the Norwegian nobles against their king, sending them gold and silver to gain their support. He set off for Norway and deposed Olaf II, Harald's son, sending him into exile. Interestingly, Canute here placed his previous wife, Aelfthryth, and their son Sweyn as regents of Norway as he himself returned to England. This may have been to satisfy the desire on their part for Harold to hold a high position, but their regency was unpopular and collapsed after a few years. Their ambition without a kingdom was later to cause problems for Emma. Canute's reign came to an end when he died at Shaftesbury on the 12th of November 1035. Emma was now probably in her mid-50s as she became committed to securing the English throne for her son Harthacnut, as had been promised. This probably would have gone a lot smoother if Aelfthryth of Northampton had not returned to her family's lands with her son Harold, who made a competing claim. Emma had been Queen of England for many years by this point, and had been made to put aside the claims of her sons by Aethelred under the promise that Harthacnut would claim England's crown on his father's death. She was not about to be pushed aside. At least the Encomium Emme Reginae states that Harthacnut was to gain England, but as it was written for its patron Queen Emma, this may not have been the whole truth. Other chroniclers of the time were divided on the issue. Some agreed with Emma. Others thought Harthacnut was to gain Denmark only. At the time of Canute's death, Harthacnut was in Denmark and seems likely to have been there for some time. Therefore, this would have undermined his mother's attempts to hold the throne for him. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle states that the nobles north of the Thames gave their support to Harold, but Emma was to hold Wessex and London for Harthacnut. It's probable that if Harthacnut had bothered to come back, the kingdom would have been divided between them. But he didn't, as he was held up with protecting Denmark against the new ruler of Norway, Magnus I. Harold was accepted as the new king of the English in 1036. But Emma wasn't content to accept events as they were, and she was likely responsible for encouraging her sons Alfred and Edward to come to England from Normandy and invade. It was a disastrous attempt. Edward, the younger brother, tried to attack along the south coast but had to retreat. Not long after this, Alfred Aetheling landed in England, but the Encomium states that he was duped into appearing before Harold with a forged letter, supposedly sent by his mother. Harold condemned Alfred to be blinded with a hot iron, and Alfred succumbed to his wounds not long after, dying in 1036. We cannot know Emma's personal feelings on the loss of her son in this way, but she must have felt grief at the manner in which Alfred died, especially after she had gone to such lengths to protect them after their father's death. Emma had no choice but to flee England, making her way to Bruges in Flanders. It was here that finally, in 1039, Harthacnut turned his attention to England and his mother's plight. He came with a force of 10 ships to Bruges. Given confidence by a vision which foretold Harold's imminent death, by March 1040, the vision came true, leaving England without a king. Harold may have had a son, Aelfthryth, but the evidence is scanty. Regardless, no one was likely to argue with Harthacnut, who by this time had gathered an invasion force of 62 ships, and after envoys crossed the Channel to offer him the throne, he came to England's shores in June of that year. Harthacnut's reign, however, was to come under heavy criticism. In order to pay for the large fleet he brought with him, heavy taxation was placed upon the people of England, always an unpopular move. And at least two versions of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles state that, in a deplorable move, Harthacnut had Harold I's remains removed from Westminster Abbey and flung into a marsh. On top of this, when people refused to pay his large taxes, Harthacnut would send his army to torch the villages, removing what booty they could. But in 1041, he sent for his half-brother Edward to make his way from Normandy to England in order to secure him as his heir. Harthacnut was unmarried at the time and had no children, and it's suggested by some sources that he suffered from an illness. This may be the truth, as Harthacnut was only in his early 20s at the time, so this would otherwise be an odd move when he still had plenty of time to make heirs. It's also possible the move was suggested by Emma, who would have wanted to maintain her position through keeping a son of hers on the English throne. Not long after this, Harthacnut died at Lambeth on the 8th of June 1042, collapsing while drinking at a wedding. Edward was now king, and was crowned as such in April 1043, and would later become known as Edward the Confessor, returning the throne briefly to Anglo-Saxon hands. Emma, now a powerful political force, wealthy with both lands and ecclesiastical properties, would not fare as well as she had before, however. In November of 1043, Edward removed much of his mother's goods and properties, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle remarking, this was because of her lack of helping him both before and after his crowning as king. Although Emma later seems to have reconciled with her son, even recovering her previous position at court, Winchester never recovered its importance, and the centre of regal rule was transferred to London, where it would remain evermore. In 1052, having lived a very long and eventful life, Emma finally died on the 7th of March. She was buried beside her second husband Canute and her son Harthacnut at Winchester. But her legacy would live on for many more decades, leading to one of the most important events in English history, the invasion of William the Conqueror. Her marriage to Aethelred and her sons Alfred and Edward living under the protection of Richard, Duke of Normandy, would open the door for later Norman nobles to claim England as a possession. This was strengthened when Edward the Exile, the son of Edmund Ironside, died in 1057. King Edward had no children, although he was married to Edith of Wessex, and so this left a problem over who would take the kingdom when he died. Due to his blood ties to his Norman relations, Edward decided he would hand over the succession to his cousin, William, Duke of Normandy. Emma's marriage to Canute also contributed to the tense political situation, which led to years of bloodshed and successive kings after Canute's death. Emma's character, like so many distant queens in history, is difficult to figure out. Some of her actions, such as sending her sons Alfred and Edward to the safety of Normandy after their father's death, and her support later of Harthacnut, could speak of a dedicated mother. But some of her other actions also suggest a woman whose primary aim was to maintain her own position, encouraging her sons to invade when it would suit her, and possibly not doing enough to help them when it didn't suit her. But whatever the case, it cannot be denied that Emma of Normandy was one of the most visually and politically involved royal women of the early medieval period, and her prominence at court influenced many decisions made both by her husbands and her sons. Her connection to Normandy was also the basis for the claim William the Conqueror would later make, later histories of the event always starting with Emma's marriage to Aethelred. Emma was certainly a queen who made her mark. ensuring her story would not be lost to history. Isabella of France would go down in history not as a badly treated queen, a shrewd diplomat, or an intelligent, feisty woman, but as a she-wolf. This insult pushed aside the entire character of the medieval queen and left only a hollow caricature. In reality, only her adultery prevented her from being seen as a liberator of England. This is the real story of one of history's most well-known femme fatales. The exact date of Isabella's birth is uncertain, but based on chroniclers of the time, she was likely born around 1295 in Paris. She had illustrious parentage. Her father was Philip IV, King of France, and her mother was Joan I of Navarre, Queen of Navarre and Countess of Champagne in her own right. Her father Philip, nicknamed the Fair for his tall stature and good looks, was considered a silent, despotic king, once described as not a man or beast, but a statue. He was a feared and respected king who increased the wealth and land of medieval Europe's most powerful country, but was by all accounts devoted to his wife. Her mother Joan was a beloved and efficient queen consort of France, providing her husband with 3 surviving sons and 1 surviving daughter, as well as being demure and respectful in all regards. However, she was also a strong and capable leader of her domains, and repelled attacks not once but twice on her lands, also founding the College of Navarre in Paris. There's little doubt that Isabella would have grown up knowing what was expected of a queen consort, but also what a royal woman was capable of, and possibly the incorrect knowledge that all kings were like her father. Isabella appears to have been given a good education despite being female, and was taught to read. Although there is no evidence she learned to write, she would always have a love of books, and the fact she sent letters suggests she understood writing. Her life was also a privileged one, and she would have grown up with a strong sense of importance as the descendant of kings, queens and saints. She was betrothed from a very young age, however. Philip wanted only to make France stronger and guard his kingdom against the Flemish. There was a long-standing feud with England over territories that were now under France's crown, and Philip wanted to repair this, as well as prevent Edward I, King of England, from making an alliance with the Flemish. Suggested by the Pope, 2 marriages were agreed. That of Edward I to Philip's sister, Marguerite of France, and of Edward's son, Edward of Carnarvon, to Isabella. While the details of the proposal then dragged on for many years due to Edward I attempting to play for the best political match possible for his son, he finally agreed to the marriage in 1307, shortly before he died on the 7th of July of that year. Now Edward II of England, the new king had showed little interest in his bride, but could not afford to lose Gascony, the territory that would become England's again upon his marriage, especially as he now also faced conflict with Scotland. He sent envoys to France to prepare for the marriage in Boulogne. Like most royal women of the time, Isabella was described in glowing terms for her beauty, but there is no specific description of her, only that she resembled her father more than her mother. This suggests she may have been tall with blonde hair, and this is corroborated by 2 statues in Beverley Minster and Winchelsea Church in Sussex, said to be of her, which show a round-faced woman with curly blonde hair and high eyebrows. Unusually for the time, chroniclers also commented on her great intelligence. And perhaps this might have been the start of a great partnership between 2 royals. Except that there was a third person in this marriage. When Edward was about 15 years old, his father decided it was time he had some male friends, and one of those who joined his household was Piers Gaveston. Piers was the same age, handsome, had impeccable courtly manners, and had already been part of 2 military campaigns. He was also indiscreet, arrogant, and ambitious. And while he could be accused of sometimes being disrespectful to those above him, he charmed Edward. It was said the prince entered into an enduring compact with him, which has been taken to mean they entered into the medieval practice of blood brotherhood. While 2 young men being so close, especially in an era when men were often away together on military campaigns for long periods of time, wasn't unusual, the relationship between the prince and his new favourite was enough to draw comment. Many chroniclers contemporary to events suggest their relationship was more than mere brotherhood or friends, while some outright remarked Edward wanted to sleep with Piers. However, both men would also go on to marry and father children, and while this could simply be considered their duty, Edward also had at least 1 child with a mistress. Therefore, while modern historians remain divided on the subject, it seems highly likely from the evidence that exists that Edward and Piers were at minimum in a close friendship to the exclusion of all else, or possibly that they were gay or bisexual. But while in the 14th century anything other than heterosexuality was viewed as a sin worthy of severe and sometimes fatal punishment, it was actually Piers's exclusive access to royal patronage that was so distasteful to the nobles of the court. On the 25th of January 1308, the marriage of Edward and Isabella finally went ahead at the cathedral at Boulogne-sur-Mer. Isabella must have been pleased with her first sight of Edward. He had inherited his father's height at 6 foot and was described as handsome, strong, and had shoulder-length curly fair hair, beard and moustache. He dressed to impress and spoke Norman French as his mother tongue. The importance of their marriage was obvious by the guest list. No less than 8 kings and queens were present. There's no evidence they underwent the traditional bedding ceremony, but this could be as much down to Isabella's young age as to any possible disinterest on the groom's part. During a feast held as part of the 8-day wedding festivities, Philip IV warned Edward against thinking about annulling his marriage as certain persons in England had suggested, meaning Piers, as Gascony was England's only through marriage to Isabella and was destined for the children they would have. Isabella's first sight of England was on the 7th of February, when their ship finally landed at Dover. To everyone's horror, when they stepped onto the dock, Edward ran up to Piers and greeted him in an embarrassing display of affection and kisses, calling him brother, as Isabella and her uncles who had travelled with them looked on in astonishment. Whether or not Isabella knew of the rumours about her husband before her marriage is uncertain, but she would have been greatly offended by Edward showing his favourite more affection than herself. But the insults didn't stop there. Isabella soon found out that the income she expected to live on was non-existent, and there was no treasury money with which to dower her. On top of this, many of the jewels her father had gifted her and Edward with, as well as jewellery Isabella had brought as part of her trousseau, had been given to Piers by the English king. She found out when she saw him wearing some of it. An end was only put to it when she wrote to Philip, putting her fury down onto parchment, and her equally infuriated father demanded his new son-in-law put down in writing what he intended to give Isabella each year to live on. The fury of the nobility against Gaveston would only increase with the coronation of the royal couple. On the 25th of February 1308 at Westminster Abbey, the coronation of Edward II and Isabella of France went ahead. all organised, of course, by the king's favourite. As grand and full of pomp as the ceremony was, the royal couple were not the star attraction. Instead, Piers stole the limelight in what was probably the most insulting way possible. He arrived in a pearl-studded silk robe in imperial purple, a colour usually worn only by the monarch. Added to this, he was carrying St. Edward's crown, a privilege usually for the highest-ranking noble of the kingdom, and Piers had only just been elevated into the peerage. One earl only held himself back from giving Gaveston a beating because he was in front of the Queen and inside a church. It got worse at the coronation feast at Westminster Hall, at which Edward chose to sit with Gaveston rather than his wife, and Piers had also oddly decided to display the king's coat of arms with his own. Isabella's uncles Louis, Count of Evreux, and Charles, Count of Valois, were horrified. They returned to France spitting with fury for their kinswoman, and certain the rumours about Edward and Piers were true. The Queen Mother also left court and returned to Marlborough Castle, leaving her niece with no one to ask about aspects of queenship and no one to confide in except her French ladies-in-waiting. At just 12 years old, Isabella would have to rely on her instincts. Edward was not turning out to be the king she had thought he would be either. Unlike other medieval kings, Edward appeared to be disinterested in tournaments and military matters, and enjoyed rustic pursuits, such as digging ditches on his estate, thatching, swimming and metalworking. He was also down to earth, and made friends easily with common folk from all walks of life, which horrified the nobles and their ideas of social order. He also enjoyed theatrical shows and singing, something which was shocking at the time, but to us seems like Edward was a cultivated man who loved the arts. In short, the king didn't seem to want to be a king at all, but he was also pious, visiting shrines and giving alms generously. He was also a good and loving father to his children that came along later, but none of that made people respect him as a leader. To start with, Isabella was too young to wield any political authority, but as she grew older and wanted her part in politics, Piers was still in the way. But she had made friends with the barons over the years too, and they were firmly on her side with wanting Gaveston gone. This was, for them, mostly because he was a gatekeeper to royal patronage, accepting bribes and favours when instead the barons should have been able to speak directly with the king. At first, with the support of her father, Isabella covertly lent her support to the enemies of Piers, but she was wise enough not to publicly show any hatred towards Gaveston, lest it damage the relationship she was attempting to build with her husband. But her father, Philip IV, was all too happy to publicly announce his support for the barons unless Gaveston disappeared from the picture. Edward was left with no choice but to exile his favourite to Ireland in 1308, but as a result, he started to show more respect to Isabella. He assigned her lands and more patronage, ensuring she had a proper income, and her father withdrew his support for the barons. For a while, their relationship improved, but by 1309, Gaveston had returned from Ireland. This time, however, Isabella seemed to find a working relationship with him. Perhaps the three of them realised they were stuck being a threesome, and as ignoring Isabella would earn the wrath of her powerful father, it made sense for there to be some way of working together. Isabella also felt she was in a stronger position than she had been, as she built up her own allies at court, primarily in the Beaumont family, originally from France like herself. Edward, however, was losing what little control he had of his barons. This was part of the reason that in 1311 Edward finally was pushed to go to war, this time in what would be a failed campaign against the Scottish. This was partly to appease the barons and partly to establish a court away from Westminster to make things easier for himself. Isabella travelled north with him, but it was going to be a dangerous trip. The English army was sent to Scotland, but as not many of the barons had decided to support the king, it was a weak army. Robert Bruce had ensured no provisions for them either by destroying crops in the Scottish borders and moving livestock north, and so faced with starvation, the army moved south again. This was too much for the barons, who rose up against their king, and in June signed the Ordinances of 1311, a series of 41 regulations they imposed upon Edward. Edward was outraged at the amount of limits they wanted to put on his power, but he was most aghast at Ordinance 20, which stated that Piers had to leave the realm forever. On the 16th of August, Edward met his parliament and tried to plead with them. He would follow everything else, provided they allowed Gaveston to stay. The barons were unmoved. Despite the troubles she had with Edward, Isabella chose to stand by his side against the barons. She sent letters to her French uncles asking for their aid against the uprising, as well as a number of letters to her other supporters asking the same. But Edward had no choice but to agree by September the 30th. By the 1st of November, Piers had to leave, and he eventually went on the 3rd. But it was short-lived. Piers had returned by Christmas of 1311 and was reunited with the king in January 1312, probably at Knaresborough. The reason for his return might have been the birth of his daughter Joan, but the king used the opportunity to declare the ordinance against him unlawful and restored all the lands Gaveston had previously had taken away. By March, Piers was shoring up Scarborough Castle in preparation for the battle against the Lords and had been excommunicated. The barons had divided up the realm to oppose Edward and planned to capture Gaveston. Throughout all of this, Isabella stood with her husband, and in so doing, also with Piers. She would have agreed with Edward against the king being stripped of his royal powers above all else, and it's even possible that, having been pushed into his company so often, she found Piers an acceptable companion who was no longer threatening her position as he once had. She even went out of her way in December 1311 to send a gift of luxury foods to Gaveston's wife, Margaret de Clare, when she was pregnant, further proof of Isabella softening towards Piers. Isabella would soon be pregnant herself, the threat of war overshadowing what was otherwise a happy triumph of her queenly duties. In April, when the barons began to move north, Edward and Gaveston fled to Newcastle upon Tyne, leaving Isabella to follow at a slower pace, likely because of her pregnancy. She finally arrived around the 20th of April, but her husband sent her to Tynemouth Priory for safety, a place that would allow Isabella to escape by sea if necessary. However, on the 4th of May, the Earl of Lancaster's army had reached Newcastle, and Edward fled to York to raise support, while he left Gaveston back at Scarborough. They had fled by boat from Tynemouth Priory, and despite a tearful Isabella begging to go with them, Edward had refused. The Earl of Lancaster was her uncle, and there is proof he meant her no harm by way of a secret message which was sent to her assuring her of the same, and merely that they wanted Gaveston gone. But it seems likely that Isabella did not receive the message, as she left the priory in a hurry, leaving many of her possessions behind. By the 16th of May, she had rejoined the king, but it's not hard to imagine she was pretty angry with what had been her near escape, and the fact that the king was happy to leave her and his unborn child behind. Piers did not escape, however, finally being captured after he was stranded at Scarborough Castle. He was taken to Warwick Castle, condemned to death, and on the 19th of June, Guy de Beauchamp and Thomas of Lancaster took him out onto Lancaster's land at Blacklow Hill, where he was run through by 2 Welshmen. The favourite was dead. When Edward found out about Gaveston's death, his first reaction was anger coupled with grief. He swore bloody vengeance on those who had killed his beloved, and this would overshadow much of his life. But what did Isabella feel? We don't know her actual feelings, but by the 29th of June, she wrote a letter to her husband expressing sympathy and outrage for Pierce's death. It suggests she felt more strongly about the correct order of things than for her husband's favourites, at least for now. But her mind turned to other things, as in the autumn of that year she travelled to Windsor Castle to prepare for the arrival of her first child, and was joined by her aunt, Queen Dowager Marguerite. On the 12th of November, Isabella's labour began, and Edward rushed to Windsor to be present. In the early hours of the morning, on the 13th of November 1312, she gave birth to a much longed-for son, who would also be named Edward. Isabella, now 17 years old, was secure in her position as Queen of England and mother to the heir to the throne, and her influence over Edward grew. But scandal was never far behind, and in 1313, Isabella and Edward travelled to France to drum up more support, as well as attend the ceremonial knighting of her brothers. The trip started out pretty well, with feasts and festivities, and Isabella's uncles put on a satirical puppet play for their guests. Afterwards, Isabella handed out silk purses she had made herself to her brothers and to their wives, her sisters-in-law. After returning home to England, Edward and Isabella held a great feast in celebration of their return in June of that year, and this feast included 2 French knights that had travelled back with them. To Isabella's dismay, she saw 2 of the silk purses, those given to her sisters-in-law Blanche and Marguerite, hanging from the belts of the knights. Although these could have been given only as gifts, Isabella seems to have got some evidence of wrongdoing, for on her next visit to her father in 1314, she informed him and suggested it was as the result of an affair the 2 women were having. The result was that both would be thrown into prison for the rest of their lives, and Isabella's reputation in France suffered for it. The Queen of England was starting to show she could be ruthless when she saw what she thought was wrongdoing against her person. Back at home, things got worse. Edward led another disastrous campaign against the Scottish in 1314, resulting in the Battle of Bannockburn in June. It was a turning point for the Scottish forces, and the English barons once again turned on Edward, blaming him for the losses. Isabella, yet again, remained on the side of her husband and stood by him. The most powerful of the nobles, the Earl of Lancaster, despite being her uncle, now saw Isabella as his enemy for this, especially as Isabella continued to grow her relationships with the Beaumonts, who Lancaster hated. He retaliated by ensuring that her income was severely cut, although this was also due to a changed situation in England affecting the economy. There were torrential rains that year that ruined the harvest, and this would continue for a few years, leading to the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317. On the 29th of November 1314, Isabella found out the sad news that her father, Philip, had died. Gone with him was also the stable support from France for England. In 1316, Isabella would give birth to her second son, John of Eltham. Unfortunately, not even this happy event could do much to improve the unpopularity of Edward II. Even his affable manner with the common people meant nothing now in the face of civil unrest, failing wars with Scotland, and unstable government. John Daedrus, a royal pretender to the throne, appeared and claimed to be Edward II swapped at birth. For a while, the dislike of the real Edward II led some to believe John, and rumours abounded until his execution. Isabella was deeply upset by these events, and she responded by becoming even closer to the Beaumonts, especially her alliance with Henry de Beaumont. She also increased her role in politics, attending more council meetings and increasing her own land holdings. Her growing importance is clear, as in 1319, the Scottish general Sir James Douglas attempted to capture her at York for Robert Bruce. Once again, Isabella managed to escape in time, but suspicion fell on Lancaster for having helped with the attempted kidnapping. By 1320, Isabella travelled to France with Edward to ask her brother Philip V, now King of France, for help against the barons. By now, Isabella had also given birth in 1318 to her first daughter Eleanor, and would soon have her fourth and final child, Joan, in 1321. However, all this was made worse by the relationships that Edward was building. He had cultivated a growing alliance with the Despensers over the years, and in view of the vacancy Piers had left years before, it was now filled with Hugh Despenser the Younger. He was the same age as Edward, and the same rumours of the two men sharing a bed abounded, just as it had between Edward and Gaveston. The Despensers were rivals of the Earl of Lancaster and his family, but they also, with Edward's blessing, began to increase their power base in Wales along the Marcher lands. This brought them into conflict with Roger Mortimer de Chirk and his nephew, Roger Mortimer of Wigmore, who were to that point the most powerful barons holding English lands in Wales. Where before they had supported Edward, that support now melted away, leaving the king even more isolated at court. For Isabella, she must have been appalled that once again Edward was putting his controversial personal relationships above running the country. And unlike with Piers, the Queen found herself unable to work with Hugh in any way. By 1321, it became clear the Lancastrians could not stand Despenser either, and they demanded Hugh's exile. Isabella was asked to petition the king in order to help prevent another war. She did so, publicly going down on her knees and begging the king to set aside the Despensers in the face of keeping the peace with England's subjects. But in what must have felt like severe déjà vu, Edward refused. Her attempts were praised but had little impact. But an event involving Isabella was about to stir up popular opinion for her husband, provide the Despensers with a way back into court, and start another war. She went on pilgrimage to Canterbury in early October of 1321, but went very far out of her way with a visit to Leeds Castle in Kent. The castle was held by Lord Badlesmere, a steward of the royal household who had recently sided with Edward's enemies, and at the time, he wasn't at the castle, but his wife, Margaret de Clare, was. It's highly possible that Isabella went here on purpose with Edward's knowledge, and when she arrived and asked for shelter, Margaret Badlesmere was alarmed. She insolently refused the Queen entry into the castle, and when Isabella ordered some of her soldiers to force their way in, Margaret retaliated by having archers fire at them, killing 6 soldiers in the process. Isabella withdrew wisely to a nearby priory, but while she had been expecting some stubbornness, she was angered and stunned by the behaviour of Lady Badlesmere. She immediately wrote to Edward, who must have been delighted at the news, as it gave him the excuse he had been looking for. Showing himself infuriated by the behaviour to his beloved consort, the king sent a message to Badelsmere himself. Rather stupidly, Baron Badelsmere sent back a letter agreeing with what his wife had done. Edward declared he would make an example of his steward, and he sent the Earl of Pembroke at the head of his army to Leeds Castle. Roger Mortimer and Humphrey de Bohun rode out to help when Margaret wrote to her husband frantically, knowing she could not withstand a siege. It would be a mistake. Lancaster had never wanted Badelsmere as a steward in the royal household, and so he told the other Marcher lords to stay put, making it clear he was opposed to Mortimer and de Bohun's actions. The king's army surrounded Leeds Castle, and while Edward was away, Isabella was given the Great Seal to protect and assumed control of the Court of Chancery from the Tower of London. The majority of the earls in England were actually on Edward's side this time, as they perceived his actions, as he wanted them to, as the actions of a king, gaining vengeance for the slight to his queen consort. Leeds Castle fell to the king's forces on the 31st of October 1321, when Lady Badelsmere finally surrendered. She and her children were sent to the Tower, along with her sister and nephew, the first women to be held there in prison, and several of her garrison were hanged. It was the beginning of the Dispenser War, as it was called. No longer would Edward II be viewed as a weak, feeble king, but in fact, he now went the other way, proving that anyone who rebelled against him in any way would lose lives, goods, and even their families. All the rest of Badelsmere's castle surrendered to the king within the month. Isabella was given Leeds Castle and the goods within as compensation for what had happened to her, and she returned the Great Seal to her husband. The events at Leeds Castle seemed to be the first indication of Isabella being more cunning and sinister than before. Perhaps she was innocent of what was going to happen. Perhaps Edward had simply asked her to drop into Leeds Castle out of her way though it was to check on the Badelsmere family. Perhaps she had come up with the plan with her husband. We simply don't know. Knowing he now held the stronger position, Edward decided to push on with his army and deal with Lancaster's forces and the Marcher lords. Going into Wales first in December, he quickly dealt with Mortimer's army, and the Mortimers submitted to the king shortly afterwards. By January of 1322, some lords had fled north to join Lancaster, but Edward's forces were now bolstered with fresh men from Wales. He went north, meeting the Earl of Lancaster on the 10th of March at Burton-on-Trent, but the Earl fled further northwards without a fight. The king's forces, led by Sir Andrew Harclay, met the Lancastrian army at Boroughbridge, holding the town's bridge over the River Ure. At least one chronicler, Robert of Reading, states that it was Isabella who sent word to Harclay, asking him to move south and hold the bridge. She also had supplies for the king sent to both York and Carlisle. At Boroughbridge, the king's army outnumbered the Earl of Lancaster's 700 men by 4,000, and so the ensuing battle was quick and one-sided. Harclay was given the title of Earl of Carlisle for his capture of Lancaster, who was taken to Pontefract Castle, given a show trial, and summarily executed on the 22nd of March. Edward's main oppositions on all fronts were now gone. Some historians in the past have asserted that throughout this period from autumn of 1321, Isabella became a lover of Roger Mortimer. While this certainly had happened later on, it's doubtful their affair began this early. At this point, Isabella seems to have been supporting her husband's actions fully, against both Lancaster and the Marcher lords. Mortimer also only appeared at court once, so they would hardly have had time to see each other. and from the time Edward had stormed into their lands, Mortimer had been in trouble. In January 1322, he was forced to submit to the king at Shrewsbury and was thrown into jail in the Tower. His goods and lands were confiscated, and his wife Joan was imprisoned with him. After the execution of Lancaster, Edward exacted bloody punishment on all of Lancaster's followers, beheading and killing many. When Isabella joined her husband at Pontefract Castle in April, she was probably horrified at the bloodbath taking place, and there is evidence she tried to intercede with the king for many of his prisoners. She successfully saved at least one of the barons, Lord Noville, but no others. However, Edward was going to cause another split between himself and his wife. The Despensers, who had fled abroad before the war began, were now invited back by Edward on the 8th of December 1321 under his protection. They had fought by his side over the next few months, with their return made official by the 11th of February. By the time Isabella arrived at Pontefract, Hugh Despenser resented her presence, and seeing how she wanted to save many of the prisoners, instead urged the king on with his tyrannical version of justice. In May 1322, Isabella and Edward travelled to York, where they would meet with the Parliament that would finally find the Earl of Lancaster's ordinances prejudicial to the crown. This would restore Edward's powers to their fullness. But although Isabella had remained steadfast and loyal throughout the campaign, and although she had urged her husband to stand up against Lancaster and his army, she was shocked by Lancaster's death. He was her uncle, and a member of the nobility. His death set a dangerous precedent. And yet it was not the king Isabella blamed, but Hugh Despenser for his encouragement of the punishment. The queen's hatred of the new favourite of the king would be Edward's undoing. Edward was now in the strongest position he had ever been in as king. He had 4 children, including a healthy son as heir to the throne. He had a supportive queen who was popular and loved by his people, and he had rid himself of any political adversaries who threatened his rule. But his relationship with Hugh Despenser would prove to be a mistake. Isabella had come to England perhaps with romantic notions of her new husband being like her father, and had found Edward wanting. Nevertheless, the French princess had styled herself as a popular English queen, doing her royal duties without complaint and keeping her fury about Piers Gaveston only in private letters. She had found a way to work with her husband's first favourite, despite the strain it must have placed on her marriage, and she had supported his wars. But now, the increased power of the Despensers and the continued tyrannical behaviour of Edward would drive an immovable wedge between Isabella and her husband. This would shatter not only her marriage, but the very peace and stability of England itself, and Isabella would rise briefly as its champion before becoming its most hated woman. We left Isabella in part 1 as a queen standing by her husband despite the damage he had done to their marriage with his personal relationships and the damage his wars had done to the peace and stability of England. But while Isabella had learned much over her queenship, she was about to become the saviour of England, as well as its most hated woman. By 1322, things had changed a lot for Isabella. She had gone from being a young French princess with little political influence, infuriated with her husband Edward II's infatuation with Piers Gaveston, to a queen who was mother to the heir to the throne, a powerful politician in her own right, and a consort willing to stand by her husband through thick and thin. There had been several wars, from conflicts in Scotland to outright civil war in England. But for all the years where the couple had worked well together, Edward's latest relationship was about to tear them apart irrevocably. While Isabella had grown her relationships at court amongst the nobility, most notably with the Beaumont family, Edward had grown closer to the Despensers, especially Hugh Despenser the Younger. Their relationship was so close that, just as with Piers Gaveston, rumours abounded that the two men shared a bed. But just as with Piers, there isn't really any evidence that this was the case, and although there were whispers of Edward being attracted to his male favourites even in his own time, it's equally as likely that the two men had sworn to each other as blood brothers. Today, we might call it a bromance. And where Isabella had found a way to work with Piers, she was unable to do the same with Hugh, who resented her presence. She hated Despenser, both for how much he was pushing himself equal to the king, and because Isabella blamed him for the death of her uncle Thomas, the Earl of Lancaster. Whether or not Isabella truly cared about her uncle is uncertain, but what is certain is that his death, as a member of the nobility, set a dangerous precedent. But it wasn't just Isabella who disliked the Despensers, and they were about to make themselves even more unpopular. On the 10th of May 1322, the elder Hugh Despenser was made Earl of Winchester, and it signalled the start of 4 years of tyranny. They would control Edward II from that point on to their own ends, and it was made easier by there being very little competition. When Edward had delivered swift retribution to those who stood against him, he had also removed most of the nobility that would have kept the Despensers in check. Removing these noble families and confiscating their properties had made the king very wealthy, and he bestowed many of his new properties on his supporters. However, one person didn't receive anything from Edward: his wife Isabella. She was also disgusted with his form of justice, as it extended to family members, widows, and the elderly of the men who had stood against the king. Many of Isabella's friends were affected, and chroniclers also condemned the king's actions. But the reality was that it was Despenser behind much of this. He imprisoned women and children, harassed widows and extorted their money, and even kidnapped a woman for a year until she agreed to hand over £10,000. The result of this was that everyone hated the Despensers even more, and the little bit of popular opinion the king had built up faded away. The one thing the Despensers had in their favour was their ability to raise finances for the king, through fiscal reforms to the royal wardrobe and chancery, as well as creating markets within England for the wool trade so that merchants didn't need to travel abroad. The Despensers despised Isabella as much as she despised them. She had exerted considerable control over Edward for a while, and she was responsible for convincing the king to exile the Despensers. She was the one person standing in the way of the Despenser family's political dominance. In May 1322, Edward announced his intention to launch a fresh campaign against Scotland. By June, when the truce between Scotland and England ended, Robert Bruce began raiding in the English north once more. Edward marched to meet him with his illegitimate son Adam by his side, but just like previous campaigns, his army found no food or supplies. By October, despite the king's optimism that there was still hope for a battle, Edward's men were starving and suffering from that worst of medieval battlefield ills, dysentery. Adam died during this campaign, most likely of dysentery, and his father had to turn back to Yorkshire for men and food. Robert Bruce took the opportunity to press him, coming south and settling at Northallerton by the 12th of October. But where was Isabella? When Edward went to Scotland, he had sent his queen to Tynemouth Priory. It must have been uncomfortable for Isabella, with not too distant memories of when she had fled the same priory years before. And unfortunately for Isabella, history was about to repeat itself. By the 14th of October, Isabella was still at the priory with her ladies-in-waiting, while Edward and the Despensers were staying at Rievaulx Abbey, a few miles east of Northallerton. Isabella felt nervous about her position, and she sent word to her husband that she wanted protection. Edward offered to send dispenser troops, but unsurprisingly, Isabella must have turned this down, as Edward changed his offer in a second letter. He instead sent Henry de Sully, a French knight, remarking that he knew this would be more agreeable than others, indicating the Despensers. When Edward received word that Robert Bruce and his Scottish army were coming towards them, he and the Despensers fled to Bridlington. In doing this, he once again abandoned his wife, very much exposed to kidnapping or attack from the advancing army. Isabella was prevented from moving south thanks to the Scottish army moving forwards, and her escape by sea was difficult because of Flemish ships loyal to Scotland patrolling the area. She also knew it would be next to impossible to withstand a siege. Isabella was instead forced to use the squires within her household, and they bravely tried to reinforce the priory's defences before managing to commandeer a ship to escape south by sea. Fighting broke out as Isabella and her ladies-in-waiting were hurried onto the ship. 2 of her ladies-in-waiting died, one from drowning while out at sea, and another after they disembarked after dodging hostile Flemish ships. This time, after landing safely at Scarborough and preparing to go to York to Edward, Isabella's fury knew no limits. It was the second time her husband had abandoned her at Tynemouth Priory, and once had been too much. She realised that Edward had put both his own safety and that of Hugh above her own, and her immediate response was to blame Despenser. And when the king's messengers arrived to meet her, they informed her that not only had Edward left Rievaulx, but Robert Bruce had swept in and taken everything left there, and then defeated the king's forces at Byland. It snapped the limits of Isabella's patience. When Piers Gaveston had been alive, Isabella had at first been irritated by him, but later found a way to live alongside him and his relationship with Edward. No doubt she recognised Gaveston for what he was, a peacock, merrily strutting alongside the king, a gatekeeper for the king's favour, but not a real political threat. He had got as far as he did because Edward allowed him. Isabella was also younger and less confident back then than she was now. But Hugh Despenser was a different matter. He and his father were hungry for power, sharply politically minded, and it's highly likely Hugh Despenser's interests in Edward were based more in the kingdom than in the king himself. In the 10 years after Pierce's death, Isabella had supported Edward and been the perfect queen consort. But in late 1322, this would change. After Christmas of that year, Edward announced publicly that Isabella was to travel off on a pilgrimage in 1323 around England, by herself. This was effectively the start of Isabella's separation from Edward. There isn't actually any evidence she went on pilgrimage at all, but it suggests Hugh Despenser was whispering in the king's ear and suggesting the queen be elsewhere, now the royal couple had fallen out with one another. In mid-January until the 17th of February, Isabella went to stay in the royal apartments of the Tower with her young son Prince Edward. Things grew worse in February when King Edward launched an attack on Louis de Beaumont, the Bishop of Durham, blaming him for the chaotic escape of Isabella from Tynemouth Priory. The Beaumonts, who had long been friends of the Queen's, now fell out of favour with the King. Isabella's movements after this time go quiet until several months later, although we also know much of her privileges regarding royal patronage were revoked. This was not how a queen should be treated. Hatred against Edward and Despenser grew amongst the general population. The Earl of Lancaster's treason had been forgotten, and all that was remembered was his public intentions of reducing royal oppression and tyranny. Miracles were reported at his tomb, as well as in St. Paul's at a tablet bearing his likeness. Edward tried to stomp this out by removing the tablet and refusing to allow people to visit the tomb. In 1323, 2,000 people were barred from leaving offerings at the tomb, and they attacked the king's guards, killing 2 of them. Public feeling against the weak king and his puppet master Despenser had never run so high. Sir Andrew Harclay, who had been given titles and prizes for his part in the Battle of Boroughbridge, was executed for treason. After it transpired, he had wisely tried to enact a peace treaty with the Scottish. On the 1st of August 1323, something that had only been achieved once before happened. Roger Mortimer escaped the Tower of London. He made his way to France on a ship, continuing to Paris to seek the protection of the French king, Charles IV, Isabella's brother. He was warmly received, something which rankled with Edward back across the Channel. Charles cheerfully announced that he would, of course, expel all English exiles in France, provided Edward expelled all French exiles in England, which would have included Despenser. While there is no evidence for it, it's possible Isabella could have recognised that the only person able to stand against the tyranny of the Despensers was Mortimer, and she may have even recommended him to her brother. Tensions with France grew, and this would have a detrimental effect on Isabella. Edward fell out with Charles and twice postponed paying homage for Gascony. Finally sick of waiting, Charles declared Gascony forfeit in July 1324, sending an army in to take it the following month. By the end of 1324, Despenser and Edward removed Isabella's lands, cut her annual income from 10,000 marks to 1,000 marks, arrested her French attendants, and took over her household. But worse than this, Isabella's youngest children, John, Eleanor, and Joan, were removed from her under the spurious reasoning that being French, she might convince them to commit treason against their father. A common myth about Isabella is that she was not maternal, but there's no evidence for this. In fact, even though, as was practice for the time, her eldest son went to live in his own household at the age of 5, her other children remained with her, suggesting she was very actively involved in their upbringing. Equally, they would remain devoted to their mother for her entire life. Isabella was heartbroken and furious by this point, and she smuggled out letters to her brother Charles complaining about her treatment. The French king was enraged for his sister and sent demands that Edward treat her better, which were ignored. On the 18th of November, Edward announced that the upkeep for the Queen's food and drink would be reduced to 2,920 marks a year, roughly £1 a day, and any French subjects remaining in France would be arrested. Despite the risks, 27 of Isabella's loyal servants and chaplains had stayed with her, and they were shut up in various religious houses across England. Isabella must have been stunned at her husband's vindictiveness. While she had expected such treatment from Despenser, it was still shocking coming from Edward. Isabella had been a loyal and patient wife. She had given her husband 4 healthy children and had stood by him through stupid political decisions, failed battles with Scotland, and even his infatuation with Piers Gaveston. She had done nothing to deserve the treatment she got from her husband. As tensions grew with France and her marriage crumbled into nothing, word came that Mortimer was raising an army in Hainault. The Pope, who had suggested the marriage of Isabella and Edward in the sense of a lasting peace between France and England, suggested Isabella should be sent to smooth relations. An escape route had been opened for her. The king's envoys put pressure on Edward to let her go as well, stating that Charles had agreed that if Prince Edward was made Duke of Aquitaine and he went with his mother to pay homage, the French king would restore all lands taken from the English crown. While some later historians, especially in the Victorian period, would claim all of her actions from this point on were of a harlot queen ready to turn viciously on her rightful husband, it's clear the English queen actually had little choice. To continue as things were would have been to leave her children without a mother, herself without any dignity, and England to the dispensers. It was finally agreed, and Isabella and Prince Edward set off, arriving in Paris in March 1325. A truce with Gascony was quickly agreed upon, and the Queen's 13-year-old son paid homage for the lands England held in France to his uncle in September of that year. However, although she was supposed to go back to England at this point, Isabella refused to do so. Edward was outraged and demanded Isabella return at once, but she retorted that she was afraid that either Despenser would have her killed or even that Edward himself might order it. Charles IV also replied that his sister had come of her own free will, and that if she wished to remain, she could. She was his sister, and as such, he would not expel her or Prince Edward. He also changed his mind about lands in Aquitaine, refusing to return them, resulting in a temporary arrangement where England held administration of the remaining lands under its claim, but France had the lion's share. Even if someone had agreed with Edward in regards to his wife, no one could deny he was failing politically as a ruler. It was also around this time that Isabella began to surround herself with allies. Many of these were opposed to the Despensers or had been victims of their and the king's rough treatment, and they fled to Paris and flocked to the Queen. It's unlikely Isabella set out for France to set up opposition to Edward, more that she hoped to threaten to leave him from a safe place until he rid himself of Hugh, but nevertheless, she was the natural choice for dissenters. She was joined by the Earl of Richmond as one of her primary supporters, Henry de Beaumont, with whom she had long been friends, and even Edward's own brother, the Earl of Kent. For Isabella herself, she publicly snubbed some of Edward's closest allies and began to dress as a widow, claiming Hugh Despenser had destroyed her marriage. And she still had Prince Edward with her. Not only was keeping him in France a good threat against King Edward, who was fond of his son, but it also allowed Isabella to potentially agree to a marriage of her son to someone who would aid her politically against her husband. Furthermore, it offered another possibility, that of replacing the father with the son altogether. Sometime in 1325, Isabella's cousin, Jeanne, Countess of Hainault, approached her with an offer of marriage between Prince Edward and her own daughter, Philippa of Hainault. It was a good alliance. It meant Isabella could invade England with an army not raised from France, which would win her no favours with the English, and Hainault would be a lucrative trading partner. During this, Jeanne also reintroduced the Queen to Roger Mortimer. Mortimer had been at the Hainault court raising men for an invasion of England with the full support of William I, Count of Hainault. We don't know the circumstances of their actual early meetings, but by December of 1325, Mortimer and Isabella were having a passionate affair. It was said not only that they found each other attractive, but also that they shared an interest in Arthurian legends, fine art, and expensive tastes. However, despite the strength Isabella had shown so far, this was not a partnership of equals. Reportedly, Mortimer dominated Isabella and made most of the decisions, and while this may seem odd, Isabella was possibly more than happy to have a man in a strong position looking out for her interests, even if it was probably mostly because they aligned with his. He may also have exerted a certain amount of sexual control over her, not surprising considering the loveless and sexless marriage she had been in for the past 2 decades. However, in public, the pair gave no indication of their private affair. It was a dangerous choice for Isabella. She lived during a time when adultery was almost the worst sin a wife could commit, and for a queen it was treason. However, perhaps surprisingly, many of those who were her allies turned a blind eye, so long as the alliance served them well. By the summer of 1326, Roger and Isabella took Prince Edward with them and left the French court, travelling to Hainault. There, the betrothal between 13-year-old Philippa and Prince Edward took place, and using the dowry, Isabella was able to build up an army. William, the Count of Hainault, also offered up several ships as part of the marriage agreement. Isabella even got word to the Scottish King Robert Bruce, who was all too willing to make a mutual agreement against Edward. On the 22nd of September, Isabella, Mortimer, and Prince Edward set sail for England. 2 days later, on the 24th, their ship landed near the mouth of the River Orwell on the east coast of England. They had a small army with them, which most estimates place around 1,500 men, and Isabella quickly moved inland. While her provisions were unpacked, the Queen quickly wrote letters to the citizens of England's towns and cities, explaining she had come to avenge the death of the Earl of Lancaster and to rid the realm of the Crown's enemies, namely the Despensers. She was met cheerfully as she travelled to Bury St Edmunds, then on to what was likely Ipswich. When her soldiers went looking for food and supplies, the local people came to her and complained that their goods had been taken. Isabella asked them what a fair price was and paid them, something which was a good bit of PR for her. Edward issued orders to sheriffs to stop Isabella when he received word on the 27th of the invasion, but they soon switched sides when it became clear how many nobles had mobilised behind the hard-done-by Queen. London became unsafe due to unrest, although most of its citizens were on Isabella's side, and Edward fled towards Wales. By the 7th of October, Isabella and Mortimer had reached the outer walls of the City of London, but by the 9th, Edward was in Gloucester. The Queen swiftly marched west in order to cut him off, but he slipped across the border to Wales before she arrived. The elder Hugh Despenser still held Bristol against Isabella and Mortimer, but they now had a force to be reckoned with, and by the 18th of October, they placed the town and castle under siege. By the 26th of October, it had fallen, and Isabella was also able to be reunited with her daughters Eleanor and Joan. She was overjoyed at seeing them once again, but the occasion wasn't all happy. Isabella had never had a huge issue with the elder Despenser, who, although she knew to be politically ambitious, had shown her no animosity personally. She attempted to protect him from the raging mob, but to no avail. His Lancastrian enemies executed him, rather grimly chopping his body into pieces and feeding it to their dogs. It was a dark cloud that foreshadowed what was to come. Now in a desperate position, Edward, who was now down to a pathetic guard of 12 archers, and Hugh Despenser the Younger, attempted to sail in a small boat to Lundy, an island in the Bristol Channel. The weather was not on their side, however, and they were pushed back to the mainland. Isabella set up her base in Hereford and asked Henry of Lancaster, brother of the late Earl of Lancaster, to find her husband and arrest him. After 2 weeks of evading capture, Edward and Hugh Despencer were finally caught near Llantrisant on the 16th of November. Revenge would be swift. Edmund Fitzalan, one of Edward's closest supporters, and Hugh Despencer the Younger were brought before Isabella. Edmund was sentenced to execution, although this was apparently on the orders of Mortimer. He was beheaded, but some accounts suggest a blunt sword was purposely used in order to require several strokes. Hugh could expect little mercy. Knowing this, he attempted to starve himself before his trial, but with no luck. His trial was a show trial, and Despencer wasn't allowed to speak in his own defence. His gruesome execution included being hung as a thief and drawn and quartered as a traitor, as well as having his entrails removed and burnt while he was still alive. On the 24th of November 1326, Despencer was dragged out to an angry mob bent on retribution, who put a crown of nettles on his head and wrote scripture on his skin after stripping him naked. But another terrible punishment awaited the condemned man, that of castration, which can only have been a particular punishment added on by Isabella for the suspected crimes of Hugh sleeping with Edward. We know that Isabella and Mortimer were present as they watched their enemy die a horrific death, but unfortunately, we don't know what the Queen's actual thoughts were. Many myths sprang up in later years that she had eaten a meal while watching, or at least an apple. The truth is we don't know, but no doubt she was relieved at Despencer's death. Now the only problem left was Edward. Lawfully, he was still Isabella's husband and the anointed king, and there was nothing in law that described the process to remove a monarch. But it was clear the English people would no longer put up with Edward as king. As a temporary measure, he was placed into the custody of Henry of Lancaster at Kenilworth Castle, and the king's Great Seal was given to the Queen on the 26th of November. Once this was in her possession, Isabella began using it to create writs in Edward's name. She took the Tower of London under her control and convened a council in Wallingford to discuss what Edward's fate would be. It was decided Edward II would be legally deposed, something that had never happened before, and that his son would take the throne as Edward III. As young Edward was still not an adult, it was also decided that Isabella would be regent, but of course, as she was literally and figuratively in bed with Mortimer, he would also make the decisions. This was hardly a done deal, however, as the legal basis for deposing Edward II was shaky. There was also the delicate matter of whether Isabella, as his legal wife, should go to stay with him in his imprisonment. However uncomfortable a subject this may have been, it was decided that the threats Edward had previously made against Isabella's life meant it was unthinkable that she join him, especially as she also needed to be regent for her young son. These decisions were ratified at the first Parliament without the king on the 7th of January 1327. A deputation of clergy was sent to persuade the king to give up his crown to his son freely, especially as Edward III refused to take the crown without his father's blessing after seeing Isabella weeping at the decision made. Isabella excused the Franciscans from sending one of their order as part of the deputation, as Edward II had always been devoted to their order. This shows that, unlike the hardened woman the Queen is often painted as, she did still care about the feelings of her husband and perhaps felt pity for him despite all that had happened. For the sake of his son, Edward capitulated the crown of England. The reign of Edward III officially began on the 25th of January 1327, and he was crowned in Westminster a few days later on the 1st of February. The deposed King Edward II was then moved from Kenilworth to Berkeley Castle in the Welsh borders, under the custody of Lord Thomas Berkeley. One of Edward III's first moves was to award his mother an annual income of over £13,000 per year, rather than the £4,400 she had previously been given. While this was a huge sum of money and would later be used as evidence of Isabella's avarice, it was also about patronage. Her son's new regime was a shaky one, and she would have needed to consolidate both his position and her own by giving favours and extending royal patronage. No doubt, any later greed on her part came from a desire to never again be in the difficult financial position she had been in during her early years as a bride and under the rule of the dispensers. She also purchased and was given several properties and landholdings, making her one of the wealthiest landowners in the kingdom. On the 23rd of September 1327, there came some distressing news. Edward II was dead. All they were told by the messenger was that it was due to a fatal accident. His body was buried at Gloucester Cathedral, and his heart was given to Isabella in a silver casket. However, this was too neat a solution, and so rumours soon began. It was known that plots to free him had sprung up, and there had been 3 failed escape attempts by this time. It is possible that Edward died of ill health due to his treatment. While he was supposed to be looked after to the standard of his birth, and £5 was sent every day for his upkeep, and records at the castle show luxuries bought on his behalf, many chroniclers of the time suggested he hadn't received these goods. But other rumours circulated that he had been murdered. But on whose orders? The third plot to free Edward had been planned by Rhys ap Griffith, a Welsh knight. Word of this got out to several of Mortimer's allies, including William de Shalford, who wrote to him to tell him of the plot. Edward II being free was a threat to Isabella's regime, but it was a far bigger threat to Mortimer and his place behind the English throne. It was later claimed that Mortimer then took William de Shalford's letter to a trusted retainer, telling them to show the letter to the king's jailers and to quickly remedy the situation in order to avoid great peril. This was in early September, and in view of what came a few weeks later, can only be interpreted as orders to quietly murder the king. Roger was in Wales at this time, and Isabella was 130 miles away in London. So if this is what happened, it would appear Isabella had nothing to do with it. Later historians would point the finger of murder at the Queen, but there is actually no evidence pointing to this, and it seems more likely that the hindsight version of her as a fallen woman committing adultery was simply embellished. In fact, despite the accusations of letters and orders, there is no evidence whatsoever of a plot to murder Edward II. A minority of historians suggest Edward may have escaped and made his way to Europe, but again, there is no evidence for this, and it seems the most unlikely outcome. The following year in 1328, on the 24th of January, Edward III married Philippa of Hainault in a lavish ceremony at York Minster. However, while it was normal for the Queen Mother to then give up her dower lands to her new daughter-in-law, this didn't happen. Isabella seems to have been reluctant to give up her position, and Philippa's coronation was postponed. The reasons for this can't be good ones. It's possible Isabella was jealous of Philippa, who was about to have a happy marriage with a youthful husband, the king Isabella was never able to have. She may have been sharing a bed with Mortimer, but as his wife was still alive, she could not marry him or publicly acknowledge him. It's also possible that after being so close to her son, as well as having such control over him as mother and regent, she was jealous of the way the new queen would influence young Edward. Scotland was still an issue. Unlike many of her contemporaries, Isabella was realistic about the war with Scotland, and she knew that she had enough on her plate. A decision was made to find peace with Robert Bruce, and although Edward III initially opposed it, he eventually agreed. But he bitterly declared publicly that the whole thing had been arranged by the Queen Mother and Mortimer. Peace was formally drawn up with the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton, bringing an end to the First Scottish War of Independence. Part of the treaty was also that Isabella's daughter, Joan, would marry David Bruce, heir apparent to the Scottish throne. Edward III would renounce any English claim to Scottish lands. The Scottish would send an army against any enemy except the French, and compensation would be given for the border raids to the tune of £20,000. However, those earls who had lost Scottish landholdings were not compensated, and the compensation that was given was taken by Isabella for the treasury. Overall, it was not a popular move. Many nobles became disillusioned with the new regime, including those who had once been close to the Queen, including Henry, Earl of Lancaster, and Henry de Beaumont. In order to help with public opinion, Isabella reformed royal powers of administration and local law enforcement, as well as deciding to pursue her son's claim to the French throne. While this was popular at home, it was understandably not popular with the French nobility, who threw the claims out. By the end of 1328, the country seemed ready to descend once more into civil war. Lancaster mobilised his forces and declared he was against Isabella and Mortimer. Mortimer had irritated much of the nobility by his overuse of power, especially with the fact that Roger had been created Earl of March by the young king. His ennoblement made him insufferable and haughty, and he began to act as though he was a king himself, travelling everywhere with a retinue of 180 men-at-arms and living an expensive lifestyle. In January 1328, Mortimer led an army to Lancaster's stronghold at Leicester, taking it and then marching to Bedford. Edward III rode north to force Lancaster to submit, and surprisingly, so did Isabella. As his allies deserted him, Lancaster must have realised he had little choice but to kneel before Edward and Isabella, and he did so at Bedford. He escaped death as a punishment, but was forfeit to an enormous fine, and Henry de Beaumont fled to France. Around this time, Edward III seems to have started becoming restless of his mother taking over so much control of royal matters, but he especially had an issue with Mortimer. Isabella may have been greedy and overstepped the mark at times, but her son was fond of her, knew she had been through a traumatic life, and she was still a queen. Mortimer, on the other hand, was not royalty yet acted like a king, and it was also obvious that many of Isabella's decisions were at least heavily influenced by her lover. By 1330, Edward III had quietly gathered a loyal body of support from both the church and the nobles. He had also grown increasingly angry at the way his young wife was being sidelined, especially as she was now pregnant, and it was unthinkable that she should give birth without being crowned as queen. Isabella and Mortimer, under pressure from Edward, gave up some of the Queen's dower lands, and arrangements were made for Philippa's coronation. Finally, on the 4th of March 1330, Philippa was crowned as Queen of England. Tensions grew, and by July, Mortimer and Isabella had placed themselves in Nottingham Castle with security after Roger heard of plots to get rid of him. The young king had had enough, and after being summoned to a meeting with Isabella, Mortimer and a young nobleman who supported him named William Montagu, when Mortimer declared that the king's word was in opposition to his own, it was to be ignored. Edward decided to act. On the 19th of October, Montagu was charged with leading 23 armed men into the castle by a secret tunnel. Edward knew he was watched by Mortimer's spies and so remained inside the castle, sneaking downstairs to meet with his men after retiring for the night. They burst into Isabella and Mortimer's chambers, where they were having a meeting with other council members, discussing the arrest of Montagu, and fighting broke out. Mortimer was overwhelmed, and Isabella apparently, although Edward had remained outside the door and out of sight, cried out, fair son, take pity on gentle Mortimer." She was ignored. Parliament was called the next month, and Mortimer was put on trial for treason, for behaving as a king and ignoring the Regency Council, for questioning the king's word, and worst of all, he was accused of murdering Edward II. Isabella, however, was portrayed as an innocent bystander to proceedings, and no mention was made of her affair with Roger Mortimer. This shows that Edward III, perhaps through a mixture of his fondness for his mother, his pity for all she had previously been through, and his determination to be done with the complicated mess his parents had created, wanted to preserve what was left of her reputation. Mortimer was sentenced to death and was hanged on the 29th of November 1330 at Tyburn, but Edward III showed leniency in not having him drawn and quartered. Edward wasted no time in cementing his authority, and Isabella was sent to Windsor Castle to be put under house arrest. Victorian historians would dramatically suggest she went mad, but at most, it's more likely she suffered a breakdown after the death of Mortimer. She remained at Windsor only until 1332, when she was allowed to move to her own property of Castle Rising in Norfolk. In March of 1332, Queen Philippa gave birth to a daughter who was named Isabella after her grandmother, a conscious effort to rehabilitate Isabella at court. She remained a wealthy woman, with Edward ensuring in 1331 she was given an annual income of £3,000, which had risen to £4,000 by 1337. As per her tastes, Isabella continued to enjoy a lavish lifestyle in her middle age, employing a retinue of entertainers and singers and travelling around Europe. She also gave to religious institutions, in 1347 patronising the convent of the Poor Clares. She was occasionally involved in politics, such as in 1358, when she was part of the peace talks with Charles II of Navarre. Her daughter Joan left her husband David II for his unfaithfulness and their loveless marriage in 1357, no doubt inspired by her mother's bravery in refusing to come home to a husband who did not care for her. She remained with Isabella, nursing her as she grew older. Isabella was very fond of her grandchildren, especially Edward the Black Prince, and she was visited frequently by her family as well as members of the court. As she came to the end of her long life, Isabella took the habit of the Third Order of St. Francis, wearing it beneath her clothes. In July of that year, she fell ill, after overdosing on a medicine that had been prescribed to her for another ailment. On the 22nd of August 1358, with her daughter Joan by her side, in her early 60s, Isabella of France died. She was given a magnificent funeral by Edward III, her body buried at Greyfriars Church in Newgate, wrapped in her habit and the cloak she had worn on her wedding day. She was also buried, at her request, with the silver casket containing Edward's heart. Isabella would go down in history as possibly the most hated medieval woman, and as a queen who became a harlot, a she-wolf waiting to pounce on her lawful husband. In reality, the truth is much more complicated. She had started life as a princess groomed to be a queen, certain all kings were like her father, who doted on his wife and ruled with a rod of iron. But when she had arrived to become England's queen, Isabella found herself playing second fiddle to a man, neglected by her husband and pushed aside at every opportunity. But she remained by her husband's side in these early years, supporting him even through his failures, bearing him 4 healthy children and doing her duty as queen. It was only when she was pushed by his new favourite, Hugh Despenser, her children removed and her life reduced to poverty, that Isabella decided to fight back, not so much a she-wolf as a woman with no choice left, just as her contemporaries saw it. Victorian attitudes would have much effect on how her relationship with Roger Mortimer was seen, but through modern eyes, we can understand how a woman starved of love and affection would want a few years of happiness with a caring lover, even if the consequences were dire. She cared deeply for her children, especially her eldest son Edward III, and even in old age, Edward II never left her thoughts. In reality then, Isabella was a kind and intelligent woman, who was also greedy and had expensive tastes. A woman who was willing to put up with a loveless marriage, so long as it was a partnership, who both grew her allies and pushed them away. She was even willing to go against the constraints of her time for women, so long as it served a greater purpose for her son and her own life. In short, Isabella was an ordinary woman pushed to her limits in an extraordinary time, who changed the face of England's politics forever. Matilda of Scotland, or Edith as she was originally called, has become a mostly forgotten figure, wedged in time between the fiercely strong Matilda of Flanders, her mother-in-law, and the formidable Empress Matilda, her daughter. But Matilda of Scotland deserves to be remembered for her skills as a negotiator, a mediator, and as a much-loved queen. Her story begins in Dunfermline, Scotland, in the late summer or early autumn of 1080. She was the daughter of Malcolm III, King of Scots, who up until Matilda's birth had been in a constant round of fighting and making peace with the new English ruler, William the Conqueror. In 1080, William's son, Robert Curthose, was sent north to settle things with an army, and peace was finally struck between the two kingdoms for at least the following decade. To cement this, Robert was made godfather of Malcolm's new daughter. Matilda's mother was Margaret of Wessex, daughter of Edward the Exile, who in turn was the son of the English king Edmund Ironside. Edward had lived most of his life, as his name suggested, in exile in Hungary, and died just shortly after being invited to England's shores to be a possible successor to Edward the Confessor. This meant Matilda was descended from both Scottish royalty and the Anglo-Saxon royal house of Wessex. Queen Matilda, William's wife, was also invited to be godmother to the new young princess, and travelled to Scotland alongside her son. It was said that during the christening, baby Matilda reached up and pulled down the Queen's headdress, and this was taken as a sign that one day little Matilda would also become a queen.
However, many of these stories were written years after Matilda of Scotland became Queen of England, so it's likely these accounts may have been written with hindsight. Little Matilda wasn't an only child. She would be one of 7 surviving children. They would have had a luxurious upbringing compared with many children, and their parents were apparently loving but extremely strict. Not that this was unusual for the time. Margaret was especially known for instilling a deep piety into her children, and she herself would become a saint after her death. It was something Matilda would carry along her own life, and at the age of 6, she and her sister Mary were sent to Romsey Abbey in the south of England for their education. Romsey Abbey's abbess was actually their maternal aunt Christina, who had become a nun there in the same year. The abbey was famous for its education of daughters of the nobility and royalty. The primary education here would of course be religious instruction, but the 2 girls would also learn English, Latin and French, along with learning to read and write a little. Although few royal women kept up the practice as they had scribes to write for them, along with learning to manage finances and the geometry known at the time. It was an amazing education for any youngsters of the time, and more so for girls. However, the 2 girls lived through a period where medieval royal and noble girls were actually given more of an education, academically speaking, than boys. But from their earliest days in the abbey, Aunt Christina tried to vehemently encourage them to become nuns, or at least make them wear the veil. Matilda would later state that although it made her aunt angry, she would often snatch the veil off her own head and stamp on it in annoyance. But when she hit puberty, the veil took on a meaning of safety, as Christina encouraged her to wear it in order to preserve her from the lust of the Normans, as Matilda would later recount. This was a legitimate concern, as many Saxon women were indeed often the target of unwanted advances by the conquering Norman soldiers. At some point during their early teens, possibly because of their complaints about being forced towards a life in the cloisters, Matilda and Mary's parents sent them instead to Wilton Abbey. Wilton had long held a pedigree of Saxon royalty through its doors, and contained relics from both St. Bede and St. Edith, who was an illegitimate daughter of King Edgar and Matilda's namesake. However, the idea of at least pretending to be a nun would also work in Matilda's favour when she was used as a marriage pawn by her father to create alliances for his kingdom. In her own words, she would later say she used wearing the veil as a pretense to avoid unwanted marriages. In 1093, she may have used the excuse to reject a proposal from William de Warenne, 2nd Earl of Surrey. It's also possible William Rufus, the 3rd son of William the Conqueror and King of England by this point, considered marrying Matilda himself. This marriage would have been a good match for the same reasons Matilda's eventual marriage to his brother Henry was, because the English people would have liked having a queen with Anglo-Saxon ancestry, and it would have made deeper connections between England and Scotland. But in the same year Matilda turned down William de Warenne, her father Malcolm realised William Rufus would never concede lands in Cumbria that the Scottish king also believed were his, and he turned completely against the idea of her marriage to him. Instead, he realised the best match for his daughter would be with someone who already controlled much of the north of England. Alan the Red, or Alan Rufus, Lord of Richmond in Yorkshire, was a Breton nobleman who had come over with William the Conqueror. He was about 53 years old, 40 years Matilda's senior, but he happily offered up marriage anyway. An alliance with Scotland would be useful to keep his northern borders safe, and marrying into a royal family would only propel any children they had. The biggest problem was that Alan was, in a sense, already taken. Earlier that spring, he had ridden to Wilton Abbey and kidnapped Gunhilda, an illegitimate daughter of King Harold II. However, the kidnapping had been a willing one by Gunhilda, who, although she had decided she wanted to be a nun not long before, was in her late 30s. She had probably written off marriage, so when the opportunity came, she went with Alan and lived with him without being married. but a political marriage wasn't about romance anyway. However, when the English king and his barons caught wind of the possible marriage and alliance, they grew nervous. Sometime in August, William Rufus rode with his men to Wilton Abbey, all of them armed, demanding to be allowed to pray in the church. The abbess wasn't stupid, and she told Matilda to hurriedly put a veil on and hide amongst the nuns. When William was allowed entry, he then decided he wanted to see the abbey garden and wander round for a bit. The king apparently caught sight of Matilda, and seeing her with a nun's habit on, probably thought she had taken vows to be a nun and left as fast as he had rode in. Upon hearing this, Malcolm refused to come and pay homage to William Rufus, and in turn, Rufus refused to even receive Malcolm. The Scottish king did, however, travel down to Wilton Abbey to see if the rumours of his daughter wearing a nun's garb were true, and when he saw Matilda wearing a veil, he reportedly went into a fury. He snatched the offending item off her head, throwing it to the floor and cursing whoever had made her do it, stating that he intended to give her in marriage, not to the church. He snapped that he would rather see her married to Count Alan than become a nun. But this has led to confusion over whether Malcolm meant this seriously or sarcastically after finding out about Gunhilda. As it turned out, Alan had died on the 4th of August anyway, so he wasn't a potential suitor in any case. Gunhilda was reproached by the Archbishop of Canterbury, who warned her to return to her convent for what she had done, but instead she cozied up to Alan's brother, amusingly also called Alan, but the black rather than the red, and married him instead. When Matilda and Mary returned home, their mother Margaret was severely ill. Despite this, Malcolm didn't wait around to see her get better, but instead decided to act on the apparent snub of William Rufus refusing to see him. The Scottish king and his eldest son, Edward, travelled down to the border with England with an army, and both were killed in battle on the 13th of November 1093. Margaret waited at Edinburgh Castle for news, and when she heard that both her husband and eldest son were dead, died herself on the 16th of November. Matilda and Mary, along with their remaining siblings, were now orphans. As the Scots throne did not necessarily follow a bloodline as William the Conqueror had established in England, a new king was instead voted in. Donald, son of King Duncan I, was given the crown, and by the end of the year he had driven the children out of Scotland under the care of the Prior of Durham. They had little to take with them, but the children found shelter in England with the help of King William and their uncle Edgar Atheling. Archbishop Anselm once again stuck his nose in, ordering the Bishop of Salisbury to return Matilda to Wilton Abbey, which was within his diocese. It's not known whether this actually happened or not though, as Matilda briefly disappears from the records until around 1100, although it is likely she returned to the abbey once more for safety. In August 1100, England once again changed kings. William Rufus had been out hunting with his younger brother Henry in the New Forest. There was an accident in which an arrow went the wrong way and instead buried itself in William's chest, killing him. The circumstances of how it happened are murky. Some accounts state it was a mere accident by one of his own men, a nobleman named Walter Tyrrell, who interestingly enough was well provided for years later by King Henry I. Therefore, it's even possible that Henry arranged the accident to get his disliked brother out of the way. However it happened, the youngest son of William the Conqueror was now King of England, and he took the throne as Henry I. He wasted no time in choosing himself a queen. Although his mother, Matilda of Flanders, was descended from the French royal family and Alfred the Great, his father William, also known as the Bastard, had less than regal connections. Henry wanted to marry someone who would make this shady past fade further into the background for his future heirs, and Matilda's Scottish and Anglo-Saxon ancestry delivered on this. It also helped tie the royal family of England back into the Saxon royal houses, something that could only win points with the English people. Added to this was the fact that Matilda's brother Edgar had managed to regain the Scottish throne, and so she was now also related to the current King of Scots. William of Malmesbury stated that Henry had long been greatly attached to Matilda, although it's unclear where or when they first met. William Rufus's lack of a queen meant no ladies had been welcome at court, so it's unlikely they met this way. However, the fact that much of Matilda's life had been spent in a nunnery might mean the connection was through a member of the clergy, perhaps one who had tutored the young Henry as a boy. The new king may even have visited her previously at Wilton Abbey. Henry proposed to Matilda, and she accepted on one condition, that a new charter be granted, stating that the English people would be governed by the laws of Edward the Confessor, her ancestor. The king agreed to this, and later poetry would praise Matilda for persuading the king this way, and Henry would be shown as a wise and just leader who listened to the good advice of his queen. Henry was a political catch, wealthy, powerful, and was smart enough to try to win over enemies with words before blades, but he could also be cruel and unrelenting, and he couldn't seem to control himself when it came to sex. Outside of his marriage, Henry would father 25 illegitimate children, many before he even asked Matilda for her hand. But there was a problem. So many people had seen Matilda with her nun's veil on that they believed she might have actually taken holy orders. As a result, Matilda would have been unable to marry if this were true. Archbishop Anselm was approached by both Henry and Matilda to settle the matter, and he called a council of bishops to decide. They declared that, based on the evidence she herself gave, her father Malcolm had never intended for her to become a nun. The council unanimously agreed Matilda was not and had never been a nun and permitted the marriage to go ahead. However, this would not prevent rumours arising many years later after her death. On the 11th of November 1100 at Westminster Abbey, Henry and Matilda were married by the Archbishop of Canterbury. At the end of the ceremony, Henry formally gave Matilda her wedding dower, consisting of several lands in the north, in London, and for various religious houses across England, which in turn made her one of the wealthiest people in the country. On the 14th of November, Matilda was crowned as queen in a spectacular ceremony, modelled on the one her godmother and mother-in-law Matilda of Flanders had many years before. It was also possibly at this time that she officially left the name Edith behind and became Matilda, a name that could placate the Norman barons. Her marriage would further tie England and Scotland together by helping her brothers find English brides. In 1107, her brother Alexander I, now King of Scots, would marry one of Henry's illegitimate daughters, Sibylla, and Matilda's other brother David, who would himself go on in later years to become David I, King of Scots, married Henry's cousin Maud, daughter of the Earl of Huntingdon and Northumbria. This allowed the royal families of both kingdoms to become entwined for a relative while, allowing peace between them for many decades. It wasn't long before the new queen would carry out one of the most important duties for a royal consort, that of producing heirs. At some point in late 1101, a chronicler described her as being in her childbed, and by February 1102 in Abingdon near Oxford, Matilda gave birth to her first child and daughter, who was also named Matilda. A year later, in late 1103, she then had a son named William, probably named for his famous paternal grandfather. He would later be known as William Adelin, Adelin being a Latinized Norman-French variant of Aethelin. Both children were strong and healthy, and William was now the heir to the English throne, securing Henry's place on it further. There are some sources from much later that suggest Queen Matilda had a miscarriage before little Matilda's birth, but they are unreliable, leaving it uncertain as to whether this is true or not. William of Malmesbury, who knew her personally, states she only had 2 children. It seems after Matilda had a daughter and a son, she and Henry ceased to sleep together. This was probably due in part to Henry's affairs, especially as he started one up with the Welsh princess Nest in 1103 while his wife gave birth to his son, and possibly partly because he was repelled by Matilda's closeness with the sick and poor through her charity. It may even have been a biological issue stemming from her pregnancies. We don't have a definitive answer, so we can only guess, but certainly Matilda had no more children after this point. While in later years Matilda would be dismissed as nothing more than a pious queen who did little outside charity, recent evidence by historian Lois Honeycutt suggests otherwise. Charter evidence shows that Matilda not only issued 33 of her own, but also that she witnessed further charters which her husband issued. Henry also appears to have relied on his wife for advice, and a contemporary described Matilda as not dissimilar to the king in competence. She also attended many meetings with the King's Council, and her seal of a full-length crowned queen holding an orb and sceptre still survives today. It's obvious that those around at the time not only regarded Matilda as a good queen, but as something of a shining example. In later years, when a chronicler came to write about the ancestors of Henry II, they found themselves in awe of where to start with Matilda. She often influenced Henry, and it appears it was Matilda who encouraged him to do away with the so-called curfew law that had existed since his father ruled. It had originally been a way to prevent Saxons plotting together in the dark hours on how to be rid of the Normans under the pretext, possibly valid, of there being no fires at this time to protect against accidents in the middle of the night. Henry also allowed the nuns at Malling to hold a weekly market to boost their income, stating his reasoning as it being for the love of, and at the request of, his queen. Matilda also threw herself, as her mother had, into ecclesiastical reform, and Matilda would combine this with building projects as well, using her considerable personal fortune. She sent jewelled candlesticks to the Cathedral of Le Mans, set up highly decorated crosses along roads throughout the land, and she encouraged Henry to seek regular absolution for the sins a king was naturally apt to make. When she learned that the 7th century church of St. Mary in Southampton was so crumbled and broken that the congregation were forced into a tiny chapel on one side of it, it was Matilda who rebuilt a grand church on the site. Although many abbeys and religious institutions across England benefited from Matilda's patronage, a few were particularly close to her. One of her dower properties was Malmesbury Abbey, and the monks would later write of their queen that she ruled in all matters there and showed them both generosity and charity. Waltham Abbey in Essex was another of Matilda's properties, and she used her funds to continue building the Norman church that had been started there in the previous century but never finished. She also held court there, gave the monks many gifts, and allowed them to hold an annual fair to boost revenue. She also had a particular interest in helping those with leprosy and the poor. Matilda built 2 leper hospitals, one of which would become the parish church of St. Giles in the Fields, and the other which was of St. James and St. Mary Magdalene outside Chichester. And on at least one occasion she was recorded as bathing and kissing the feet of people suffering with leprosy who were invited into her royal chamber. She also built England's first public toilets, a public bathhouse with piped water for the use of the poor at Queenhithe in London. It wasn't the only architectural first of Matilda's either, as when some of her ladies fell in the River Lee on their way to Barking Abbey while struggling to cross it, something that was highly dangerous in the heavy clothes of the day, She ordered that the first arched bridge in England be built at Stratford-le-Bow in 1110, where it lasted until around 1741 when it was replaced for the first time. She also established one of England's first Augustinian priories, Holy Trinity, Aldgate, in London in 1108. She was also a patron of literature and would commission the monk Bendate's version of the Voyage of St. Brendan, finished sometime in the late 1110s. She also provided funds for a biography of her mother by Turgot, Prior of Durham, the same man who had helped her and her siblings escape Scotland, a genealogical account of the royal house of Wessex, and she possibly also helped patronise William of Malmesbury's Gesta Regum Angelorum, or Deeds of the Kings of England. No doubt her early education, learning reading and literature, continued on into her adult life. Between 1103 and 1107, Matilda would become part of the English investiture controversy. This was a conflict between Henry and the Church over who had the right to choose and invest bishops, other clergy, and who gained from this. Archbishop Anselm and Henry were at loggerheads on this issue, and Anselm wrote to Matilda in 1103, urging her to use her influence with her husband to make him back down. She did side with the Archbishop and made it obvious by signing a charter at Rochester as Queen Matilda, daughter of Archbishop Anselm. This understandably caused tension between Matilda and Henry, and she continued to write to Anselm even when he briefly left England for Rome. Eventually, her letters went more towards repairing the rift between the Archbishop and the King, and she repaired the damage with her husband as well. With her help, a solution was found in 1105, where it was agreed the Church would choose their bishops, but Henry would receive homage from those bishops for the lands held in his domains. Matilda would have also wielded power in her own right in Henry's absence on the occasions when she was regent. He frequently travelled to Normandy, and during these periods the chroniclers have nothing but good things to say about Matilda, and it appears the country remained stable under her capable running of it. Just like her mother, mother-in-law and daughter in later years, Matilda was a skilled mediator, and no doubt she presided over cases in which she was dispensing justice fairly and without prejudice to either side. During these periods, she would also travel, as Henry would, around his English domains, as well as travelling to Normandy at least once in 1106. Matilda's other main duty as queen would come in late 1108 as a negotiator for her daughter's future marriage. Heinrich V, King of Germany, later to also become the Holy Roman Emperor, sent envoys to England to ask for the hand of little Matilda, who at the time was only 6 years old to his 22 years. Age gaps were not unusual in a political marriage, and that notwithstanding, it was a very attractive offer for Henry of England and Queen Matilda. Heinrich was one of the most prestigious monarchs in Europe from an older royal house than the English kings, and it would give England a valuable ally for conflicts within Europe. For the German king, he needed money to fund his expedition to Rome to be crowned as Holy Roman Emperor, and Henry I had plenty of money to spare. Heinrich wrote separately to Queen Matilda, and this is the first recorded instance of an English queen taking an interest in the marriages of her children, although of course it may have happened unrecorded earlier than this date. The marriage wasn't hugely popular at the time, as Henry I decided to raise a tax on his subjects to pay for little Matilda's dowry. The younger girl was already a well-educated and cultured child who had been well schooled by her mother. The Queen would likely have taught her daughter and son reading and religious stories early in their childhood, and she seems to have also passed on a sense of religious duty and calm leadership, although young Matilda would also have a keen sense of her regal place, probably due to her father. At Lent in 1110, the Queen had to say goodbye to her young daughter as she set off for her journey into Germany to be married. She would be married only when she reached the canonical age of 12, although it would not have been consummated at that time. There is nothing recorded of how mother and daughter felt that day, but it's likely it was difficult to send her daughter off across the English Channel to mainland Europe. But both would also have been expected to be resolute about the event. Political marriages were important and bind nations together in an age when conflict could arise at any moment, and little Matilda's purpose was to be an important pawn in this game. As it turned out, it would sadly be the last time the English queen would ever see her daughter. In 1113, Matilda also witnessed the betrothal of her son William to Mahaut, daughter of Fulk V, Count of Anjou. Normandy and Anjou had a long-running conflict with one another that went back decades, and this marriage alliance allowed a peace between the two domains. It was also one of the few times Henry returned from Normandy to see Matilda, possibly because she had fallen unwell. Matilda's health grew poorer from this point on, but in her better periods, she appears to have spent her time visiting religious institutions and continuing with her hefty patronage of them. In 1114, her daughter Matilda officially married Heinrich of Germany at the age of 12, bringing the early medieval Roman Empire and England closer together. Young Matilda's beauty, lineage and dignity were praised, all being attributed as gifts from her mother. By Christmas 1117, Queen Matilda was once again severely ill. She spent the last few months of her life at Westminster, and at the age of 37, on the 1st of May 1118, Matilda died. We don't know the exact cause of her death, but it's likely to have been whatever sickness was ailing her, which we also don't know. Henry did not return to England from Normandy upon hearing of his wife's death, but his grief was apparently immense, shown through the many and lavish gifts he gave to churches in her honour and the 47,000 masses he apparently ordered in her name. She had wanted to be buried at Holy Trinity in Aldgate, the priory she had helped establish, but instead Henry ordered her body to be laid to rest in Westminster Abbey. Possibly he was thinking of the legacy of members of his royal family all being buried there together, as he did give the monks at Holy Trinity several gifts and grants in recompense. Having a royal person buried at an abbey was a tourist draw, after all. Her children would also have taken the news hard, but her daughter Matilda, away in Europe, would have to wait several weeks for a letter bearing the bad news. Robert of Torigny mentions a biography of Queen Matilda that is now lost, and if this indeed existed, it's likely her daughter commissioned it. Matilda would be hugely missed and spoken of in the immediate centuries after her death. For the next 2 centuries or so, good Queen Matilda would be remembered as a kind, pious, considerate consort, and her example was such that at one point a sainthood was discussed for her. However, after the 13th century, her story began to fade, and her name came up only in discussion of her lineage or piety, and her influence over her husband, her quiet determination in her decisions over having more children or siding with the church, her skill as mediator and regent, and her building projects were all but forgotten. But Matilda was a perfect example of an early medieval queen, not taking by force or conflict, but by negotiating and talking, by quietly winning over people with her deeds and care of those within her kingdom. It's little wonder this woman, a powerhouse underneath her demure appearance, was probably a great example to her daughter, a woman who would go on to become Empress Matilda and mother to the Plantagenet dynasty. Empress Matilda was a formidable figure, and a woman who had launched a 19-year civil war. But she was also supposed to be England's first crowned queen, and her civil war was the result of family rivalry for the throne, something that would be echoed in later centuries many times. Matilda was born on the 7th of February at the royal palace in the village of Sutton Courtenay. There are some sources that claim her mother had a miscarriage prior to Matilda's birth, But these are unreliable sources, and it's more likely that wasn't the case. Despite being female, Matilda was on course to becoming a woman who would act as a king throughout her eventful life. Her parents were Henry I of England and his wife Matilda of Scotland. Henry I was the youngest son of William the Conqueror and had managed to become King of England after the deaths of his 3 older brothers, holding his kingdom together through a mixture of cold fear, heavy taxation, and fair justice systems. Matilda of Scotland was descended from both the Saxon royal house of Wessex and Alfred the Great, as well as the Scottish royal family, and she was well liked, known for being both pious and intelligent in equal measure. Being son of Europe's most famously illegitimate leader made Henry's lineage difficult. Although his mother was related to the French royal family and herself descended from Alfred the Great like his wife. This meant his marriage to Matilda of Scotland was used to give legitimacy to both his reign and his future heirs to the throne. The marriage appealed to the English, who were less than happy about having a foreign ruler descended from a foreign invader. But Matilda of Scotland's ancestry brought the English royal family back into the history of Saxon royalty. Matilda gained power and wealth, something she was missing after the deaths of both her parents many years before, and Henry gained regal ancestry for his dynasty, as well as stability from the English people in regard to his future offspring. The only blip was the slight confusion about their marriage over whether Matilda of Scotland was actually a nun or not. She had been placed into Romsey Abbey at a young age with her sister, and their Aunt Christina, abbess of the nunnery, would cover their heads with nuns' veils to protect them from Norman soldiers. This, along with later incidents, led to the rumour that she was a nun. A council of bishops found that she never had been, and therefore she was free to marry Henry. But this would come back to affect their daughter Matilda in years to come, when those fighting against her would use this rumour to cast doubt on her legitimacy as Henry's daughter. But Matilda was not an only child, and while she was for a short while the only heir to England's throne, this would change. Just a year later, her mother gave birth to a son, William Adelin. Adelin was a Norman version of the Saxon word Aetheling, meaning a royal prince. This word had once simply meant someone eligible for the throne, but still needing to be voted in by the Witan. However, William the Conqueror had established the premise of a hereditary monarchy, although this wouldn't stop those related to one another from trying to take the crown. On top of this, Henry also managed to father a further 22 or 23 illegitimate children outside his marriage, although in the eyes of the church, these children could never gain the throne. As a male, William Adelin was now the heir to Henry's crown, and Matilda was merely a princess. His upbringing would reflect his later projected role to the royal dynasty, and William of Malmesbury tells us that he was educated and destined to the succession. It's likely that he would have learned Latin and French among other texts, but the bulk of his learning would have leaned more towards the practical than the academic. He would also have learned military skills and political skills, partly which he gained when he became Duke of Normandy while still a teenager, and these prepared him for a future as a king riding off to battle and needing to make alliances. However, becoming Duke of Normandy was mostly due to his father balking at the idea of paying homage to the French king Louis VI, as he was a king himself. To get around this, he made his son Duke of Normandy and sent him along to pay homage instead. But Henry was a shrewd political leader, and it's likely he would not have given Normandy to William unless he thought he was capable of controlling the duchy. Matilda, by contrast, would have been prepared for a very different future, one in which she would instead be a consort. However, in the early medieval period, this was still an important and heavily involved role. Royal women at the time were usually more academically educated than royal men, as their role would mainly be, aside from the obvious support and bearer of children for a future husband, as a mediator and possibly as an advisor if not directly holding power themselves. At this point in history, while it was usually men in charge, many women still often found themselves leading a kingdom, whether through being an only child or as regents. Matilda was very well educated, as her own mother was, and she would likely have learned languages such as her father's native Norman French, English, Latin, and other European languages, as well as early reading and writing. It was typical for young royal children at this time to receive early instruction from their mothers, but it's also possible, as we know little about Matilda's early years, that she was sent for education at an abbey as her mother had been, perhaps Wilton Abbey. Further to this, Matilda would have been taught practical skills such as sewing and embroidery, but also household management. While this may sound like little more than the work of a housewife, for a royal wife it was a monumental task. It prepared Matilda for a marriage in which she would be expected to organise feasts, parties, entertainments, servants and properties, alongside her many other duties such as patronage and acting as regent when needed. Religious morals would have been an absolute element of little Matilda's education. Matilda of Scotland was known for being deeply pious, and her daughter would have grown up seeing her mother take charge of building 2 leper hospitals, several churches, and London's first public bathhouse and toilets for the poorer people of the city, as well as once washing and kissing the feet of people suffering from leprosy invited into her chambers. This devotion of the church would remain with the young Matilda throughout her life, and in her later years, like many others of her time, she would herself enter a religious institution in her retirement. When her father Henry travelled to Normandy in 1108, he entrusted the spiritual care of herself and her brother William to Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury at that time. Anselm was a former abbot of Bec, and it's possible this explains Matilda's later devotion to the monks at Bec Abbey. We don't actually know what little Matilda looked like. While chroniclers of the time gave descriptions of many members of her family, including her mother and father, they are disappointingly vague about Matilda, saying only that she was very beautiful. However, it was convention of the time to say this about all noble and royal daughters, and so gives us little real clues about her. William of Malmesbury gives us only a glimpse of her through her character. She displayed her father's courage and her mother's piety. Holiness in her found its equal in energy, and it would be hard to say which was more admirable. But this was likely because at the time Malmesbury wrote about the English royal family, young Matilda had gone abroad for her first marriage, and she would remain in mainland Europe for many years, so few knew her well in her native homeland. From around 1108 across the English Channel, Heinrich V, King of the Germans, was seeking an official marriage with a young eligible princess, and Matilda was a great catch for the royal marriage market. Despite being only 6 years old compared to Heinrich's 22 years, she was well educated, had the blood of several royal dynasties in her veins, and most importantly, her father's rich estates in England and Normandy meant he could provide her future spouse with wealth. And Heinrich was definitely in need of wealth. In order to be crowned as Holy Roman Emperor, which the other German princes had voted him in as, Heinrich needed to march to Rome and settle the investiture controversy. This was a conflict between the Church and the royals of Europe over who should be allowed to choose and install bishops, and who should gain from this. Henry would have had some sympathy for the younger ruler, as he himself had dealt with this thorny issue only a few years before in his own country. The clergy hadn't outright excommunicated Henry, although it had been threatened, as they needed him on side while Heinrich IV struggled. Having said this, Heinrich V was in a good position. His father had fallen out with the clergy to such an extent that his deceased body was still awaiting burial after he was excommunicated, but young Heinrich had been careful to befriend the church instead. He had been voted by the other royalty and nobility within the Kingdom of Germany to not only be king of the Germans but also king of the Romans, as his lands stretched over what had once been the Western Roman Empire. However, tradition still dictated that if he wished to be crowned by the Pope and be given the title of Emperor, Heinrich had to do so at the head of an impressive retinue, or an army, depending on the circumstances. The match was agreed upon, and the dowry for taking Matilda's hand in marriage was 10,000 silver marks, which would equate to around over £116 million in today's money. Not only did Heinrich gain his much-needed funds for his expedition, but he also gained a young wife, who could one day provide him with heirs with a royal heritage to match his own. Henry I enmeshed his fledgling dynasty into an older royal lineage of Europe and secured a valuable ally against conflicts in Europe. Young Matilda would now become the German Queen, as well as the Holy Roman Empress once her new husband-to-be secured his crown in Rome. There is nothing written on how little Matilda or any of her family felt about sending her away to be married at such a young age. But while it's likely to have been an emotional occasion, it was also expected. Early medieval alliances could be made through conflicts, but it was more likely for them to be reached by the pairing of children in marriage, in the hopes that their children would keep control over their lands. In practice, it rarely went this smoothly, but Matilda was still expected to be an important pawn in this international game of politics. She was engaged by proxy at Westminster on the 13th of June 1109, but her actual marriage would not happen until she reached the canonical age of 12. Even then, it was highly unlikely the marriage would be consummated until a few years after this point. On the 17th of October of that year, Matilda made her first official appearance at court by witnessing one of her father's charters, signing it Matilda, betrothed wife of the King of the Romans. At Easter 1110, young Matilda set out for Utrecht at just 8 years old. It would be the last time she was on English soil again for 15 years, travelling with a retinue of clergy and nobles, and the last time she would have seen both her mother and her brother William. She landed in Boulogne and would have travelled by carriage, albeit one that would have been uncomfortable and bumpy with its rigid wooden construction and wheels, only slightly improved by seating cushions within. Matilda went across Flanders and up to Lower Lorraine, the western edge of her new husband's lands, and was received in Liège in great pomp and ceremony, where she met for the first time the man she was to marry. Despite knowing her place in events and that this was the duty she had been brought up for since birth, Matilda no doubt was still nervous about her new husband and her new home, as his lands would now effectively be. But she was warmly received, as much probably for her dowry as for the fact she was so young. While in Liège, Matilda did her first act in her capacity as queen, even before she was crowned. She was asked to plead on behalf of the disgraced nobleman Godfrey, a symbolic act that emphasised her future role as a mediator. Her actions helped ensure he was restored to his former lands and titles, returning his family to good fortunes. Ironically, Godfrey's daughter, who was around her age, Adeliza of Louvain, would later become Matilda's stepmother. Heinrich and Matilda set off together on imperial progress and soon arrived in Utrecht, where they were formally betrothed once again in person, and Heinrich took the opportunity to lavish his new bride-to-be lands and titles befitting her status. Riding through German lands, Cologne, Speyer and Worms, the couple arrived at Mainz Cathedral to celebrate Matilda's coronation as queen. While she was too young to be married, the medieval church viewed a betrothal as legally binding, and she could be crowned in lieu of her future vows. On the 21st of July 1110, Matilda was carried into the cathedral in the arms of Bruno, Archbishop of Trier, and crowned as Queen of the Germans by the Archbishop of Cologne, using a large and heavy crown that he would have had to leave on Matilda's head for only a few minutes at most to avoid injury. Everything about the ceremony was designed to impose and leave the audience of the coronation awestruck, including the young princess. The Mainz Cathedral was a mere 100 years old, and its sandstone walls were covered in dazzling white inside and out, with only the red and yellow painted cornices left outside. A grand octagonal dome and tower rose from it that had been built by her late father-in-law, Heinrich IV. There's no doubt the coronation would have left Matilda with a sense of responsibility for her new place as a queen, and as a future empress. But after Matilda's coronation, she was now placed under the care of the Archbishop Bruno, and travelled to Trier to complete her education. Matilda would have spent time learning the languages and customs of her new home. Trier was the oldest Roman city in the German kingdom, and it was a cosmopolitan city made up of Germanic and Frankish influences, making it somewhat more familiar for the English princess brought up by a Norman father. Heinrich instead turned his attentions to Rome, spending lavish amounts of the riches his young queen had brought with her dowry. Orderic Vitalis suggested around 30,000 troops were used to form Heinrich's entourage, an imposing show of power as he rode over the Alps towards the Italian provinces. He headed straight for Pope Paschal II, taking him captive, and according to William of Malmesbury, kept him and some of his fellow bishops in confinement for 3 weeks. This kidnapping worked as the Pope agreed to grant the German king the right to choose bishops, and Heinrich promised to return all the possessions and positions he had removed from the church. On the 13th of April 1111, he was finally coronated with the imperial crown. Heinrich was now Holy Roman Emperor, but it would be little more than a year later when the Pope and his bishops withdrew many of their promises, stating that those oaths obtained under the duress of being captive made them invalid, which seems fair enough really. This left Matilda uncrowned as empress, at least for now, but she was still Queen of Germany. Just a few days before her 12th birthday on the 7th of January 1114, in the magnificence of Worms Cathedral, she was wedded to Heinrich in a grand ceremony, attended by a huge number of noble onlookers and clergy. For his part, Heinrich gave away rich gifts for the entertainment of the wedding to the minstrels and musicians. An anonymous chronicler who was present stated that Matilda was distinguished, beautiful, and helped to bring glory and honour to both the Roman Empire and the English realm. Her behaviour and the manner with which she carried herself at her young age obviously impressed the onlookers. It was a display of the regal certainty Matilda had been brought up with, most likely impressed upon her by her father. This was also the beginning of Matilda's public life. She was now educated in the ways of the imperial empire, and she would be expected to therefore understand how to help rule the lands of her husband if he was not present in person. Even at her young age, now 12, Matilda would have been expected to wield his power through her person as regent if needed, although of course she would have had a council chosen by her husband to help her. Her own mother, Edith Matilda, had provided a strong example of this when she watched over England during Henry's long visits to Normandy, as well as her maternal grandmother Matilda of Flanders in Normandy in the absence of William the Conqueror. Matilda could also influence her husband in a manner considered fitting for queens, by being the feminine mediator in his ear, allowing Heinrich to show mercy to those she pleaded for without appearing weak himself, such as with Count Godfrey. Matilda was loved by the nobles of her husband's court, and she had an equally good reputation amongst the ordinary German people. She was apparently viewed by the poor as a pious mother figure, and she was known for often being by Heinrich's side and her genial manner towards her royal duties. She fulfilled her queenly duties so well that her German subjects admiringly called her the Good Matilda or the Good Maud, another version of the name Matilda. This was a very different version of her to the way she would later be portrayed in England. Matilda would also be with Heinrich when in 1116 he moved swiftly to fill the void left by Matilda of Tuscany when she died. A powerful noblewoman who had held vast estates in northern Italy, she had been on very friendly terms with the church. Heinrich's own father had repeatedly come into conflict with the Contessa, and it had pushed her further into the Pope's waiting embrace, and it seemed she would leave her lands to the church. She was a legend amongst her own people for leading an army against Heinrich IV with herself at the head, brandishing her father's sword. His son wisely decided not to make the same mistake. Instead, he came to terms with the Countess and made peace with her by visiting her at Bianello, a castle to the northeast of her stronghold at Canossa. He made her his lieutenant in Liguria, flattering her ego by stating that there was no princess equal to her, and that he could only trust such a position to Matilda of Tuscany. The move worked, and a warm working relationship struck up between them both. And when Matilda was dying in 1115, she named Heinrich as her heir. The Pope had actually previously been promised her lands, and Heinrich knew he wouldn't be happy about it. Rather than waiting for the Pope to make a move, the German king took the opportunity to take the lands promised to him to increase his imperial control over Italy. In February, Heinrich set off across the Alps once more at the head of his army, this time with Matilda at his side. They completed a 300-mile journey as they pushed over the snow-capped mountains towards Italy, passing through Venice and Padua before arriving at the hill fortress of Contessa Matilda's castle at Canossa. While the Countess had been a strong and capable leader, her rule had also been harsh and tightly controlled. Recognizing this, when Heinrich rode through the gates, he promised those who had been her vassals generous compromises. Both he and his young wife were welcomed warmly as a result. Matilda herself was commended as a fitting replacement for the previous Matilda. Now they had only to look to Rome. But Pope Pascal, unwilling to be met once again by Heinrich and his army, had already fled with his papal curia 80 miles away to the Abbey of Monte Cassino. The royal party remained within the north of Italy for a further year until Heinrich felt certain of his hold over his new lands. He and Matilda once again set off, this time to take the city of Rome. And in 1117 they succeeded in taking the city, but it was something of a damp squid, despite the ceremonial march through the streets. With no pope to crown his wife and no cardinal even wanting to take part, Heinrich took matters into his own hands and installed an anti-pope. Just before Easter of that year, passing over the River Tiber in boats in order to reach St. Peter's Basilica, as the way across the bridge was blocked by supporters of Pope Pascal, a royal procession made its way inside the Grand Church. Matilda was crowned, but there were holes to be picked in the ceremony. The crown she now wore had not been placed on her head by the elected Pope. In fact, Boulogne had been excommunicated for his actions, and she therefore was not anointed empress. This was a symbolic crown wearing, not a coronation. However, the ceremony was within the Pope's church in the city that was the centre of Christianity for medieval Western Europe, and Matilda wore the imperial crown by the side of the anointed Holy Roman Emperor, her husband. This ceremony made such an impression that for the rest of her life, Matilda would now carry the title Matilda Imperatrix, or Empress Matilda. There is no doubt that Matilda was not idly standing by and weaving with her ladies-in-waiting while all this had happened through her husband's capable actions. She had witnessed firsthand how careful planning could lead to increased lands and power, and how a crown you were entitled to could be taken instead of given. She had witnessed the visceral game of politics that ensnared medieval Europe, dealing with their spiritual souls as well as their bodies. Most importantly, Matilda no doubt had a renewed sense of her own regality, as well as learning how ruthless a ruler needed to be. A crown had been placed on her head as a symbol of sharing in her husband's divine power, and her chance to wield that power for herself came in 1118, when Heinrich had to return to the north to deal with a rebellion of the imperial princes in Germany. She became Heinrich's regent in Italy, still only 16 years old, under the protection of Heinrich's army and advisors. The task Matilda now had was still to be the merciful, dutiful consort, but by embodying the power and rule of her husband, the emperor. There are few accounts of how she took on this task, but there are some examples of how she presided over courts, with the support of Filippo, Bishop of Ravenna, who was the imperial chancellor, and her chaplains, Altman and Burchard. On the 11th of September 1117 at Rocca Capinetto, she found in favour of the provost of the church at Reggio Emilia. Another account shows on the 14th of November 1118 how she sat over a court at Castrocaro in the fertile valleys and hills of Romagna, when a bishop and the convent of Santa Maria from the neighbouring towns of Forli and Faenza had conflicting claims over a local church. The youthful queen declared in favour of the convent, adding an imperial prohibition on anyone who dared to challenge her ruling. It would seem she was not afraid to remind her subjects that while she was the good Matilda, she was also capable of being a commanding and effective ruler in her husband's stead. On the 1st of May 1118, her mother Edith Matilda passed away without her children by her side, her son William Adelin away in Normandy, her daughter Matilda ruling in Italy. It would have taken several weeks for the sad news to reach from England by messenger, and it's difficult to imagine how hard the news must have been. She hadn't seen her mother now for 8 years, half of her life. While it must have been devastating news as any parent's death would be, it might have also felt very detached. Matilda also had to bear this grief alone, as she wouldn't return to her husband's side until the autumn of 1119. And sadly, this wasn't the only news of death that Matilda would receive, and the second death was to dramatically alter the course of her life in November 1120. William and his father were returning from Normandy on the 25th of November, and while his father went ahead, William Adelin and his many young companions decided to go later on another ship, known as the White Ship. The White Ship, La Blanche, was the swiftest and best-made ship in the royal fleet at that time. As the prince and heir to the throne, William was a magnet for the other young nobles of the court, including many of his half-siblings, and they stayed with him. The young nobles took to early medieval partying, drinking plenty of wine over the next few hours until the evening, steadily getting more drunk until they at last set sail across the channel. It was a really bad decision. It was dark and likely cold and rough on the English Channel, as it was the middle of winter. The revellers on board, filled with Dutch courage and youthful confidence, urged the captain to speed up the ship to pass the king's own vessel. He did their bidding only for the ship to steer onto a rock, capsizing when the crew failed to push themselves off with oars. The only survivor of the wreck, a butcher from Rome, told how William Adelin might have survived, as he had actually managed to get himself to a boat. But upon hearing the cries of Matilda Fitzroy, Countess of Perth, one of his illegitimate half-siblings, he turned back to save her. Many others jumped into his boat, overfilling it. Everyone within the small boat sank into the channel and drowned. This was a devastating disaster, similar in scale and emotion to the sinking of the Titanic. Many young nobles of the Norman court were lost to the sea, and most of all, the loss of William meant England was now without its future king. William Adelin's death was deeply felt by his father Henry. Not only had he lost his only legitimate son, as well as many of his illegitimate children, but also his heir and the stability of his dynastic line. When the news reached Matilda, it must have been another regretful but strangely distant piece of unfortunate news. When she had last seen her brother, he had been 6 or 7 years old, but she must have still grieved for him. If nothing else, Matilda will have realised the monumental effect this would now have on her family, and no one could have known what Henry would now do about the succession. Within a matter of weeks, Henry had remarried, his mind already on the matter of creating another male heir. He was, after all, now 52 years old, an age at the time which was considered closer to death than fatherhood. Godfrey I, Count of Louvain, the man whom Henry's own daughter had pleaded for so many years before, approached the king and offered in marriage the hand of his eldest daughter, Adeliza of Louvain. Adeliza was around 18 years old when she married Henry in 1121. Chroniclers described her as very beautiful, but most importantly, she was descended through her mother from Charlemagne, to allow Henry to continue the pattern of increasing lineage for his children. There is little information on the relationship she had with Matilda, but it's likely they got on well with each other. They were a similar age, they were both somewhat foreign to the Norman court, and possibly they had met before when Matilda helped spare Godfrey's life. The way in which both women would treat one another in later years suggests they had a warm relationship together, although it was more likely leaning towards friendship than that of mother and daughter. The aging King Henry kept his young wife up close, travelling extensively with her, probably to increase the chances of conception. Despite having many children with other women over the course of his reign, Henry needed a male heir who was legitimate. However, for all his previous children, and the fact that Adeliza would go on to have 7 children with her second husband, no royal heir was ever conceived, most likely down to Henry's age. Yet again, in 1125, a tragic event would change the course of Matilda's life and take her in a different direction. On the 23rd of May, at 38 years old, her husband Heinrich died from cancer at Utrecht, leaving her, as she had not given birth to his heir, no longer a German queen. Although her marriage had been a personal success, it was a failure in terms of dynastic ambition, as Heinrich and Matilda had no children. There had been rumours early in their marriage of a miscarriage, but we have no record of this except for one source, and certainly there were no other children. Heinrich had placed the imperial regalia into Matilda's hands to keep safe until his successor took them, trusting her above all others with this task. The loss must have been devastating. Since she had left England as an 8-year-old child, Heinrich had been the central pillar to her future. It was obvious the emperor had cared deeply for Matilda. He had trusted her to the point where she had ruled in his absence on his behalf. They had travelled together on his expeditions to quell or grow his empire, and although we can only speculate on their relationship from the few sources we have, it would seem Matilda was a much-loved companion of Heinrich, by whose rule she had gained valuable experience in the politics, powers and dangers of commanding an empire. This was experience that she would no doubt later draw on during the next chapter of her life. Matilda had no further part to play in Western Europe's greatest imperial empire, and when her father Henry heard she was now a 22-year-old widow, he recalled her to England. The German people were reportedly sad to see her go, and many of the German princes requested her father to let her remain in German lands, probably with the view to one of them marrying her. Matilda was now a widow, but due to her status, still youthful age and father, she was still a glittering prize for marriage. But it would seem Henry, having still not had any children with Eliza yet, had finally recognised Matilda was likely to be his only legitimate heir, and so he stated that she must now dwell among her own people. She had spent more than 2/3 of her life at the side of her German husband, but now she returned to England and her father, a foreigner in the land she had been born in. She probably would have spoken Norman French with a German accent, and her courtly manners would be German. Matilda was now very different from the small French-speaking girl who had left so long ago. But she was likely also confident and self-assured, certain of her own mind and in her own political and regal skills. She continued to style herself Empress Matilda. The Empress also brought wealth home with her in the form of 2 jewelled crowns of solid gold. One of them was so heavy that it could only be worn when supported by 2 silver rods, and the other was covered in exquisitely crafted gold flowers. She also brought a relic in the form of the mummified hand of the Apostle St. James, on whose feast day she had been crowned at Mainz Cathedral. Sadly, there is little sympathy to be found from the Anglo-Norman chroniclers, who described the newly returned Matilda as haughty and somewhat full of herself. There's no mention of what it must have been like to be a stranger in a now unfamiliar land, a widow to a man who, by all accounts, had loved his wife and treated her well, whom she had spent most of her life with. It's also strange that there seems to be no consideration that this was a woman who had every right to appear regal and perhaps full of grandiose manners, as Matilda had held an imperial title after being crowned in the Pope's own church and had been the consort of the most powerful monarch in Western Europe. Certainly no one ever accused her father of having haughty manners, no matter what he did to remind others of his status. It must have also been a culture shock coming back to the Anglo-Norman court to an uncertain future. Henry wasn't getting any younger and he wanted to secure his royal lineage. And so, for the first time in English history, he took an unprecedented step. He named Matilda as his heir to the throne of England. It wasn't unheard of in Anglo-Norman England for women to have some form of power, but only through their husbands or sons or brothers holding it for them until they were of age or returned from war. The English Church had nothing to say on the subject of a woman becoming monarch in her own right, only that a monarch must be legitimate. Of course, nothing was actually mentioned about a woman becoming a female king, as they would have understood it, because the idea simply hadn't occurred in a patriarchal society that had very set roles to men and women, even noble ones. The word queen, developed from the Anglo-Saxon quen, simply meant a woman who was consort to a king, not as someone who held power in her own right. Matilda of Flanders had come the closest to holding power in the modern understanding of a queen, as she had been given almost equal power alongside William in order to help him while he was away from England, and to legitimise his own claim through her bloodline. In theory, there was nothing to prevent Matilda from actually becoming queen regnant. There are some arguments amongst a few historians about whether Henry actually meant Matilda to become queen in her own right, or if he imagined he would remain alive long enough to pass the crown on to a grandson mothered by Matilda, and naming her as his heir assured this connection. However, it seems unlikely this was the case. At that moment, Matilda was unmarried and had no children, and Henry was certainly old enough at the time to be worried about possible imminent death. It's almost certain he did indeed mean for his daughter to be queen. And on top of this, despite legitimacy being the hot topic of the day, if Henry was considering making his daughter the first ever English queen in her own right, then why not one of his many illegitimate children? It is interesting that one of Henry's illegitimate sons and later Matilda's greatest supporter, Robert, Earl of Gloucester, did not really seem to consider claiming the throne for himself. Robert was a popular noble, well skilled and experienced on the battlefield, but his illegitimacy held him back from the crown. Nevertheless, he was still a child of the king, so likely would have had a stronger claim to the throne as the energetic son of the king than Stephen I, who was merely Henry's nephew. But none of the Anglo-Norman nobles protested when the king required that they swear fealty before both Matilda and himself to support her claim to the throne, should he die before he had another son, which looked more likely with every passing year. Even though he had been married to Adeliza 6 years earlier and kept her close to his side, there was still no sign of any pregnancy. All of Henry's court were happy to agree to supporting Matilda's claim in January 1127, and in fact there was a fight over who should be first to take the oath. That honour went to David, King of the Scots, the younger brother of Henry's first queen, Edith Matilda, and therefore Matilda's maternal uncle. Next to take the oath was Robert of Gloucester, and finally the king's favourite nephew, Stephen of Boulogne. Stephen, remarkably, had also been due to travel on La Blanche, the White Ship, several years before, but hadn't gone on board as he had felt ill at the time. Robert and Stephen both reportedly fought for who would be second to swear, according to William of Malmesbury, and Stephen emerged victorious. This would suggest that, at least at the time of the oath being sworn, no one was worried about the possibility of Matilda being a female ruler, and also that Stephen specifically did not question it, at least publicly or on record. What was most important was that she was legitimate, she was the king's daughter, and also that she was still young enough to remarry and have more heirs of her own. It may have been that the courtiers, like Henry, were looking forwards in time to Matilda's future sons who would then wear the English crown. However, despite whatever qualities Matilda possessed, she was unable to carry out the two main duties of a medieval king. The first was to lead as a soldier at the head of an army. There were examples, such as Matilda of Tuscany leading an army against her enemies, but they were not the norm. They were exceptions who, through wealth and power, inherited or given, were able to break past the barriers placed upon their sex, only in the context of fighting on behalf of or for a male person. Women were generally not trained to lead an army into battle with an unsheathed sword. The other duty was in a king's role as judge. Being able to pass judgment and settle disagreements was an important political aspect of being a ruler. Matilda, of course, had experience of this when ruling in her husband's stead at Castrocaro, but this had been through the proxy wielding of Heinrich's power, not her own. In Matilda's own capacity, she was meant to be a merciful voice, a mediator, to temper her husband's wrath as an advisor, nothing more. There was no official position held by women in the public sphere to fill the role of a king. The idea of what made a king was intrinsically male. The very language used to describe royalty was a testament to this, such as queen originally meaning only a consort of the king. The bearer of the title held no inherent power of their own, only their husband's. However, it is interesting that contemporaries at the time described Matilda with masculine qualities, although whether this was before they knew she might be queen or after, makes it unclear whether these descriptions were reactionary or not. William of Malmesbury, who it has to be said was also patronised by Matilda, described her as a virago, a female warrior. Henry of Huntingdon described her as a young woman of clear understanding and masculine firmness. The anonymous author of the Gesta Stephani, who clearly didn't like Matilda for obvious reasons, stated she was always superior to feminine softness, which was definitely meant as an insult. Other authors compared her piety to her mother, but her other qualities to her father. In other words, Matilda was Henry's daughter, and she wasn't afraid to show it. And on top of this, Matilda had already proven herself a capable ruler as empress when she ruled alone as regent through her late husband's power. She had shown she was capable of being just, firm, and still liked by the people she ruled. Henry wasted no time in arranging his daughter's second marriage, this time to Geoffroy Plantagenet, or Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou, named for his heraldic badge of the yellow flower of common broom, known in Latin as Planta genista. He was the son of Fulk V of Anjou, an Ermengarde of Maine, and from an ambitious family. His father Fulk was a warrior who had spent time in the Crusades, and would eventually give up his lands in France to his eldest son as he travelled to Jerusalem as a widower to marry Melisande of Jerusalem and become king there. Interestingly, Melisande was another woman who became her father's sole heir, although he allowed Fulk to become a joint ruler by her side. Henry and Fulk, although they had originally butted heads, had already tried once to reconcile their territories. While William of Adelin had been alive, he was married to Fulk's eldest daughter, Matilda of Anjou, who had become a nun after the prince's death. Yes, another Matilda. So here was another chance to unite England with Anjou and Maine, and Geoffroy himself wasn't a bad catch. He was said to be athletic and intelligent, and the marriage would return Anjou and Maine to Norman hands. Geoffroy was also nicknamed Le Bel or the Fair for his good looks. However, Matilda was less than thrilled about the match. The first problem was that he was only 13 or so when the engagement was arranged, whereas Matilda was now nearly 25. Quite understandably, as a grown woman, she didn't want a teenage husband. The second problem, and probably the more pressing one, was that he was merely the son of a count, although after his father left for Jerusalem, he would become son of a king, and having been Empress of the Romans, Matilda protested that his rank was far beneath her. She was so distressed that she wrote to Hildebert, Bishop of Tours, someone her mother had also often written to, and asked his advice on the matter. He was sympathetic to Matilda, but also advised her to follow her father's wishes. Matilda still tried to hold off on her marriage for over a year, but in the end, she had no choice but to submit to her father's arrangement. But Henry also kept the marriage treaty a secret from his barons, as it went against a promise he had made to not marry his daughter to someone outside England without their consent. None of them had even advised on it, they later stated. There was also no love lost between the Normans and the Angevins of Geoffroy's family, and Henry knew his courtiers would never agree to the match, even though it would unite them. Geoffroy arrived in Rouen 1 week before his wedding to Matilda in June 1128, to be knighted by Henry himself. Matilda had been sent on ahead, escorted by her half-sibling Robert Earl of Gloucester and Brian Fitzcount, to pledge to the marriage officially. Geoffroy impressed all present with his slim, athletic figure and fiery red hair, his tall stature, and his sharp intelligence. He was dressed in magnificent armour with golden spurs and a gem-covered helmet. 3 golden lions reared on his shield, a possible prototype of the 3 lions of England's coat of royal arms. The ceremony was played out alongside a week of feasting and festivities. It's unlikely that Matilda was very impressed with him, though. She herself was politically astute, had real knowledge of gaining and holding power, and had been coronated in a somewhat loose manner in the Pope's own church with the imperial crown. She had at least been crowned as a queen. For what it was worth, her young husband-to-be apparently also regarded her with equal antipathy. As a dowry, the young count was offered several castles along Normandy's borders, although it was never made explicitly clear what his place would be if Matilda became queen. Regardless of her true feelings, the unwilling bride was married to her new husband at the magnificent Le Mans Cathedral on the 17th of June, followed by a magnificent feast and their wedding celebrations lasting around 3 weeks. The couple then arrived in Angers, crowds cheering and bells ringing in celebration of the new Countess of Anjou, Matilda's new official title. However, Matilda had other ideas. She disliked her title of Countess, preferring instead her much more regal title of Empress and daughter of the King of the English. Despite the jubilant celebrations, Matilda's dislike of her new husband meant that the marriage went off with a bad start. This was made worse by Henry's silence on what his plans were for his new son-in-law, holding back on handing over the lands in Normandy that had been promised as Matilda's dowry. It would seem Henry was not ready to relinquish his complete control of Normandy just yet, especially as this would help keep the Anglo-Norman court on his side. Many of his nobles had lands on both sides of the Channel, and wouldn't want their lands in Normandy ruled by a young foreign count about whom they knew very little. Unfortunately, the couple's personal dislike for one another came to a head at the end of 1129, and Matilda left Anjou to live apart from her husband in her father's city of Rouen. Geoffroy threatened to break the whole marriage apart and disappear on pilgrimage to Spain. Of course, Henry could not let the marriage crumble before it had fulfilled its purpose for him personally, to provide him with a male grandson as future heir. He intervened to repair the coupling, sending word to Geoffroy through Hildebert of Lavardin in 1131, who reminded the young man of his duties in looking after and ruling his lands. In response, Geoffroy agreed to remain in Anjou and stated he wished to be reconciled to his wife. Despite being young himself, he was possibly worried about his lands going to his new half-brothers who had just been born in Jerusalem if he had no heir of his own. On the 8th of September, Henry met with his barons who agreed to help the marriage succeed, seeing that politically it was a useful match. The day after, this was also used as another opportunity for the Anglo-Norman nobles to renew their oath of allegiance to Matilda, although not to her husband. There was no doubt Henry was stating to his court, "Matilda is my heir and her children are my future dynasty." And if not emotionally, then politically the reconciliation worked. The couple returned to France together, and Matilda spent time in Rouen to learn how the systems of administration worked there. Geoffroy even seems to have been completely at ease with acknowledging his wife's higher rank, signing letters and charters as the husband of Matilda, daughter of the King of the English and former wife to Henry, Roman Emperor, and he set about competently ruling his lands and settling them down. However, the couple's tempers would still cause them arguments over the years, and much like her father, Matilda's new husband would go on to have several illegitimate children outside their marriage. On the 5th of March 1133, Matilda at last gave birth to her first child, a healthy boy. He was named for his grandfather Henry and inherited his stocky physique alongside his father's famous red gold hair. This was the future Henry II of England. Henry I, meanwhile, was delighted with his new grandchild and came personally to Rouen to visit both his daughter and his grandson. Little more than a year later, her second son, Geoffrey, was born in 1134. But this was a difficult birth for the 32-year-old Matilda, and she became ill and very close to losing her life. She made arrangements for her will, but argued with her father over where she should be buried. Matilda preferred her beloved Bec Abbey, but Henry wanted his daughter to be regally buried in the great Rouen Cathedral. His reasoning was that a woman who had once been empress should be buried somewhere far grander, but in reality, it still came down to a man wanting to enforce his decision over a woman's, and especially when she was in no position to argue about it. Apparently in the end, he did give way to Matilda's request, but thankfully she recovered and went on to have a third son, William, in 1136. Geoffroy had now done his part, providing Henry's daughter and heir with future heirs in the form of his 3 sons. But he had received very little in return from his father-in-law. 4 years later, he and Matilda still did not have possession of the castles along the border between Normandy and Anjou, and there had been no mention of whether he would receive a crown alongside his wife, as his father had done in Jerusalem. Henry was still unwilling to let go of his control over his domains in Normandy, but this was a risky move. If Geoffroy had ever been forced to fight for Matilda's claim to Normandy, which would eventually happen, this would have been a strategic failure, as they would have little to no control over the territories. This was alongside it being something of a snub, as it was promised to Matilda before her marriage, and she found herself caught in a conflict between her father and husband. This time she sided with her once disliked husband, perhaps thinking of her sons and the claim on their inheritance if her father changed his mind about the succession. Perhaps Geoffroy and Matilda had finally come to care for one another. Whatever the case, events finally came to a head in 1135. Henry travelled to near Lyon-la-Forêt for a hunting trip at his lodge, and on the 25th of November, he fell ill after eating some lampreys. These were a delicacy in the early medieval period, a type of eel, but some could be poisonous, and if not prepared correctly, could make someone very ill. It was the belief of contemporaries at the time that the cook had not prepared the fish properly, causing the king to have food poisoning, and that this gave him a chill which his aging body could not fight off, gaining a fever and sweating as the night wore on. Honestly, even in the modern period, this sounds plausible. The king grew more seriously ill and passed away on the 1st of December 1135, surrounded by the nobles of his court, but not his estranged daughter. This was something that would later cast doubt on Matilda's claim to the throne due to their strained relationship. However, despite the tension that had arisen between them, Henry spent his final hours insisting on his daughter's right to the crown, according once again to William of Malmesbury. The author of the Gesta Stephani went the other way, of course, saying Henry apparently lamented his decision to make his barons take an oath of loyalty to Matilda. It's highly likely the actual truth was somewhere in the middle. Henry had made his courtiers swear not once but twice, so he was serious about his decision to make Matilda his heir. However, it's also possible on his deathbed, lamenting on his estranged relationship with Matilda, that he had considered another briefly until his grandchildren were grown. The speed with which Henry passed meant it was not possible to send a message in time to bring Matilda by his side, and his body was moved the next morning to Caen. His body was prepared as his barons and bishops waited for weeks for favourable winds to allow them to cross the channel. In that time, they discussed the succession, suggesting that perhaps Henry's nephew, Stephen, the Count of Blois, might be better than a daughter who the king hadn't spoken to for some time. But while it would be easy at this point to dismiss their nervousness as Matilda was female, it was actually more likely they disliked her husband. Geoffroy was still a distrusted foreign outsider, and his father-in-law had never explicitly said what his role was to be in relation to the throne. Was he intended to be a king ruling through the right of his queen like his father, or was he merely intended to be a king consort? And what would that even look like to a system that had no precedent for such a thing? The chroniclers who described the events that came after barely mentioned Matilda. Her cause was harmed by her lack of physical presence at her father's death, Matilda not being at Henry's bedside to show she was a dutiful daughter meant she also wasn't there to smooth over any uncertainties about her possible role as queen. Geoffroy was also ill at the time, so she wasn't able to ask him to raise an army for her to secure England, and on top of this, she had no bases in England from which to pitch an army anyway. However, this is not to say that Matilda sat on the sidelines waiting to be called forward as soon as the fateful news of her father's death reached her. Matilda wasted no time in riding north to seize the 3 castles on the border of Normandy that had been promised as her dowry, Domfront and Aime at Argenton and Alessand and Sey. She was so successful that she never lost these estates, and it was from these fortresses that her campaign to claim Normandy and England would be launched. But for now, this was as far as she could go. Geoffroy was now detained by rebellion in Anjou, while Matilda was unable to leave Normandy due to her pregnancy, which had begun only a few weeks earlier. Also, he didn't help his wife with his troops, as the population of Normandy quickly got sick of them pillaging the land, setting fires, and destroying crops in their efforts. This meant that only one baron ever declared for Matilda, and when others heard Stephen had took the English throne, they declared for him instead and went across the channel. William of Malmesbury states that she could not travel for certain reasons. The most likely cause of these certain reasons were that Matilda was pregnant with her 3rd son. Being pregnant in the early Middle Ages was dangerous enough without adding overseas travel. Despite Henry's best efforts to secure his crown for his own line of succession through his daughter, there was nothing established for the situation Matilda now found herself in. It seems as though Henry had assumed a lot on the loyalty of his courtiers. Norman kings took the English throne by force, something that had been repeated by her own father. The legitimacy was rooted in their retaining the crown by force and being in the right place at the right time. neither of which was true for Matilda. Oaths had been sworn, and so in theory, Matilda should not have had to fight for the inheritance set out by her father, and had she been male, it's likely it wouldn't have been a problem. In reality, she faced many hurdles. Being female meant she was hampered by not being able to lead an army in her own name or use force to retain a throne the way being a man could. Her husband was a deeply distrusted foreigner to the Anglo-Norman court, and most importantly, Matilda was not present in England where she should have been to add weight to her claim. And while Matilda was stuck at her lands in Normandy and the barons discussed the succession of their own choosing, her cousin Stephen took the opportunity handed to him to take the throne without waiting. He left his pregnant wife Matilda in Boulogne and sped across the English Channel, clearly not even blinking at the fact he had sworn an oath to his cousin. Earl Robert's soldiers had prevented him from landing at Dover, but Stephen found somewhere else to land in Kent. He also knew exactly what he had to do to be a successful claimant. He had to hold London for the crown and Winchester for the treasury, and he needed to be anointed and crowned, if possible, by the Archbishop of Canterbury. He wasted no time in ensuring all three events happened, something made easier by the backing of the English Church through his brother Henry, who was, luckily for him, Bishop of Winchester. But Stephen's claim to the throne was weak in theory, even within his own family. He wasn't the eldest brother and therefore hadn't inherited his father's lands and title, and his royal blood came from his mother, Adela, the late King Henry's sister. There were others with a stronger claim, such as Matilda's own great supporter, her half-brother Robert of Gloucester. He was illegitimate, but he was also the king's son, not merely a nephew. He was an experienced soldier, was well liked by the court, and had large landholdings in England already. However, it appears although a few suggested this early on, Robert decided against it, although he would take longer to decide who he should claim for. Later in William of Malmesbury's The Historia novella, Robert would be shown to first declare for Stephen only out of fear of losing his lands in England, and knowing that the act of not declaring would not harm Matilda, but would harm his own family. Stephen's other problem was that he had fought to be among the first to swear allegiance to Matilda in 1127. This now left him amongst those who could be accused of perjury for going back on his own word. But just as the king's main duties of might and commanding forces held Matilda back, they were tools that Stephen now put to good use. He had campaigned successfully in Normandy, in Flanders, and was well known as a favoured and charming nephew of the king. So within the Anglo-Norman court, by contrast, Matilda was a relative stranger. It is possible that Stephen may even have been considered in plans for the succession since the drowning of William Adelin before Matilda's return, even if not publicly spoken of. Especially as at the time it would have been assumed that Matilda would remain in Germany as an imperial queen consort. Stephen's own prestige and wealth were increased by Henry I when the king arranged an advantageous marriage for his nephew to Matilda of Boulogne in 1125. This was important in his race back across the Channel to be crowned, as control of Boulogne's ports allowed him to offer lucrative trading routes when he landed in England. However, for all of this, if the king had ever really considered him for the throne, it wasn't publicly announced. There was also the fact that no one else who had been at the king's bedside attested to this, and it was stated after Stephen had taken the crown for himself in defence of his actions, and not mentioned before. Doubt was cast by this because of the estranged relations between Matilda and her father, but it seems unlikely that a man who had played the long game with his son-in-law's demands and his grip on government, and who clearly was delighted with his male grandsons, who would become his heirs if Matilda remained next in line for the crown, would suddenly make an impulsive decision on his deathbed that reversed all of that. The only certainty is that while the barons waited with Henry's body and discussed their own moves, and Matilda waited in her French border fortresses, is that Stephen took his opportunity and wasted no time. The speed with which he moved might even suggest this was an already planned move rather than a spur-of-the-moment twist of fate. No doubt he would be well aware of the difficulty in crossing the channel for others, and he would have the backing of the church through his brother. This is not to suggest necessarily that this was through any animosity to Matilda. No doubt her feelings on the matter were not even considered at all, but rather to Stephen's own position against her husband, the Count of Anjou. Geoffroy's Angevin family were considered enemies to the Counts of Boulogne. He may even have discussed in whispers with the Anglo-Norman nobles who saw little of Matilda and distrusted Geoffroy that perhaps someone who was male and well known to the king would be a better placement for the throne to account for his later actions. The author of the Gesta Stephani declared confidently without blinking that there was no one else at hand to help smooth the unstable chaos, and that England and Normandy were about to fall into chaos following the king's death. If only Matilda had travelled to England and placed herself in the centre of events, she may well have been seen as the calming influence that Stephen would be cast as. Not only was Stephen to be seen as bringing stability and security, but also riches for those who might be swayed by them. His lands in Boulogne were the reason he had reached England so fast, and now he promised the same speed for trade routes to the wealthy traders of London. The wool trade was hugely important for England's economy, and he could promise ease of trading to the coastal towns of Flanders. The citizens of London were therefore happy to welcome him in as a king, but they were swayed by his promises of trade routes and privileges for the city. And of course his brother Henry, Bishop of Winchester, was happy to help with Stephen's acceptance with the church and to hand over the keys to the royal treasury, held in his seat of Winchester. Stephen also persuaded the Archbishop of Canterbury, William of Corbeil, to carry out the coronation. William was a loyal man who had served his post for a long time and was fully aware of the wishes Henry had had for his daughter. It was the main reason why he hesitated to crown another. However, England was without a ruler, and Matilda did not seem to be in a rush to claim her throne for the time being. Stephen appeared to be the king England needed, and the support of the Bishop of Winchester convinced William. Bishop Henry declared that Stephen would swear to restore and maintain the freedom of the church, something which Stephen later broke his oath to. Really, they could have seen a pattern here. This now presented a problem that had never occurred before. Two forms of royal legitimacy were in opposition with each other. On the one hand was Matilda's hereditary legitimacy through being the king's only remaining heir, as well as one who had been given oaths of allegiance from the nobles of England. And on the other hand was Stephen, legitimised through his regal and deeply symbolic coronation, anointed by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Even Matilda's uncle, King David of Scotland, who also made it clear he supported his niece, was unable to shake Stephen from the throne. He invaded across the English border into Carlisle and Newcastle upon Tyne when it became clear how the throne had been usurped from Matilda. But Stephen's forces were such that David soon put down the uprising and made terms. This also persuaded the nobility that they should support Stephen's cause, something that many continued to do when they were forced to choose sides. What the country needed, in the words of the Gesta Stephani, was a king who had a view to re-establishing peace for the common benefit, and would meet the insurgents of the kingdom in arms and justly administer the law. At his coronation, Stephen had promised his new subjects justice and stability, and he had brought it, crushing an uprising and forcing peace between two nations. The more he put down any opposition to his taking the throne, the more he was able to extract support from the nobles. And this in turn grew his legality to hold the throne and grow his support among the people. Even Robert of Gloucester had to bend the knee and add his support for the king at Easter of 1136. And in return, he had confirmation of his titles and lands, something he had worried about while remaining in Normandy. It must have seemed as though there was no other option, but this was to be a temporary situation. Matilda was now trapped with her 3 sons in the frontier fortresses of her lands in France. She and her husband still worked together politically with regular raids into Stephen's lands in Normandy from Anjou. However, Stephen did not attempt to push them back in any way from Normandy's borders. Perhaps he was too distracted with matters in England, or perhaps, as Matilda had not moved quickly enough, he did not think them much of a threat either way. It was a mistake. Normandy disintegrated into chaos. Lacking the centralised government of England, the nobility were unable to keep everything running smoothly in the king's absence. Orderic Vitalis wrote of the situation, "Stubborn Normandy, an unhappy mother country, suffered wretchedly from her viper brood, ruminating on the bloody conflicts that rose up between landowners fighting amongst themselves." In 1136, Stephen's hold on England and its rule began to crumble too, during a siege at Exeter Castle. It was a particularly long and hot summer that year, and it wasn't long before the castle's wine supplies ran dry. Baldwin de Redvers, the lord of the castle, had been a devoted supporter of Henry I and didn't declare for Stephen, but he was forced to save the lives of those inside the garrison by pleading for mercy. Baldwin's wife was sent out to beg for their lives, her hair hanging loose and barefoot. The Gesta Stephanie described the fate of the lady and those with her in horrifying detail. Their sagging and wasted skin, the look of torpor on their faces drained of blood, and their lips drawn back with gaping mouths. Perhaps surprisingly, considering he was a man of the cloth, it was actually the Bishop of Winchester who argued that Stephen should, in this case, treat Baldwin as the rebel and traitor he was, rather than consider the humane response of allowing the garrison supplies of water. It was important in his eyes for his brother not to appear weak, which Henry thought Stephen surely would if he showed mercy to a man who had resisted his rule. Others within the royal camp, unsurprisingly led by Robert of Gloucester, wanted to show leniency. It's not hard to imagine that his enthusiasm to show mercy might be closely linked to his dislike of Stephen, perhaps even with the intention to undermine his authority. If Stephen did show leniency, it would be Robert who seemed the hero of the hour, certainly not his brother Bishop Henry, who argued against it. It was well known that Stephen was a generous, kind person who had charmed the court, and while this held him in good stead when he wanted the crown, he was about to discover the downside to not being ruthless. He heeded Robert's advice and allowed Baldwin and those with him to go free. And this showed everyone Stephen's greatest weakness, that resistance to his rule was not futile and that it could go unpunished, as he wasn't as ruthless as previous kings. However, Stephen had also not acted out of character for the time in which he lived, and he had still captured his enemy's fortress and forced their surrender. Had Baldwin decided at this point to bend the knee to Stephen, it might have been viewed as a strength of the new king's character rather than a weakness. It was a legitimate move that other rulers might have done, but with hindsight, it was a move for Stephen that would be another chink in his defences, especially when the de Revers then fled to Normandy and sought refuge with Matilda and Geoffroy. Matilda urged Baldwin and others who fled with him to continue their campaign against Stephen with whatever means they had at their disposal. This difficulty in retaining control and pace was reinforced just 8 months later by Stephen's belated attempt to wrest back control of Normandy. He had previously travelled to Paris in 1136 with his son Eustace to have Louis VI recognise Eustace as Duke of Normandy. The Anglo-Normans who currently stood behind him and supported Stephen must have had a nervous eye on their lands across the Channel. They expected their king to keep his promises of stability and justice by maintaining control of French territories. Geoffroy had also invaded Normandy to claim the duchy on behalf of his wife. And in early October, Matilda sent him another 200 men to bolster his forces, who were at the time besieging the castle at Lissat. Matilda took as close a role as she could to being head of her army. Although she never engaged in actual fighting, and it's unlikely she was ever anywhere near a battle's front lines, Matilda did still ride out to the head of her army when they were travelling. She also had her own personal armourer named Robert, and this suggests that at times the Empress wore at least some form of simple chainmail armour for the sake of appearances. Many royal and noble women throughout the centuries would famously copy this approach of not actually fighting in battle, but appearing in armour before their forces to boost morale. In March 1137, Geoffroy was still fighting for Matilda's claim, but he was met with fierce resistance. And in that month, Stephen made another trip across the Channel, finally reaching the coast of Normandy along with his wife Queen Matilda, Eustace and Robert of Gloucester. Stephen was still 25 miles from the walls of Matilda's fortress at Argentan when he lost command of his army. Tension had built between his hired Flemish mercenaries and the nobility who now travelled with him, and it wasn't long before that tension spilled over into violence. This also made the local Normans hostile to Stephen and his forces. By July, he was forced to sign a 3-year truce with Geoffroy, with a crippling annuity attached to it. But it wasn't the only tension that had built up. Stephen and Robert were not getting along. Robert was still uncertain of Stephen, and Stephen was made suspicious of Robert's true intentions. This culminated in Robert of Gloucester accusing Stephen of plotting an ambush to kill him sometime just after Easter in April, although whether this was actually true or not is difficult to tell. Although things were apparently patched up between the two men, the Earl did not accompany his king back to England. In November, having heard things were kicking off in England again, the king and his closest advisors left Normandy. Not only was Normandy still unprotected, but Stephen would never return to his homeland, and he had lost the confidence of the people there. However, Earl Robert was now firmly in his Norman territories and was able to build up his forces. Over the winter, he stayed at Caen with Geoffroy and Matilda, and in that time he wrestled with his conscience, asking various members of the clergy if it was acceptable for him to renege on his oath to Stephen when he had previously already sworn an oath to Matilda. It's clear Robert was having doubts about Stephen as king, and in June 1138, the Earl of Gloucester publicly renounced his allegiance to Stephen and threw his lot in with Matilda. It's uncertain what the real reason for his change of heart was. Perhaps it had simply weighed on him. Perhaps it was when Stephen failed to protect some of Robert's Welsh lands that winter. Or perhaps it was even, according to Alison Weir, a passage from the Bible scriptures stating, "It seemed to some that by the weakness of their sex, women should not be allowed to enter into the inheritance of their father. But the Lord, when asked, promulgated a law that everything their father possessed should pass to the daughters. Whatever the reason, for the Empress, it was a game changer." Until this point, her husband had concentrated his forces only on the French lands under his wife's claim, leaving her isolated with their sons and unable to reach England. Suddenly, her half-brother's support gave her an army that could defend her claim and a cause that others could rally behind. Stephen's grip on power was faltering, which gave life to Matilda's fight for England's crown. This began with Robert's vassals and allies in England immediately reacting to news of his change in allegiance by rising up against Stephen, taking several castles, and Robert gave his strongholds at Caen and Bayeux to Geoffroy to bolster his position in Normandy. Matilda now began to make a direct challenge to Stephen. In April 1139, she put her case forward to the papal court on her claim as her father's heir and on the oath sworn to her by the barons. Arnulf, Archdeacon of Sceaux, countered her claim on behalf of Stephen, arguing that Matilda was illegitimate, as her mother Matilda of Scotland had been a nun at the time of her marriage to Henry. As mentioned earlier, this had been disproven with a council of bishops, but enough doubt remained in the minds of some people that Stephen must have thought he could try to use this. Pope Innocent II chose to find the case for no one, and his successors equally sat back, choosing to see how events played out rather than pick a side. To help with her cause, her uncle King David of Scotland once again invaded England from the north. The truth was probably also that he simply wanted to invade, but doing it for Matilda's cause was a good excuse. He took Newcastle upon Tyne and Carlisle, but his forces were reported to be completely barbaric, killing children, women and men alike, destroying crops, properties and people with equal measure. Forces led by the Archbishop of York, Thurston, held him back at the Battle of the Standard near Northallerton, and he went no further. Unfortunately, it didn't help the Empress, as people came to associate the barbaric behaviour of the Scottish army with her. Also during 1139, Matilda finally set foot on English soil herself. Her husband Geoffroy was still focused on claiming lands in Normandy, but now she had the backing of her half-brother Robert. It gave her the military might she would need to claim the throne. But more importantly, it seems Matilda now understood that if her fight for the crown were to have any hope of winning, she would need to be seen as the figurehead in the country she was claiming as hers, a hereditary heir of royal blood. Robert's defection now also made crossing the Channel easier through his lands at Caen, only 50 miles from Matilda's base at Argentan. Crossing to England was made difficult by the fact that Stephen held control over the harbours along the south coast. But there was a chink in his defences. Arundel Castle, a towering fortress which had its own port, was now home to Henry I's widow, Adeliza of Louvain, Matilda's once stepmother. She had married again to William de Aubigny, who had been one of Henry's most trusted household attendants. Adeliza and William were publicly loyal to Stephen, but it isn't hard to imagine that Adeliza must have felt some sympathy to Matilda's cause. The two had grown fond of each other by spending time together after Matilda's return from Germany, and 8-year-old Matilda's first act as the German queen to intercede on behalf of Adeliza's father and aid the return of his fortunes no doubt created a debt of gratitude. On the 30th of September 1139, a Norman ship slipped quietly into the port of Arundel. The Queen Dowager welcomed both Matilda and her half-brother Robert to enjoy her hospitality. Stephen immediately marched his forces to surround Arundel Castle, but the Earl had already gone quietly to his estate at Bristol, leaving his half-sister behind. Although her sex had meant she had been so far easily overlooked for the throne of England, it was now to her advantage as a noblewoman of royal blood. Stephen was unable to capture or kill her for simply arriving at her stepmother's home, and Adeliza protested there hadn't been any invite, but merely that she was providing hospitality. William was also still a staunch supporter of Stephen, which helped him hold back from attacking the castle. It's also clear from the Gesta Stephani that Stephen didn't consider Matilda to be any threat, stating that he focused all his efforts on the capture of the Earl, leaving a force to surround Arundel Castle as he sped off in pursuit of the Earl of Gloucester. Robert was the only one in the party he could legitimately attack, especially as the Earl had publicly denounced the king. There is a further interesting part to this in that apparently Stephen's brother Henry had all the byroads blocked by guards and at length met the Earl. It was rumoured after a compact of peace and friendship had been firmly ratified between them, Bishop Henry let Robert go unharmed. Although it states it is a rumour, the author of the Gesta Stephani seemed to suggest they believed it enough to include it. If this was true, what is even more interesting is that upon his return to his brother's side at Arundel, Bishop Henry said nothing, and this would make him responsible at least in part for the civil war that followed. Then this can be combined with the fact that Henry argued to Stephen that he should allow Matilda to join Robert of Gloucester in Bristol, since he would then be able to fight against an enemy in a single place, rather than watching his back with Matilda. Robert must have offered something monumental in order for the bishop to go against his brother, if this was true. Reluctantly, the king agreed, giving orders that Matilda would travel to her half-brother under the watchful eye of Bishop Henry himself and Waleran, Count of Moulins, an escort who could not be refused by anyone considering themselves to be honourable. William of Malmesbury pointed out even their bitterest enemy, Henry of Huntingdon, also stated that the king probably understood it would be difficult to keep soldiers at the heavily fortified Arundel Castle and go after Robert at the same time. Bishop Henry's actions, especially if the rumoured story of his secret pact with Robert is to be believed, is likely due to a diminished position in his brother's favour. Henry might have expected in due course, when the position for Archbishop of Canterbury was open, to be given this as reward for his efforts. But instead, he found himself passed over for the Abbot Theobald of Bec, who had a close association with the Beaumont twins, Waleran de Beaumont, 1st Earl of Worcester, and Robert de Beaumont, 2nd Earl of Leicester. They in turn had a strong influence over Stephen that had grown over the years. It is possible that Bishop Henry might see his efforts could be better spent elsewhere if the opportunity arose, and Matilda was now in a stronger position than she had ever been before. Matilda was now headed for a castle that was soon to become a central point for those who had sympathy for her cause, and they could now rally around her. There is debate over how much of that support was actually centred on her personally, and whether much of it was for loyalty to her father, and indeed how much the Earl of Gloucester's public allegiance had propelled others to do the same. And then there were those who had quietly seen no other way forward but to declare loyalty to Stephen, who now leapt to the chance to switch sides. The Empress was lucky that her arrival in England had coincided with a period of unrest and dissatisfaction with Stephen's rule. By Christmas 1139, there were no more crown-wearing ceremonies, and the treasury at Winchester was almost depleted. This was just the first few years of 19 years of civil war that would come to be known as the Anarchy, and the country was rife with murder, burning and pillaging. Two men who were to be integral to Matilda's campaign were Brian Fitzcount and Miles of Gloucester. These two men had served her father well and had been given important lands and estates in return. Now they aimed to repay that loyalty by supporting Henry's daughter and legitimate heir. And indeed, both men would prove to be loyal, as their castles were tested in sieges set by Stephen. Fitzcount was the first to go through this with his castle at Wallingford. Stephen made his way to the castle to attack, not least because it controlled the Thames corridor, but it was too well defended for the king to gain entry. Stephen then turned his attention to Wiltshire, taking the castles of South Cerney and Malmesbury as he pushed further in. But the king's army in turn was surrounded by Miles of Gloucester, who was a brilliant military strategist. He marched his soldiers east behind the king's own, moving on the rearguard forces the king had left at Wallingford and destroying them. Now Fitzcount had been liberated, Miles continued to march towards London. When the news reached the king, Stephen raced back to protect the capital, and Miles moved swiftly north instead to attack the city of Worcester. By the time the king heard what had happened there and came to the gate of the city, he found Miles had left it weeks earlier, devastated and in ruin. This was an exhausting sequence that repeated itself throughout the Civil War. Matilda and Robert's supporters had much smaller forces that couldn't fully beat back Stephen's larger army, but they could keep him busy and unable to establish a secure base by attacking and darting away before being caught. They in turn couldn't be lured out into decisive battles, and yet were too strong for him to win a definitive victory against. This soon settled into a long war of attrition, but it gave Matilda time to build her support. Miles of Gloucester welcomed her into his castle, and she spent much of her time there over the next decade. Rather than being part of her brother's retinue, she was now head of her own royal household. We can only imagine how it felt to have power and prestige within her fingertips again. And while Matilda was unable to give tangible rewards to her supporters, she could give promises of future privileges once she was crowned queen. The outcome of this civil war for the surrounding population and countryside was devastating. The Norman castles, which had been built little over half a century earlier to dominate its new population, now became eyes at the centre of many storms, which struck the surrounding farms and countryside. Resources were used to create garrisons, or were destroyed completely by hostile armies. A land that had been united under a new king was now broken into many parts, some holding allegiance to Matilda and Robert, some to Stephen, and others still held by local barons who kept their allegiances balanced somewhere in between as they held back on choosing sides. Bishop Henry, perhaps acting out of self-interest, perhaps in light of realising he had helped trigger the war between his brother and Matilda, decided to be the bringer of peace. He presided over a meeting at Bath between the Earl of Gloucester and Queen Matilda, before he travelled to France to consult King Louis VII and his and Stephen's elder brother, Thibaud of Blois. There is no record of what terms he returned with, but Matilda, conscious that she was still politically in the weaker position, was willing to accept them. But Stephen was not. It is likely that Stephen was confident of his position as commander of his forces. After all, Matilda, a woman, would never do the same, the Empress instead needing to send her half-brother in her stead to head her army. But for the same reason, Stephen could never capture or kill her in battle either. The man who finally pushed the stalemate into open warfare was actually the son-in-law of Robert of Gloucester, the Earl of Chester, Ranulph de Guernon. While he had so far declared his support somewhat weakly for Stephen, he was also a man far more interested in making territorial gains for himself. While the king was kept busy elsewhere, he saw an opportunity to take Lincoln Castle. Both he and his half-brother William de Romaire had a claim to Lincoln Castle through their mother Lucy, who was the daughter of the Sheriff of Lincoln. He created a plan in which his wife, along with William's, went to pay a social call on the lady of the castle. When Ranulph himself arrived to escort her home, he immediately dropped the act, and his men took the castle from the inside, permitting no one through the gates except William de Romaire's waiting troops. The king actually didn't act immediately on this transgression, perhaps deciding that attacking a nobleman who was still supposedly on his side was too much on top of repelling those loyal to Matilda, especially as attacking the castle's defences would probably lead to another long drawn-out siege. It is also possible that Stephen accepted the claim they had made, as there is evidence he accepted it and moved the current Earl to Sussex to allow this. It would seem that the king had taken the castle into his own hands before these events, and that the half-brothers had therefore taken it from him. It is not certain what Stephen had gained from the agreement made with them, but William of Malmesbury verifies that a peace had been made. However, it was the townspeople of Lincoln themselves who wrote to the king and informed him about the cruel behaviour towards them from their new lord, and also that he and his family were spending Christmas at the castle with very little protection. Hint hint, wink wink. Acting speedily on this information, Stephen immediately turned his troops in the direction of Lincoln Castle and attacked it. Ranulph fled, leaving his wife behind in the castle. He made haste for his estate further northwest, sending word to his father-in-law that he was willing to change his support to Matilda if he had helped to regain Lincoln Castle. While Robert was probably very unimpressed with his son-in-law's sudden turnaround in allegiance, especially as his daughter had now been left in a besieged castle, it was nevertheless a turning point that could be an asset for Matilda's cause. Earl Robert and Earl Ranulph surprised the king by landing outside Lincoln's walls with a much larger army than the king's own forces. His advisors urged him to retreat and regroup, but Stephen refused, perhaps thinking on his own father's retreat at the siege of Antioch, which had led to his father being disgraced. Or perhaps he thought he could hold them back with the castle's defences, as might be expected at the time. The chroniclers later filled their accounts of Stephen preparing to fight with portents of impending disaster on the night before the armies met. A great storm filled the night skies, hailstones pounding against the ground, and the thunder and lightning lasted for hours. When Stephen attended a service in Lincoln's Grand Cathedral the next morning to pray and celebrate the Feast of Candlemas, the candle he was holding flickered and died, then broke in his hands. During the service, the pyx containing the consecrated host fell from the chain that supported it, falling down upon the altar. This, Henry of Huntingdon wrote with later hindsight, was a sign of the king's downfall. However, aside from fears of being called a coward, Stephen had other reasons to continue on with an attack. Likely he was still angry at Robert's betrayal, and he knew he was in the approaching army. The citizens of Lincoln were also formed into a militia, which would have bolstered his numbers, although it's unlikely they were well armed. And to make this more difficult, the king had, unlike other battles, the smaller force, trapped by a larger army, as Robert, Ranulph and Miles of Gloucester brought their full military might with them. The Gesta Stephani says he refused to sully his name by the disgrace of flight, but instead went boldly to meet them outside the town. Therefore, on the 2nd of February 1141, the king led his forces to the west of the city, while the Angevin forces arrived to the north of the ford that surrounded the fortress. While it is uncertain how good the militia Stephen had drawn from the townsfolk of Lincoln were, the infantry of the royalist forces were superior to those of Matilda's Angevin army. But the main difference for the Angevin side was that, as a cavalry force, they had come prepared for a battle. Stephen, with just a small siege force, had not. It's also possible that the commanders of both armies gave a significant advantage for their forces through morale. It's likely that Robert of Gloucester led the Angevin forces, or Derek Vitalis says he was the greatest in the army, and John of Hexham called him the general and organiser of the battle. On the royalist side, King Stephen led his own forces, and while this would prove to be a mistake on his part, it probably gave his men the willingness to face the battle. Henry of Huntingdon tells us the two forces raised their voices with shouts while trumpets blared out, loudly announcing the start of battle, and the earth shook with the trampling of horses. The start of the battle devastated the poorly armed Welsh forces of Robert's army, who were quickly forced to leave the battlefield. But the stronger cavalry forces of the Angevin army remained put, and Walleran and William of Ypres fled before coming to close quarters, which suggests that Robert's forces had a highly effective archery unit, drawn apart by their attack on the Welsh fighters, according to historian Jim Bradbury. The Royalist cavalry was now splintered and attacked easily by Robert and his forces. Henry of Huntingdon also tells us that William of Ypres, as an experienced general, could see the impossibility of supporting the king. William wasn't just an experienced captain to Stephen, but also a loyal one. Leaving the battlefield in this way would suggest the hopelessness of Stephen's possibility of winning the battle. Many wiser men on the field could see the futility of the king's decision and took the chance to make changes. William and the others considered that the only option was to flee in order to fight another day. Stephen's sword broke, and a citizen of Lincoln handed him a battle axe, a weapon which to Anglo-Norman eyes would be rather antiquated and more familiar to Anglo-Saxons. But nevertheless, Robert of Tournai tells us that Stephen fought on like a lion, grinding his teeth and foaming at the mouth. When the weapon once again broke, he was at last put out of his misery by being struck with a rock falling to the ground. Not dead, however, but merely knocked unconscious. He was captured by the victors and first taken under guard 140 miles southwest to face Matilda at Gloucester Castle, before being taken on to her half-brother's fortress at Bristol. There he was initially treated well and with respect, but after he was found wandering outside of his designated area at night, outside his appointed place of custody after deceiving or winning over his guards, this persuaded Earl Robert to keep the king chained in irons. This was an uncomfortable solution. While winning a battle was seen as divine intervention, keeping an anointed king locked in chains did not sit well with either side. But it did finally seem as though everything was falling into place for Matilda. 5 long years had passed since her father's death and the usurpation of her crown, and at last all that was left was to be coronated Queen of England. When Stephen was first brought before her at Gloucester, it's likely it was the first time they had seen one another in the flesh since he had knelt before her and publicly proclaimed fealty to her future position as ruler. But like so many of the events in Matilda's life, the chroniclers fall silent here, leaving no details as to how Matilda received the man who had taken her inheritance from her. Considering her cool and regal approach to most recorded events in her life, and the anger that can be imagined on her part, it probably wasn't a happy meeting. Even if she could swallow the story that Stephen had taken the throne only to provide stability for England, his resistance to give up the crown and the breaking of his oath were more than enough to see him in prison. Matilda and Geoffroy did not sit idly this time in the wake of their victory. The Count of Anjou had already made strong inroads into the territories of Normandy, and now he moved with greater speed, planning to annex the duchy in Matilda's name. Meanwhile in England, support for Stephen was faltering in the face of his defeat. His supporters either left their castles at the sword point of Matilda's forces, or decided to switch sides and support her claim in the face of reality. It looked as though Stephen no longer had the hold he once had over England. The battle at Lincoln had changed the political situation, and now it looked as though Matilda, with Stephen in chains, had the upper hand. Nobles who had territorial and dynastic claims to worry about both in England and France had to think about who was now most likely to find acceptance of these claims. Those who did not support Matilda if she were to become queen would likely lose their lands. But to actually wear the crown, Matilda needed the backing of the church as well as the might of her supporters' armies. And there was one man whose support she would need the most: King Stephen's brother Henry, the Bishop of Winchester, and the Pope's legate in England. Here, Bishop Henry's earlier possible secret pact with Robert and his advice to allow Matilda to travel to her brother seemed to have come to fruition. Perhaps during their long ride to Bristol, there may have been discussions for what might be needed. They met on the 2nd of March 1141 near Winchester, and Matilda swore that she would consult with Henry on all matters of government. He in turn gave his allegiance and handed her the keys to what was left of the treasury, although it was much smaller than it had been in the wake of so many battles and sieges. A month later, William of Malmesbury tells us, Bishop Henry gave a speech to a council of the church at his cathedral in Winchester to speak for Matilda's cause. He claimed that although Henry I had indeed named Matilda his heir, it had been too difficult to wait for her to arrive as queen since she was delayed in Normandy, and that Stephen was allowed to become king so long as provision was made for peace in England. He then explained further, without blinking an eye, that King Stephen had apparently sold churches, taken their spoils, arrested bishops, and the advice of the wicked was listened to over that of the good, either not put into effect or altogether disregarded. The council discussed the matter and eventually concluded that it was Matilda, not Stephen, who should now rule. She was given the title of Lady of England and Normandy. This may have been a fairly vague title next to Queen, but it suggested that she had complete power over England. All that remained was for Matilda to travel to Westminster and receive the crown with full ceremony. The stage was now set for England's first female monarch, who would rule in her own stead as regnant. Matilda was now central to her story, and that put her in the spotlight for much of the bitterness many chroniclers felt about the idea of a woman behaving as a female king, painting her as a proud and haughty woman. Henry of Huntingdon described her as having an insufferable arrogance, and the ever-hostile Gesta Stephani recorded her as mightily puffed up and exalted in spirit. It is somewhat disappointing that some later historians also swept over Matilda's history with the same brush, declaring her to have been proud and willful at the moment when she had England within her grasp. But not all chroniclers did actually speak ill of her. William of Malmesbury showed no criticism of the formidable lady, as he described her. Indeed, that phrase suggests an admiration for her actions. However, he wasn't the only one who supported the Empress, and the Abbot of Gloucester, Gilbert Follett, supplied a glowing defence of Matilda's claim, in which he portrayed the former Empress as a devoted royal daughter. He stated that in accordance with her father's wishes, she crossed the sea, passed over mountains, penetrated into unknown regions, married at her father's command, and remained there, carrying out the duties of imperial rule virtuously and piously until after her husband's death, not suiting any desperate need of feminine levity, but in response to a summons from her father, she returned to him. And though she had attained such high rank that it is reported she had the title and status of Queen of the Romans, she was in no way puffed up with pride, and meekly submitted in all things to her father. Matilda had certainly done her duty at the behest of the men in her life. Shipped off at 8 years old to live as a German queen, Matilda had then agreed reluctantly to a second distasteful marriage, and finally she had produced not one but 3 male heirs to cover both England and Geoffroy's French lands. The author of the Gesta Stephani takes the opportunity to portray their true feelings on Matilda and the way she presented herself. It stated she at once put on an extremely arrogant demeanour instead of the modest gait and bearing proper to her sex, and that in the capital of the land subject to her, she actually made herself Queen of all England and gloried in being so called. While the work was written very obviously to support Stephen's version of events, it is also written by an author who clearly disliked the idea of a woman holding power in her own right. Matilda was not attempting to become a queen in the manner of its original Anglo-Saxon word, but as a female king to reign over England herself without her husband. The thing was, male kings were not meant to carry themselves modestly or gently. Rather, they would be respected for being commanding and dominant. One of Stephen's weak points had been his gentle and charming nature, which prevented him from being ruthless at times. Matilda's own father had been known as a king who held complete sway over his subjects and nobles, and expected complete and total obedience in the face of his authority. Her grandfather, William the Conqueror, had deemed himself King of England by taking it with force and an iron fist. It was surely ridiculous to expect Matilda to follow on this royal line by being meek-mannered and proper to the gentle sex, whatever that really meant, from her ease with regal commands and her comfort with fighting for her crown. It would appear that Matilda's character was definitely closer to that of her father's, but where this had once been admired, this was now being used as a reason to dislike the future queen. Matilda found herself in an uncomfortable place. She had been unable, as Stephen had, to show she was a legitimate ruler by commanding an army because of being a woman. It was another reminder of the ways in which she could be held back by sex even at this point. And now she had a chance to show how she could command her subjects. She was met with disgust rather than admiration. Her behaviour was characterised as unfeminine, and therefore something to be despised. Ironically, similar behaviour in Stephen's wife, Matilda of Boulogne, was spoken of in glowing terms by the Gesta Stephani, stating that she had risen above the limits of her sex. The only difference between the two women was the fact that Empress Matilda was doing these acts for her own control of the crown, whereas Queen Matilda was doing it for her husband Stephen, and was therefore only using his power through herself. How it must have felt to be derided for the same behaviour a rival was lauded for can only be imagined, as the Empress arrived triumphantly at Westminster to plan her coronation. The Gesta Stephani also remarked that she refused to agree with everything the chief men of the kingdom advised her to do, rebuffing them by an arrogant answer. The idea that she should bow down to her advisors and do exactly as they told her to would have been an abhorrent idea to any male monarch, and yet Matilda was expected to do just that, lest she appear haughty and arrogant. The second instance in which Matilda's manner was brought into question was when she summoned London's wealthiest citizens and asked them for large sums of money to contribute to her royal purse, something that Stephen had enjoyed when lavish sums were put forward for his campaigns. She also made the very fair point that their investment in Stephen had strengthened him, while simultaneously weakening her, the true heir to the throne. But the Gesta Stephani again takes a chance to cast her into a bad light, stating that she blazed into unbearable fury after asking in an authoritative manner and being refused, the London nobles cast as the innocent party. However, William of Malmesbury again provides a counterpoint. While he makes no mention of the financial arrangements, he does state that the wealthy Londoners gave vent to expressions of unconcealed hatred towards her. He also boils down Matilda refusing to do as her advisors said to just one incident, specifically an incident with Bishop Henry, when he asked Matilda to pass Stephen's personal estates in Boulogne on to his 12-year-old son Eustace, while his father was imprisoned at Bristol. She refused, understandably, as Eustace would likely see her as the usurper of his father's crown, and might well become a powerful enemy to her if he had such rich and powerful lands under his young belt. The bishop was angered by this, and immediately left her court to plot against her, something that seems to have been a habit for him. When the current monarch didn't play into Henry's hands the way he wanted, his plan having no doubt been for Matilda to do as she was told and for himself to therefore make his own position more powerful, he threw his toys out of the pram. Her main problems, therefore, were that she had fallen out with Bishop Henry, a man without whom she would not have been titled Lady of England, and that the economically centric London traders refused to acquiesce to Matilda due to their interest in the trade routes to Flanders. This ensured they would support Stephen, as he promised their city status and special trade routes through his royal favour. And while it is most likely that Matilda met with resistance due to her commanding an unexpectedly authoritarian approach to these subjects due to being female, there is also an argument that her manner may well have been somewhat abrasive. This was a woman who had been Empress of the Imperial Empire, daughter of the imposing King Henry I, and had had her crown usurped from across the Channel. It's not impossible that she may not have treated those who had supported Stephen kindly, especially given that their newfound loyalty could flip quickly the other way if the political situation changed. And while from Matilda's point of view she was behaving as any new male ruler might have done, the unexpected juxtaposition of female king did not rest easy with many of her subjects. Therefore, it's unlikely that any woman in Matilda's position at that time would have found herself more accepted. Even if Matilda had been the sort of woman who would act, as the Gesta Stephani suggests, modestly and becoming to her gentle sex, she probably wouldn't have been a strong leader. And it was this unfortunate place that Matilda found herself in, as she prepared for her coronation in Westminster. But it wasn't actually Stephen himself who rallied the citizens of England against Matilda, but his queen, Matilda of Boulogne. Ironically, Stephen's comeback would also be due to a woman. Matilda of Boulogne was praised for bearing herself with the valour of a man in pursuit of returning the crown to her husband's head. The queen was acting on behalf of her husband, and this was seen as the proper place for a queen consort. She pleaded for the intervention of Bishop Henry to ask him to refute Matilda's claim, and then she pleaded with Matilda to ask for her husband's release, but this failed. After her pleas were rejected, the queen turned quickly to warfare. she ordered her husband's Flemish mercenaries to march from her lands in Kent and head towards London, surrounding the city with plunder and violence and sword. The citizens of London, watching this, feared what an army loyal to Stephen could do to their city. They had already accepted Empress Matilda as queen only reluctantly, and in doing so, they were giving up lucrative trade routes and promises of self-government. Ever worried about the economic ramifications of their decisions, they began to consider their position. While the Empress was busy planning her coronation, they secretly made peace with Matilda of Boulogne. The result would be catastrophic for Empress Matilda. On the 24th of June 1141, Londoners swiftly made their way across to the Palace of Westminster, armed and firmly declaring for Stephen and his queen. Empress Matilda and her small retinue had no choice but to flee. With her retreat went the chance of becoming crowned Queen of England. Without a hold on the capital, without being a crowned queen, her cause seemed lost. After learning of Bishop Henry's betrayal, Matilda rallied her forces and made for Winchester to secure the city and its treasury. Unfortunately, the bishop had already fled the city and his palace, while Robert of Gloucester, Miles of Gloucester, and Brian Fitzcount found themselves besieging the city. Bishop Henry had already sent word for help to Queen Matilda. It was sent in the form of William Ypres and his forces, who encircled Robert's army, and soon violence followed. Unfortunately, stuck between the advancing forces behind and the guarded city of Winchester ahead, Robert and Miles had no choice but to rally for one last stand to buy time for Matilda's escape on the 14th of September. Matilda fled to Devizes Castle in Wiltshire with the loyal Brian Fitzcount by her side. After reaching the safety of this stronghold, however, she was met with more unfortunate news. Robert of Gloucester had failed to hold his position and was now captured by the enemy. Matilda now had no choice but to negotiate the release of Robert in exchange for Stephen. Putting aside any sentimental feeling Matilda may have had for the safety and well-being of her half-brother, he was also the man whose English lands and armies guaranteed her position and support in England. The two men were exchanged, Stephen leaving Bristol as Robert left Winchester, both leaving behind wives and sons as reassurance of safety for the other. Once both parties were received in their respective estates, the two sides resumed the positions they had held before the Battle of Lincoln, and once more a stalemate fell over England. However, while Matilda and Stephen had been entangled in their battles in England, her husband Geoffroy had not stood still over the Channel. He had marched across the duchy, taking lands to the point that his hold over Normandy was now almost absolute. It left those with lands on both sides of the Channel with a difficult decision to make. It was clear that if Stephen was to regain his footing and claim a decisive victory, he would have to deal with Geoffroy's unstoppable rise in France. In order to build up her forces against Stephen, Matilda took advantage of a lull due to the king falling ill in the spring of 1142 to ask her husband for reinforcements, meeting with a council of her supporters. It was decided that Earl Robert should be sent to Normandy to request help of Matilda's husband. William of Malmesbury stated it was Geoffroy's duty to maintain the inheritance of his wife and children in England. But Geoffroy was too wrapped up in his own interests and claiming the dukedom of Normandy that he instead delayed Robert's return, using the Earl to help his own cause for several months. This put Matilda in grave danger as Stephen's health returned. He marched his own forces towards Oxford, where she was staying, on the 16th of September, successfully trapping Matilda and her attendants within a siege in the castle. Oxford was essentially surrounded by deep water on all sides. While this made it pretty much impenetrable, it also meant it was easier to trap someone inside without extra supplies. Matilda's soldiers did their part, making fun and jeering at Stephen's forces in a very Monty Python move, and her archers did the most damage they could on the other side of the river. When Stephen finally found a place to swim across one of the fords surrounding the city, he made his army do the same, eventually breaking into the city and forcing Matilda to take refuge within the castle. When he heard of his sister's plight, Robert moved swiftly to put his ships back on England's shores, landing at Wareham and taking the garrison in the town. He also brought with him the young Henry, Matilda and Geoffroy's eldest son, and he also brought between 300 and 3,000 men and 52 ships, depending on which source you read. But whatever the number, it suggests Geoffroy provided resources after all, despite his delay in doing so. Just 3 months later, in mid-December 1142, Matilda and her supporters were starving to death inside the freezing castle at Oxford. Matilda's choices were extremely limited, but true to her unbending resolve, she once more decided to escape her cousin's grasp just before Christmas, with a thick winter snow providing cover. Some accounts state she was let down from the castle tower by a rope, but romantic as this seems, it's more likely Matilda simply slipped out of an unguarded side door, bringing a small but loyal bodyguard of just 3 knights. She fled the castle at night, and the wintry landscape was to their advantage, as they were cloaked in white to camouflage against the snow. The 4 figures slipped across the thick ice that covered the River Thames. They had to walk 7 miles through the endless snow, trudging on to Abingdon, where they found horses to carry them a little further to the relative safety of Wallingford Castle and Brian Fitzcount's forces. But despite her daring escape being a success, it effectively called an end to the chances of Matilda ever holding the crown of England once more. England was now split into 2 sides, with the countryside and surrounding estates ravaged and pillaged for resources. However, there remained a light for Matilda in the form of her young son, Henry. His first visit to England was spent mainly at his uncle's main stronghold at Bristol, but his presence was felt nonetheless. Being female had been the end of Matilda's dreams of claiming her rights and inheritance in the form of nobles who were unable to accept the rule of a woman in a man's position, but her son was an entirely different prospect. Matilda's inheritance could become his inheritance as a male heir. The same arguments against her rule could not count against Henry. It was an easy answer to the question of how to stand by the decision of King Henry I while preventing the seemingly distasteful act of a woman acting in the manner of a king. For Matilda, it appears to have been an easy decision to make her maternal and dynastic ambition greater than her own desire to wear England's crown. She now knew that her fight was for her son to become king, and 6 more years of the war of attrition between herself and Stephen would rage on. Matilda suffered losses of those close to her. Her half-brother Robert died in 1147, Miles of Gloucester in 1143, and Brian Fitzcount sometime before 1149, leaving only Matilda's West Country strongholds to rely on. Stephen held much of the Midlands and east of the country, but there were many barons and nobles who remained in between the 2 sides, not declaring for either. In 1148, Matilda finally gave up trying to fight from England, and she left its shores for Normandy. 4 years previously, by the summer of 1144, her husband Geoffroy of Anjou had brought all of Normandy under his grasp and become the Duke of Normandy, therefore making Matilda Duchess of Normandy. Geoffroy had controlled the duchy through a combination of his wife's inheritance and claim and his own military success. After 9 years apart from each other, Geoffroy and Matilda no longer bothered with the pretense of returning to a domestic married life, but they remained united in their ambitions for their children. Stephen no longer held any lands in Normandy, and the chance of him ever recovering them disappeared. His support was on a thin foundation. Despite holding most of England, he was growing older, and there was no guarantee of his son Eustace claiming the crown he himself had taken on personal ambition. Despite the king's attempts to convince the church to crown Eustace in his lifetime, something often done by medieval kings, it never happened. Part of Matilda's decision to leave appears to have been connected to keeping up friendly relations with the church. When the new bishop, Jocelyn de Beauharn, demanded the castle of Devizes now be returned to him, she came up with a smart plan, travelling to Calne in Wiltshire in 1148 to personally make her peace with the new bishop. Writing to her son Henry, she explained the reasons behind her decision to hand the castle over, and he moved swiftly to return the properties around the castle to the bishop. The 16-year-old Henry then successfully convinced Jocelyn de Beauharn that he needed to hold on to the castle long enough that his rightful claim to the throne be succeeded, keeping the men he needed safely within the castle's walls. By the end of the year, his great-uncle, King David of the Scots, had knighted him, and by 1150, his father handed over the reign of Normandy's government as promised. Henry of Anjou was now Duke of Normandy, and Stephen's claim grew ever weaker in this new position of now defending his crown. The nobles of England saw in Henry a chance to reunite a land which had been split apart for almost 2 decades, allowing the bloodline of Henry I to return to the throne. Geoffroy wouldn't live long enough to see his son crowned, however. He died suddenly on the 7th of September 1151 after a fever overtook him, probably brought on by a chill he had caught a week earlier while swimming. He collapsed on a couch at Château de Loire, made provision of his lands, properties and wealth, and died that same day. Henry was now not only Duke of Normandy, but also Count of Anjou and Maine, despite incurring the wrath of Louis VII in the process. When he returned to England in 1153, Henry was 20 years old, a proven military leader and hungry to reclaim his birthright. Stephen, by contrast, was a king growing older and could no longer rely on the support of the church with whom he had fallen out of favour. Even the Gesta Stephani shifts its support here from Stephen to Henry, stating that Henry did not fail of splendid success, rather did it come to him more abundantly, the more eagerly he strove for loftier aims. But further problems came when Henry married Eleanor of Aquitaine, only recently divorced from the French king because of their closeness as kin. Louis VII attacked Normandy, only to be easily beaten back by Henry's forces, and he was forced to accept Henry as the undisputed Duke of Normandy. And so when Henry landed once more on English soil, it was as master of much of the French lands across the Channel, including newly acquired Aquitaine through his new wife. Stephen had to accept reality. His son could find no support amongst the bishops or church, and his nobles had no more appetite for fighting. Any lingering desire to stake a dynastic claim to the crown vanished. Just a few months later, when his eldest son Eustace died, there was no option left but to meet and make a truce. In November 1153, Stephen and Henry met at Winchester, formally making an agreement that Stephen should be allowed to remain king for the rest of his life, while Henry would become his heir and the lawful holder of the crown. After Eustace's death, Stephen was to maintain Henry as though he was his adopted son, personal heir, and the long 19-year anarchy came to a smooth and somewhat whimpering end. Henry did not have to wait long for his crown. On the 21st of October 1154, Stephen succumbed to a severe stomach illness from which he did not recover. The now elderly king, who had held his crown by moving with such speed and self-assurance, died as a pale imitation of himself. Matilda had outlived her enemy. She finally had her victory, though it was not the one she had once seen for herself. The cost of that victory was to force her into the shadows of her own story. When the news of Stephen's death reached Henry in Normandy, he took time to put his affairs in order before sailing for his new throne on the 7th of December. In the interim, unlike when his maternal grandfather had died, there was no sign of conflict in England. The country, it seemed, had had its fill of war and wanted only peace. On the 19th of December 1154, Henry was finally crowned at Westminster, nearly 19 years after the death of his grandfather. But what became of Matilda? She remained in Normandy, essentially ruling the duchy as her son's regent. Matilda issued royal charters signed Domina Imperatrix and dealt with land and property issues. Like her mother before her, ever more concerned with spiritual matters as she aged, she remained a strong presence in her son's life nonetheless. She counselled Henry, helping to rule his lands, including England. When he was not present in England, the trust Henry had in his mother to help rule was clear by the authority which she was allowed to wield in his absence. Over the years, she provided him with advice and guidance, often heeded and still criticised by some for being too hard and cold. She lavished attention on her two younger sons as well, perhaps making up for lost time, and William was reportedly her favourite son. But her son Geoffrey of Nantes died suddenly in 1158. And William died in 1164, it was said of a broken heart, after he was unable to marry his intended bride due to not being given a dispensation. And by 1167, Matilda was no longer the forceful woman who had commanded like a king and made daring escapes. Having endured the loss of her two younger sons, she put her energy into ensuring a truce between Henry and King Louis VII, succeeding in the summer of that year. But her relentless energy couldn't last forever, and Empress Matilda finally died on the 10th of September 1167 at the age of 65, buried by the monks at her beloved Bec Abbey, amongst whom she had spent much of her later life in spiritual contemplation. Her body was sewn into an ox hide and laid to rest before the high altar in the abbey church. During her lifetime she had left many treasures to the abbey, including the 2 gold crowns she had brought as a young woman from Germany, and now she left them the rich contents of her personal chapel. She was a woman who had been a Norman princess, a German empress, and tantalisingly close to being Queen of England, before finally finding a kind of peace as the king's mother in the quiet of Beck's cloisters. The brief descriptions of the few months when she wielded the power of a female king would impress upon historians in the centuries that followed the image of a haughty and insufferable woman, obscuring the rest of her life, in which she was a competent and intelligent woman of royal birth, fighting only for what was hers by right of birth, if not sex. It is interesting that these descriptions were never used to describe any male member of her family, even when they displayed the exact same characteristics. What is known of Matilda outside of that brief and fateful moment where she almost touched the crown of England to her brow does not fit with how chroniclers painted her. We know that to her German subjects she was Matilda the Good, and that to her son she was an integral and imposing element to his rule. She showed great courage and intelligence in escaping her rival on more than one occasion, rallying the nobles of a country she had been foreign to since she was a child. Matilda refused to be a conventional woman of her time, instead choosing to act as a king with her fierce determination and resilience. And while the limitations of her sex prevented Matilda from ever imposing her will as Queen of England, her shrewd political mind and motherly resolve ensured the throne for her son. This is most evident in the Latin inscription at her tomb, which reads, "Here lies the daughter, wife and mother of Henry, great by birth, greater by marriage, greatest in her offspring." Her fight had been acknowledged in the crowning of her son, but to pay for that victory, she disappeared into her own story, except as a warning to other would-be female royals. Another 400 years would pass before the subject of a female ruler would be raised again, and 2 women would compete for England's crown, Lady Jane Grey and Mary I. But despite Matilda's own epitaph describing her life through the context of 3 men, one of those men was determined that her memory and indomitable will not be forgotten. The powerful monarch, Henry II, insisted that he was called Henry Fitz-Empress, son of the Empress, in recognition of his mother and her enduring memory as a courageous woman who should have ruled England. Mabel de Belleme is a Norman noblewoman now largely forgotten, but in her own time she was labelled a cruel woman, a ruthless ruler of her lands, and a sadistic murderess. By the 18th century she had been given the epithet the Wolf of Alençon. This is one case where the evidence that exists cannot be ignored, and there was certainly some reason Mabel was feared, enough to end in her own violent death. But was she as bad as she was painted when contrasted to others of her time? And if so, why? Her family were themselves known for their cruelty, or at least her father was. Mabel's father was William I Talvas, a powerful Norman nobleman and member of the House of Belleme. He was ruthless at taking lands and ruling them with a spiked iron fist, and was known for liking to blind and mutilate his enemies. Little wonder then that he also had his first wife murdered, Mabel's mother Hildeburg, on her way to church after she disagreed with him on something. The Belleme family was therefore an example of how a cruel and savage regime could be turned into a success story in the turbulent 11th century. Mabel was most likely born in the stronghold of Belleme Castle around the year 1030 and would have spent her childhood under her mother's influence. Aristocratic women of the period were the teachers of their children and the holders of the family history, so it's likely that it was Hildeburg who would have passed this knowledge down to both Mabel and her brother Arnulf. Therefore, this would have included learning about the way in which her family had amassed their lands and wealth, and most of that would have been quite violent. Although no evidence exists to prove that Mabel was able to read and write, by this point in history aristocratic women were often taught these skills. Although in later life they would most likely have scribes to do their writing for them. Hildeburg was also a very religious woman, and no doubt would have taken her daughter with her to pray. While in later life Mabel would show much of her father's viciousness towards her enemies, she remained devout and generous to the church, and this was likely her mother's influence. Her mother was killed in 1048, and not long after this came an incident between the Jura and Belleme families, recorded in the Gesta Normanorum Ducum. William of Jura was a vassal and friend of William Talvas, but because some of his lands were held in Maine, he was also a vassal to another landowner there. It's possible that Mabel's father had grown jealous of the fact William Jura was loyal to another as well, and his actions arising from this will have led from a desire to dominate the lands around his own. At Talvas's wedding to his second wife, a daughter of Rodulf, Viscount of Beaumont, who sadly we don't actually know the name of, he invited his old friend Jura. While Talvas went out hunting during the wedding feast, he ordered his men to blind William Jura, cutting off his ears and nose as well. Obviously, this barbaric act did not go unnoticed, and the Jura clan immediately set out for William Talvas, who in an unusual act of fear hid in his stronghold of Belleme Castle. Finally, sick of his father's actions, William was turfed out of the castle and banished by his son Arnulf, although the two had strained relations long before this point. The interesting part is that when William was driven out of his own lands, Mabel went with him instead of staying with her brother, and they found refuge with the Montgomery family, who had large landholdings in central Normandy. Mabel had always been her father's favourite child, and regarding her later behaviour, it was probably because the two were a lot alike. While in exile, William also found that the Montgomery family were very open to an offer of marriage with his daughter, and it wasn't long before a match was agreed between Mabel and Roger de Montgomery, who was probably the eldest son of his father, as he later inherited the bulk of his lands. By 1049, Arnulf was dead, although sources actually suggest he had already died before 1048, throwing the entire story about him banishing his father into doubt anyway. Apparently, Arnulf stole a pig off a nun and ordered it cooked for his dinner. That night, he was strangled to death as he slept off his big meal. Certainly, by the time Mabel's potential marriage was being arranged, she was her father's only living child at that point. William then named Mabel as his sole heir, and this only enhanced her value as a potential bride. In 1050, aged around 20, she married Roger, and he would then use her inheritance as reason to press his wife's claim against her lands. Roger was also a favourite of his kinsman, Duke William of Normandy, later to be known as William the Conqueror, and gaining Mabel as his wife only increased his standing with him. Marrying Mabel allowed Roger to hold the Belleme territories, which bordered Normandy to the south and was a buffer against Maine. But Mabel herself was also important in her own right, as testified by charters from around 1060. Not only was Mabel a witness, but her signature came third after her husband and Bishop Yves, her uncle, showing her powerful position. Mabel being her father's heir also wasn't unusual for Normandy at this time. The norm was certainly for an inheritance to go to a son, if there were any, and he would then take the bulk and divide the rest between his brothers, who would in turn pay homage to their elder brother. If there were only daughters, an elder daughter would take the inheritance and repeat the process amongst her sisters. In an about turn compared to what would come later in France amongst royalty, women were considered equal when it came to what was best for the family, and that would appear to be keeping lands within the lines of inheritance, even through a daughter. There are other examples in 11th century Normandy, such as Matilda of Flanders, the wife of William the Conqueror, who looked after the duchy in her husband's absence. And while we have no certain dates for them, Mabel and Roger would go on to have 10 children altogether, probably 6 boys and 4 girls, although, like most statistics of this period, they could be a little off. The eldest was likely Robert of Belleme, who would go on to inherit his parents' lands and was known for his acts of vicious cruelty, no doubt taught well by his mother. While some of these children died young, many of them would go on to be married into other noble families, further spreading the influence of Mabel's family, and many of them went into the service of William the Conqueror, gaining lands in England as well as Normandy. Mabel and Roger appear to have had a successful marriage, although obviously the sources don't tell us whether it was a happy one. They were a powerful couple, between Mabel's future inheritance and Roger's friendship with Duke William, and the pair appeared to have been as mutually ambitious as each other. By 1055, Roger had also inherited his father's landholdings, increasing the couple's wealth still further. In 1066, he did not actively take part in the invasion of England, but he was instead tasked with remaining behind in Normandy, helping to advise Matilda of Flanders, the Duke's wife, who was placed in charge of his duchy while he attacked England. However, other sources place Roger in England, helping to lead one of the flanks of William's army during the Battle of Hastings. At some point, Roger was in England, and he was given the title of First Earl of Shrewsbury, which made Mabel the Countess of Shrewsbury. Interestingly, we might now expect that only Roger was given English lands, but as it turns out, so was Mabel. The couple also shared some lands jointly. Despite being female, Mabel was able to act as a male lord over her lands, and the income and control she had over resources in those lands would have made her a powerful political figure. Throughout early medieval history, from Aelfthryth of Devon to Empress Matilda, when women held power in a manner deemed too masculine, they would be vilified for it. It would appear perhaps Mabel was also subject to this same fate. According to some scattered sources, mostly from Orderic Vitalis, Roger was known for his love of the church, and apparently this was where Mabel differed slightly. She was known for her religious patronage and was considered devout, but at the same time, she supposedly harboured an intense dislike against the monks at Saint-Avril, although her husband liked them and gave them several gifts over the years, including the transfer of the church of Saint-Martin-de-Sèze. We'll explain in a minute why none of this really makes sense. Mabel, according to Orderic Vitalis, did listen to the abbot, but she apparently otherwise disliked the clergy there and only held back with them because of her husband. However, she found other ways to put strain on them, mostly by abusing their hospitality. Mabel would frequently visit the monastery with as many knights as she could muster, as well as her household and children, and as was etiquette for the time, the monks would be expected to provide her and her retinue with food, water, and rest. Over time, this put great financial strain on the monastery and led to a confrontation with Abbot Thierry. He warned Mabel to curb herself, and she flew into a rage, snapping back that next time she would return with twice as many knights. The abbot replied that if she did, she would suffer for it. Apparently that same night she fell deathly ill and had to flee Saint-Ovreux. Then an even crazier part of the story states that as she was leaving, she went past the house of a townsman and randomly asked him to get his infant child to suckle the nipple which was hurting her the most. The man, also bizarrely, agreed, and the child sucked out whatever vile poison was bothering Mabel, died on the spot, and Mabel went on her way. This is one of the most famous stories about Mabel, and yet there is a lot to unpack. For starters, the author of this was Orderic Vitalis, and while he grew up during his years in France with the Montgomery household, and then became a monk at Évreux when he was about 10, he was only 7 years old when Mabel died, and so probably didn't actually meet her that much. And if he had, how much would he really remember? All of his knowledge of Mabel would likely have come from secondary sources, or at least primary sources from a long time ago, that were by that time coloured by the vicious stories of her behaviour. It's not to say they hadn't happened. Indeed, there is far too much evidence that points to Mabel being every bit as ruthless as suggested, but those stories were likely exaggerated. On top of this, it's also really unlikely Mabel would have just randomly grabbed a nearby baby to suck out some poison, but it is possible that she was in fact nursing one of her own children at the time and they died while young, thus creating an event that used the correct facts but turned them into something quite different. Also, the evidence actually points to Mabel being quite altruistic towards the church herself, off her own back. She actually founded the Church of Saint-Martin-aux-Cèzes herself, and she paid for a library to be built at Saint-Ovreux. The monastery itself was built by her uncle, Bishop Yves. She then added several tithes and land titles as a gift, and she was known as the patroness of the abbey years later. In 1069, she refounded the Abbey of Sainte-Marie in Le Mans, which had originally been built by her parents. Mabel also financed and gave gifts to properties in her lands, including churches, abbeys and mills. None of this suggests she was hostile to the church to the extent suggested. In 1063 comes the next famous event concerning Mabel, and this time it involved the Girard family once again. Arnold de Echauffour, the son of the mutilated William de Girard, had some of his lands confiscated by William the Conqueror when Roger and Mabel asked the Duke to. Although by that year William had changed his mind and agreed to forgive Arnold and give back his lands. This story also suspends a lot of disbelief in which William becomes a man easily swayed by his courtiers and not given to his own brand of fury, which is almost certainly false. It goes without saying that Mabel did not want Arnold to have his lands back, and she apparently devised a plan to poison Arnold by waiting for her husband to invite him to their property to talk. She supposedly ensured there was a poisoned glass of wine waiting for him, but annoyingly he refused to drink, having already been tipped off about the plan and choosing to say nothing. Roger's brother, however, tired after riding, scooped up the glass and drank it, promptly dying shortly after. Mabel then bribed Arnold's chamberlain, who got the poison into his master in another way. After Arnold's death, the Jouarre family indeed collapsed without a head, and they were never again able to regain their footing in Norman lands. There is, like the other story of Mabel's evil doings, a few problems. The first is the idea that either Roger knew his brother had been accidentally poisoned by his wife and said nothing, or the second, that he didn't know it was because of poison, which then begs the question of how anyone would ever know it was poison in order to write the story down. It's not to say that Mabel did not try to murder Arnold, and she may even have poisoned him, but again, this story seems exaggerated to show her in the worst light possible. However, there is an important point in the Countess's favour, and this is that she is given agency. Many early medieval women are simply secondary characters, but in this case, Mabel brought down an entire rival family through her own volition. And this gives us another question. Would a medieval audience have been quite so worked up had she been a man? There were plenty of men in the period who were the same, including Mabel's own father and brother. They were known for being cruel, vicious, ruthless, and tyrannical, but unlike Mabel, being this way was almost expected of them. Or at least, no one was surprised if their lord turned out to be this way. William the Conqueror himself was known for having a violent temper and taken to being ruthless, so it's little surprise others would have been the same. The difference here is that Mabel was female, and women were expected to be the gentle mothers, teachers, holders of the family history, and supporters of their husbands. But this jostled uncomfortably alongside inheritance that went to elder daughters and women ruling lands as regents in the absence of fathers and husbands, thrusting them into the political sphere. The necessity of women holding these positions contrasted to the early ideas about feminine identity, especially that through a male gaze. Orderic Vitalis, for example, wrote favourably about religious, meek, gentle women, and quite obviously disliked women who were the opposite to this. And so, when Mabel's actions were later written down, it became important to show her as venomously as possible, to prevent women feeling they somehow would be able to use their places as mistresses of their households to play in the larger game of politics. As an example, the story about Mabel's attempted poisoning of Arnold is cast as an emotionally charged event, when in fact this was a political assassination. Further to this, Mabel used her position as the head of the household as a woman to be able to get access to foodstuffs and wine which could be poisoned. She was far less likely, unlike a man, to pick up a sword and blind her enemies. Mabel's own political assassination would come in about 1079. 2 years earlier, in 1077, she had used her influence and power to take lands from a rival, Hugh Brunel, and this had left both him and his family destitute. These lands were hereditary, but she had taken them for her own family. This would be repaid in blood, as Hugh and his 3 brothers crept into her chateau at Bière-sur-Dive. They found Mabel just coming out of a bath and leapt on her, cutting off her head. Her son Hugh chased them with several knights, but unfortunately the murderers were covered up by the nighttime darkness. It was said that William the Conqueror himself continued to hunt them down even when they disappeared into other countries for the crime of murdering the Countess, sending assassins after them. Her body was taken to Troyes, where 3 days later she was buried by the monks of the abbey there. Mabel's son Robert of Belleme would continue her legacy after her death, of ruthlessly holding on to their lands, and her husband Roger would marry for a second time. But as the century progressed, the violent tactics of the Belleme family began to grow out of fashion, and almost within a generation, her family's wealth and power almost disappeared altogether. The Countess's fearsome personality lived on in epitaph form, as well as in the stories told about her. She was known as a beauty and a fierce woman, and the acts she carried out politically or for her family lands would be remembered for their calculating and violent nature, although in reality she behaved no differently to any other lord from the 11th century. The reality of Mabel's position was of a powerful woman who became a threat to her enemies, but her story serves as a great reminder that women throughout the centuries have always had agency in shaping the events of their time. Remembered by contemporaries as vain, capricious and troublesome, Isabella of Angouleme is a controversial figure with few people in her corner. She became Queen of England while still a teenager, but married to one of the most unpopular kings of the medieval period, King John. She would also go on to become a countess and a much disliked woman in her home country of France. But no one is a caricature, and everyone has a reason for the decisions they make. So, what was the real story about Isabella? She was probably born sometime around 1188, the daughter and only child of Aymer Taillefer, Count of Angoulême, and his wife Alice or Adelmus of Courtenay. Aymer himself was the last of his family line after his two elder brothers had died, and her mother Alice was part of an illustrious French family that had married into several branches of royalty and nobility across Europe and was herself a descendant of Louis VI of France. As a result, Isabella was the only heir to a vast fortune and lands, and had an extremely desirable lineage for any potential future husbands. We don't actually know much about Isabella herself at this point, and much of her character has been shaped by her later years as an adult. She would have been brought up with a view to becoming a noble wife or even a royal one, and this needed to come with knowledge she would need to carry out her duties. For Isabella, this would have included learning how to run a household and estate, religion, which quite often happened in a nunnery, as well as learning to read and write. Although it's unlikely Isabella would have been expected to write formal documents, instead having a scribe for that, she might have written poetry and would have owned books for herself. She would also have been the keeper of the family history to pass on to her children, although by the 12th century, this was becoming less of a duty for a noble or royal mother. In England, it was also considered in keeping to allow a daughter to learn to sing or play an instrument. It wasn't long before Isabella was required to carry out the primary purpose of young daughters in the medieval period, that of a marriage proposal, designed to create an alliance. Her father arranged an engagement with Hugh IX de Lusignan after his first wife had died. The age gap between them was significant. Isabella was not yet at the age of consent, which meant she was less than 12 years old, and Hugh was at least 20 years her senior. But the importance of the impending marriage was to dissolve the rivalry between the Lusignans and the Counts of Angoulême, as well as to unite their lands in Aquitaine, Isabella's family holding lands between Poitiers and Bordeaux. This in itself posed a threat to the Angevin counts, who at that time was King John of England, and he had also recently given the lordship of La Marche, which neighboured Aquitaine, to Hugh. This threatened to give Hugh far more power than John liked him having, and he decided to do something drastic about it. It has often been recorded that John, who had abandoned his first wife, Isabella Countess of Gloucester, had done so because he had seen the beautiful young Isabella of Angoulême and fallen madly in love with her. Contemporary chroniclers used this story to explain why John put aside his wife, with the reasoning that he had not secured the proper dispensation required at the time of their marriage, as they were cousins. In reality, the truth was much more political. If he married Isabella, he would gain strategic lands to strengthen his grip on Aquitaine, and would also deprive Hugh of being able to gain power. Her father, Aymer, unsurprisingly, needed little convincing to break off his daughter's first engagement when presented with the fact she would become a queen, and John married Isabella on the 24th of August 1200, when she was only around 12 and he was 34. Rather uncomfortably, she would at first be housed with John's now ex-wife. When she wasn't at court, Isabella often stayed with the household of the previous queen at Gloucester, and we know this as Isabella of Gloucester's allowance was increased from £50 a year to £80 in order to pay for the Queen staying with her. And while this may sound awkward, it's possible the ex-queen enjoyed having the young, vibrant teenager living with her, especially as she herself had never had children of her own. On top of this, she will have been well aware of John's tempers and attitudes and probably had sympathy for his new wife. Isabella was crowned on the 8th of October at Westminster and became Queen of England. However, this did not go down well with either Hugh or the French king, Philip II. Hugh defected to Philip, and in order to stem the growing power of the English crown, Philip also declared that England was now the enemy of France. He used this as a perfect excuse to invade Normandy and begin a period of conquest. Over the next 3 years, John would be driven from the lands his family had held for more than a century, and this was a direct consequence of his marriage to Isabella. So, it's not difficult to see how the English people directed their anger over this loss of lands and revenues for England towards the young foreign queen who basically had had no say at all so far in her future, but the blame was still placed at her feet. This would colour how Isabella was viewed in the years to come, despite still being a child. When Eleanor of Aquitaine, the mother of the king, died in 1204, many of her lands were passed on to the 16-year-old Isabella as part of her dower, including lands in England and Normandy, such as the towns of Exeter, Wilton, Ilchester and Malmesbury. However, the loss of Normandy meant the lands there were pointless as a dower, as she couldn't claim anything from them. She was also promised lands in Anjou and Poitou, Niort, Saintes, and 6 other towns, but Isabella doesn't appear to have actually controlled any of these lands herself. The only lands she did hold in her own right were those in Angouleme, after her father died on the 16th of June 1202, and she became countess as his only heir. Her expenses as queen appear to have been paid by occasional gifts of money from the king, and possibly income from the revenue of queen's gold, which was basically an extra fine paid to the crown on top of other levies. She was very much treated as a child for much of their marriage, and Isabella had little independence. Some chroniclers at this time began to paint Isabella in the worst light possible. She was known for having a volatile temper, which was probably at least partially due to her young age, but was obviously not an ideal trait for a queen to have. She was also known for her beauty, with the medieval beauty ideal of blonde hair and blue eyes, and this was combined with false stories of John remaining in bed until noon with her, to produce an image of her as a siren figure, luring the king away from his real duties. There were even rumours, ironically, of her infidelity, which again, there is no evidence for at all. In reality, Isabella was simply a young queen with a husband who was juggling a war with France, as well as dealing with debts there from his brother's reign. A very telling sign about Isabella is that John's mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, readily accepted the young girl and apparently got on well with her. While there is an argument that Eleanor might have simply been happy to have a daughter-in-law who was also French, she herself had faced slurs about not being English when she married Henry II. She was also, however, a great leader in her own right in Aquitaine and a powerful political figure, and there's no doubt Eleanor would not have looked happily upon a young girl who prevented her son from ruling effectively. By 1207, Isabella had also performed the main duty expected of a royal wife, that of becoming a mother. On the 1st of October, she gave birth to the child and heir of both John and herself, Prince Henry, at Winchester Castle. Despite having been previously married, John didn't have any legitimate children yet, another possible reason for dissolving his previous marriage, although he had 6 illegitimate children who were obviously barred from taking the throne. Young Henry would be followed over the next few years by his siblings, a brother named Richard and 3 sisters named Joan, Isabella and Eleanor. All 5 would go to either become heads of state in their own right or marry into royal families and have their own children, with the exception of Joan. In February 1214, Isabella travelled with John to Poitou, where he was able to gain control over her lands in Angouleme, which was also the first time she had visited since gaining them on her father's death. This was part of John's wider need to reclaim Normandy as well from Philip, but it would go badly. He was already struggling at home in England because he had fallen out with the northern barons there, due to them owing John a huge amount of debt and having little in the way of French lands to care about. Many of those within the royal household who were part of John's military forces also joined the rebels, which caused more tension. However, John had built up a friendly alliance with Pope Innocent III and the Holy Roman Emperor Otto IV, and some of the French landholders. But unfortunately, due to the fallout with the barons, many of them refused to fight for John, and when John pushed forwards from Poitou towards the French king's forces, it was with mercenaries making up half the numbers. While at first John had a few successful campaigns, the local Angevin lords refusing to join with him and fight on his side meant he soon started to lose ground to Philip. Eventually, Normandy was solidly lost, with the French king winning key battles against John's allies to the north. It was clear the battle was over for John, and he turned Anjou over to Philip, as well as signing a truce between the two countries that was meant to last 6 years, before returning home to England in October with his tail between his legs. Isabella had remained in England during this time in the West Country. But by 1216 her circumstances would change dramatically when John died on the 18th or 19th of October, aged just 49. Due to his unpopularity, rumours quickly abounded after his death that he had been poisoned, but these were likely false. Isabella wasted no time in ensuring her young 9-year-old son was crowned at Gloucester Cathedral as Henry III. Most of King John's treasure had been lost in the Wash, a bay on the east coast of England, and so Isabella gave up her own golden circlet to be used to crown her son. Her dower was released shortly afterwards, and she used this to make gifts to the monks at Malmesbury and St. Nicholas's in Exeter. However, despite being the mother of the king, Isabella appears to have had no place on the royal council, once again pushed aside. But she very much knew her place, and she continued for the rest of her life to use the Queen's seal and her title as Queen of England. Although her dower had been released, it was supposed to include the castles of Exeter and Rockingham, as well as some money from John's will, but none of these were given to her. Left with only her existing inheritance from France to lean on, Isabella had to return to Angouleme the following year in 1217. But she was not permitted to take any of her children with her, leaving them in England with their eldest brother Henry. For the first time in her life, Isabella was able to wield real power in her own right. John had put officials in charge who protested at a woman taking over, but she managed to claim control over her lands in Angouleme regardless. However, by 1220, Isabella would marry for a second time. Ironically, this would be to the son of the man she was once engaged to, Count of Le Marche, Hugh X of Lusignan, the son of Hugh IX. Hugh X was actually betrothed to Joan, Isabella's daughter, and Joan was being brought up at the Lusignan court as a result. But apparently, once Hugh saw Isabella, who was still only 32 and very beautiful, he changed his mind and decided to go for the mother over the daughter. A year later, Joan instead married Alexander II of Scotland. This marriage also allowed Hugh to enact what his father had attempted to do years before, bringing together the Lusignan lands and the lands from the Counts of Angouleme. However, it was worse than this, as Isabella, as a previous queen, was supposed to ask permission for another marriage from the King's Council. At first, this was ignored, and Hugh was even allowed to claim the lands John had given Isabella in England. But after Hugh joined an alliance with Louis VIII in June 1224, the French king, the council decided to repay her flippancy and Hugh's choice by taking away her dower lands and stopping her pension. Both Hugh and Isabella retaliated by threatening to keep Joan with them, and the council responded to this by writing to the Pope with letters signed by Henry III, asking for the couple to be immediately excommunicated. Unsurprisingly, this rather extreme request was ignored, and it wasn't long before the council decided it would probably just be easier to come to terms with the new Countess of La Marche in 1226. Alexander II was eager to marry his new bride, and they didn't want anything to damage this relationship. Isabella was given the stannaries in Devon, the £3,000 she was owed from her pension, and the revenue of Aylesbury to make up for the land she had lost in Normandy. This second marriage was at least secure for Isabella, and she would go on to have another 9 children by her new husband. The eldest, Hugh XI of Le Marche, would gain not only the title of Count of Le Marche, but also the title from his mother of Count of Angouleme. Isabella also got the opportunity to meet her firstborn again, Henry III, when he came back to England in 1230 after his ill-fated official invasion of Poitou in an attempt to claim his birthright, the first time she would have seen him in over 12 years. However, yet again, her husband was not faithful to her, although he had no illegitimate children. This, combined with constant threats of divorce from Hugh, meant it was an unhappy marriage, and Isabella's character once again came under fire for this, despite her not actually being the problem. She was also rubbed up the wrong way by her peers, as she was now merely a countess and not a queen, and yet her use of her title of Queen of England shows that Isabella had a very different view of this. When Isabella and Hugh were summoned to the French court to swear fealty to the brother of the French king, Louis XI, to be invested as Count of Poitou, Isabella was snubbed openly by his mother, Dowager Queen Blanche. It was said this was the reason she then turned on the French king along with her husband, but again, the real reasons are likely to have been more political. In 1241, Poitou was firmly under the grip of the French crown, and it would have been in Isabella and Hugh's interest to remove this grip. Luckily for them, Isabella's son happened to be the King of England, and so she persuaded her husband to reopen negotiations with England while remaining friendly with Louis. Henry did travel across to Poitou the following year in 1242, but was met with a bit of a shock when Hugh decided to side with Louis after all, leaving his royal stepson without support. According to some sources, in 1244, after this alliance between Louis and Hugh once again failed, 2 cooks were arrested in the royal household for attempting to poison the king. They claimed to have been in Isabella's pay, but there is little evidence for this beyond the accounts of these chroniclers. It was supposedly for this reason that she decided to retire to a nunnery, the Abbey of Font-Revol, although it's more likely it was simply her age. It was common in the early medieval period for noble and royal women to retire for a life of religious contemplation in their later years, although they would have continued to live in a great deal of comfort compared to the nuns. Having taken the veil as a nun on her deathbed, Isabella finally died on the 4th of June 1246. Despite the fact she had fallen out with her son Henry, respects were still paid to her in England, and gifts were given to the canons of Ivy Church in Wiltshire, money was given to chantry chapels at Malmesbury and Westminster, and a feast for the poor scholars of Oxford and Cambridge was also funded in her name. Isabella is a very invisible figure, even though she became such a caricature of a bad queen. In reality, we actually have very little of the real Isabella, because she was not able to make much of an impact in her own right. But what we can do is disseminate the myths around her, that of a spoiled, impatient brat of a queen who was the cause of her husband's lack of competent rule, and on top of that, cheated on her marriage. In fact, she was a young girl brought from her home country to one she had never even visited and was immediately looked down upon for not being an English bride. And John's lack of leadership was multifaceted, but it certainly wasn't down to being in bed with his queen until midday. She was given little in the way of independence, but when she finally had it for a very brief period, Isabella showed she was capable of leading effectively by taking her lands back under her claim, and by marrying well for a second time, even if it wasn't a happy marriage. Isabella was not the vain, capricious and troublesome woman she is painted to be. She was rather an example of a woman of her era, royal but still denied power and independence due to her age and the political state of affairs in England at the time. Few medieval queen consorts split opinion quite like Eleanor of Provence. On the one hand, she was a loyal queen to Henry III, defending him against rebels when needed, and being a powerful regent in her own right. On the other, she was hated for bringing her French relatives over with her to take people's jobs at court, and she was quite keen, it seems, on expelling Jewish people from her lands. These are facts about the woman, but is this a woman with a hideous personality hidden beneath her legendary beauty, or was she a product of her era? Eleanor's beginnings sound like the start of a children's fairy tale. She was born in Provence in 1223, although we don't know exactly when. She was one of 4 daughters born to Ramon Berenguer V, Count of Provence, and his wife Beatrice of Savoy. The couple had 2 sons born before Eleanor, possibly twins, but they both died young. The 4 daughters, Margaret, Beatrice and Sanchia, other than Eleanor herself, were famed for their beauty, and Eleanor would become known for her dark brunette hair and striking eyes. She was the youngest child, and despite her parents being somewhat impoverished for nobility, she still received a good education. Eleanor, along with her sisters, had the tutor Romain de Villeneuve, a senior official at her father's court. He was a trusted man who would go on to become Beatrice's guardian after Ramon's death, and it was through him Eleanor would gain a deep love of reading, which would follow her into adulthood. Provence, like much of France at that time, had a well-known troubadour culture that likely led to Eleanor enjoying romantic novels, and in adulthood she would have a particular penchant for Arthurian legends. They would also have learned their native tongue of Occitan, which was close to French, and would have learned to read and write Latin for the purposes of letter writing. They would also have learned to ride a horse, falconry, and all 4 women would be well versed in the fashion of the day. Her eldest sister, Margaret or Marguerite, had been her closest companion, but was married to the French king, Louis IX, when she was 12 in 1234. Her new mother-in-law, Blanche of Castile, had arranged the marriage specifically with the view that Marguerite was merely pretty and pious, wasn't politically savvy enough to attempt to wrest control from Blanche, and to increase the lands held under the French crown. Henry III, King of England, wanted to try to do the same, especially as his father, King John, had lost the Angevin lands once held by their family. Marrying the right Frenchwoman would help with his cause, or so he hoped. Marguerite's family had hoped that through her marriage they would be more involved in the French royal family and their politics, but after the bride travelled to Paris, her uncles and entourage were sent home, leaving her alone and under the manipulation of Blanche. The Count and Countess of Provence were irritated by the Queen Mother's treatment of them, and luckily for them, Blanche hadn't made friends in other places as well. Both Henry and the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II were suspicious of her, and their own bond was further cemented when Frederick took Isabella, the king's sister, for his 3rd wife. Seeing where it would be possible to gain an advantage, Henry sent ambassadors to Provence to seek out a wife there. However, he was already going through the motions of marrying his distant kinswoman Joan, Countess of Poitou, and Blanche had already made clear she didn't want this marriage to happen anyway. When Eleanor's parents agreed to an English match instead, Joan was let go, and Henry made arrangements to marry Eleanor. Her parents were still unable to pay for a decent dowry, and Henry wrote no less than 6 letters for his ambassadors to present to the Count and Countess, starting at £13,333 and going down to £2,000. Eventually, he panicked they would refuse the match altogether on this basis, and the king wrote one final letter telling his envoys to forget altogether about the money and simply to come back with his future bride. This shows the tension and level of fear that circulated in Europe at this time over gaining lands and therefore resources, and how this was achieved through marriages as much as war. On the 23rd of November 1235 at Tarascon Castle, Eleanor went through the motions with a proxy marriage before travelling to England on the 15th of December. Henry was apparently nervous awaiting his bride, and when Eleanor finally landed with her uncle, William of Savoy, and a large retinue of Savoyard relatives in Dover in early January, he rushed to Canterbury. It would have been the first time the couple had ever seen each other, and Henry's Anglo-Norman and Eleanor's Occitan would have been close enough for them to understand one another. He was around 28 and Eleanor was at least 12, possibly 13. They were married at Canterbury on the 14th of January 1236, and she became the Queen of England, Lady of Ireland, Duchess of Normandy and Aquitaine, and Countess of Anjou, although many of her titles relating to France were somewhat redundant and wouldn't be used after the Treaty of Paris in 1259. Despite their age gap, Henry was an attentive and caring partner to his young wife, and he had a special skill in putting people at their ease. Up until that point, the king's only attachments to the fairer sex had been his mother, his sisters, and 2 nuns, so he was quite shy with Eleanor romantically, a contrast to his father and forebears. She was crowned on the 20th of January, and the occasion was set with flags, banners, and lanterns all across London, and a blue carpet was laid from Westminster Palace to the Abbey. Henry went first, with Eleanor following behind, her long hair loose and wearing a simple circlet on her head. Now officially queen, not only would her main role be to produce an heir for the English throne, but also to intercede with her husband on behalf of his subjects. Eleanor was immediately asked to appeal on behalf of William de Punchhall, a man who she didn't know, who had committed a forest offence such as poaching, and it was granted. This was almost a tutorial to guide the young queen through how she should act. Due to her age, Eleanor's education continued until she was old enough to participate fully in the systems of queenship, and this included being brought into Henry's religious leanings. He was known to be especially pious, particularly towards Edward the Confessor, who he adopted as his patron saint, and both Eleanor's medical care and religious guidance were entrusted to Nicholas of Farnham, who later became the Bishop of Durham. Henry was extremely religious, and he was eager that his wife should be just as into it as he was. Apparently, the pair were affectionate and caring towards one another, and Eleanor truly seems to have loved her husband and been a faithful and loyal wife, and Henry was a devoted husband. The proof of this can be seen in a rather shocking and horrific event, in which a man turned up at court claiming to be the real king and demanding Henry abdicate immediately. The king took pity on this man as he was clearly suffering from a mental illness, and he forbid anyone to harm the man as he was let go. It would be a grave error. Just a few nights later, the same man crept through the king's open window to stab him to death, but found an empty bed as Henry was sleeping with Eleanor in her chambers. Someone finally caught him creeping around, and this time he was taken to Coventry and quartered. Henry's switch in mercy was said to be not because the man had threatened to kill him, but because he had threatened to kill the Queen. But for all their happiness, there were fears for a short while that the young queen might not be able to have children, when it's far more likely she simply didn't fall pregnant straight away due to her young age. However, she was finally carrying the future heir to the throne by Christmas of 1238, and although she had moved around constantly with Henry's court since her arrival, the king wanted his queen to remain at Westminster once the birth grew closer. Eleanor gave birth on the night of the 17th to the 18th of June 1239 to a boy named Edward after Edward the Confessor. Henry was overjoyed, as were most of his subjects, as young Prince Edward represented a secure passing of the throne, as well as the first king since the Norman conquest to be given an English name. Eleanor's churching, the first official ceremony for a queen which celebrated her return to public life after having a child, was arranged for the 9th of August, and London was flooded with noble women to attend on the Queen. One of these was Eleanor Plantagenet, the king's sister. She had been married once before and widowed before she was 20 years old. She had married for a second time to Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, who was also a close advisor and friend of the king. However, there were controversies surrounding their marriage, starting with the fact Eleanor had taken a vow of chastity after becoming a widow, and also for the fact they had been married in secret. Although it appears Henry was fully aware of the marriage and appears to have approved, giving them lavish gifts and allowing them to stay in his properties in London after they were married and had their first child, he wouldn't remain this way forever. As the Queen's churching approached, the king suddenly banned both his sister and her husband from attending the ceremony and threw them out of their London residence. It turned out Queen Eleanor's uncle, Thomas of Savoy, had come to the king with a large debt that, he said, Simon de Montfort owed him, and had put Henry down for the surety of it. The king had already paid out a huge amount of money for his sister's wedding, and now Simon had put him down for another £1,333. The real sticking point wasn't the amount, however, but the fact he had made a decision to put a debt to Henry's name without informing him or asking. It was an arrogant move, and despite both Eleanor and Simon coming to beg the king for forgiveness, he remained angry about what had happened. He then added that Simon was an excommunicated man, and that he had only agreed to the marriage to his sister as she had been seduced by de Montfort. He threatened to lock Simon in the Tower of London, and the couple fled to France. Queen Eleanor almost certainly would have mourned the loss of her sister-in-law as the two had grown close. The de Montforts had fled so quickly that they had to leave behind their baby son, who was being raised in the royal nursery alongside his newborn cousin Edward and another cousin of theirs, 4-year-old Henry. They would be followed by other royal siblings, all born before Eleanor was 23. Margaret, born a year later in 1240, followed by Beatrice in 1242, and Edmund in 1245, who would go on to become the founder of the first House of Lancaster. They also had one more daughter on the 25th of November 1253 named Catherine, and there are various sources alluding to the fact she was deaf and possibly had an intellectual disability. Whatever the case, Henry and Eleanor loved her the same as their other children, and when she sadly died at 3 years old in 1257, the pair were heartbroken at the death of their little daughter. The children would be raised at Windsor Castle, and both the king and Eleanor were doting and attentive parents, made clear both by the vehemency of their feelings and the fact that they often spent large amounts of time with their children, in opposition to what was expected of royalty at that time. Now comfortable in her role as queen, it wouldn't be long before Eleanor's relatives saw a way to ingratiate themselves into English politics as she grew into an adult. Her uncles William, Thomas and Boniface of Savoy had all used her influence with the king, but in 1241 it was her uncle Peter of Savoy who would throw himself into the role of Eleanor's advisor. The English courtiers who would normally have found a place amongst the staff at court were understandably jealous of the Savoyards who now found themselves by the side of the king, and this was made worse by Peter's conduct. He did help Eleanor to strengthen her own position as mother of the future king, but he also used her help in gaining positions for more of their relatives. And this was made worse when the king's half-brothers travelled over from France to find there was little left of the pie for themselves. A year later, Eleanor accompanied Henry on what was to be an ill-fated expedition to Poitou and Gascony in 1242. Henry's mother, Isabella of Angouleme, had remarried and become the Countess of Poitou, and she had reassured her son that her new husband, Hugh de Lusignan X, would support Henry in reclaiming French lands. At that time, Hugh was involved in a rebellion against King Louis, and the rebels had hoped Henry would provide military support. However, the English king was slow in gathering an army, and considering the rebellion had kicked off in 1241, it was a year late. It was a slow campaign as well, and it wasn't helped by Hugh switching back to supporting Louis halfway through. Henry's army was surrounded by the French during the Battle of Taillebourg, and he had to retreat to Bordeaux after a one-day truce was agreed. His actions made Simon de Montfort openly criticise the king for his incompetence, another nail in the coffin of their strained relationship. As for Eleanor, she had remained at Bordeaux, having fallen ill during her pregnancy, and on the 25th of June 1242 she gave birth to their daughter Beatrice. She was also angry when she heard about the retreat, but for a slightly different reason to Simon. The truce had only been agreed as Henry's brother, Richard of Cornwall, carrying a pilgrim's staff, had entered the French camp and asked personally for the truce. In exchange, he demanded Gascony from his brother as his birthright of Poitou was now lost. Henry agreed in his desperation, except Gascony was supposed to go to his eldest, Edward, to rule while he waited to succeed his father. One can only imagine the arguments between man and wife. Gascony was withdrawn from Richard, and things grew somewhat heated between him and Eleanor as he suspected her involvement. Eventually things calmed down, but the memory of the event remained. However, the two could also work well together. When Henry left in 1253 to repress a rebellion in Gascony, Eleanor remained behind this time as regent, and Richard stayed on also as her chief advisor. Henry's trust in her cannot be underestimated, as she was even allowed to exercise the functions of the Lord Chancellor, a position that would not be held by a woman again until Liz Truss in 2016. Also, before Henry left on campaign, he drew up his will, instructing that Eleanor should be given full custody of their children and would hold the king's lands until their son Edward came of age. But aside from Henry's trust, there were other periods of Eleanor's regency that would be historic. One of these came on the 27th of January 1254, when for the first time, a woman acting as the head of state summoned and presided over Parliament. Although Richard was there also to give support, it was Eleanor who issued writs in her name, and it was Eleanor who led the Parliament through a diplomatic mandate. However, by April the 1st that year, Henry had signed a truce with his enemies. By December, the royal English couple were invited to Paris to spend some time with Louis IX and Queen Marguerite. But one issue with this truce was that their second son Edmund would now no longer receive the earldom of Chester, and so finding something else for him became a problem. But Henry decided he had a solution. His second son would be the King of Sicily. The previous king, Frederick II, had died in 1250, and Pope Innocent was eager to give the throne to anyone but Frederick's heirs. So Edmund had been offered the throne, and the English king had accepted on his behalf. Eleanor also became deeply involved in this scheme along with her Savoyard relatives. The Pope dispatched his notary, Albert of Parma, to negotiate with Henry while he was still in Gascony, to find out when they could expect 9-year-old Edmund and the army he would need to travel to Sicily with. However, it quickly became clear that Henry was completely broke after his campaigns in France. But this was also a build-up of tensions from earlier events, especially those in 1255. Henry and Eleanor had increasingly grown worried about their 15-year-old daughter Margaret, who had married the 14-year-old Alexander III of Scotland, as she was not permitted by the Scottish to travel down to England. This was at least in part because the Scottish Minority Council, ruling until Alexander was of age, had split into factions not long after the marriage in 1251. But it was also partly because Margaret wrote home long letters full of homesickness and complaints that she was never allowed to see her husband, and therefore the Scots were worried Margaret might stay in England if she was allowed to return. The Queen's physician was sent to check on Margaret, and he was horrified to find her ill and pale, sending a letter home just before he died, shortly afterwards himself. Some thought perhaps of poison. The letter was alarming enough that Henry sent John Mansell and Richard de Clare, the Earl of Gloucester, and they surrounded Edinburgh Castle with troops and forced their way in. Margaret complained about not being allowed out of the castle, how she was given unfamiliar handmaidens, and again, how she wasn't allowed any time with Alexander. The two men fixed the third problem by putting the two young people together in the same bed and sent word back to England about her situation. Unsurprisingly, Henry came down hard on the two men who were meant to look after Margaret, and one of them, Robert de Ros, had to surrender Wark Castle near the Scottish border. Both Margaret and Alexander travelled there to meet with Eleanor and Henry, and Eleanor fell ill while at the castle, which meant her daughter was permitted to stay with her while the king and his son-in-law went north again to deal with the Minority Council. By late October 1255, Eleanor felt well enough to travel south again, and a bill was sent to the Bishop of Durham for her stay. Henry also took the opportunity to gather up income for Eleanor in the form of her Queen's Gold, an extra payment of 10% added on to fines paid to the Crown. But this would be made worse by targeting the Jewish community within England. In late November, Henry ordered that the Jewish community in Lincoln pay out £172 from confiscated property. This property had belonged to Jews who had been accused of apparently kidnapping and murdering a young boy, throwing his body down a well, and had since been punished with hanging or imprisonment. The problem was that very little was actually known about the way the boy had died, and as so often happened in the medieval period, a scapegoat was decided on, and the finger was unjustly pointed at the Jewish population with no evidence. In 1257, Eleanor and Henry had to deal with the death of their youngest daughter Catherine, who was only 3 when she passed away on the 3rd of May. Matthew of Paris, a chronicler of the time, wrote that the little girl was speechless and helpless, but very beautiful in appearance, and added that Eleanor had something of a nervous breakdown. At the end of May, Henry had collapsed with a fever, but he ensured Westminster Abbey was completed in time to allow little Catherine to be the first member of the royal family to be interred there. Her tomb had a silver effigy on top and was encrusted with jewels. Her tomb has long since disappeared, but the way in which Henry and Eleanor reacted to her death shows the strong emotional bond they held with all of their children. By 1258, there were other matters to attend to, however. The crippling financial demands of the offer for Edmund to be King of Sicily had pushed the English populace too far, and it spilled over into rebellion. The Lusignans were actually behind some of this, and they led the English barons in a revolt. The king was broke, everyone was sick of the Sicilian business, the harvests failed that year, and even the church now had grievances. It wasn't until 7 of the English and Savoyard barons joined together, Simon de Montfort, Roger and Hugh Bigod, John Fitzgeoffrey, Peter de Montfort, Peter de Savoy and Richard de Clare, that things erupted. They formed an alliance with a view to pushing the Lusignans out of court, a move that was likely quietly supported by Eleanor, although it weakened her husband's power. Fearing he would be arrested, Henry agreed to abandon personal rule and instead rule through a council of 24 barons, although his own candidates included many of the hated Lusignans. In June, a fresh parliament passed the Provisions of Oxford, which further limited Henry's powers, and on top of that, Eleanor and her husband both had a falling out with their eldest son, Edward. She began to be seen as the enemy of reform. In 1261, Eleanor colluded with a small group of loyal activists who wanted to work with the king, and the Pope released Henry, Eleanor and their sons from needing to follow the provisions. By June 1263, tensions had risen further from this decision, and the rebels were now being led by Simon de Montfort. In retaliation for Eleanor's choices, they ravaged her lands and those of anyone who supported her, including her relatives. Civil war openly broke out, and Simon turned his forces on London. Henry and Eleanor were trapped within the Tower of London, but Eleanor did attempt to travel along the River Thames to her son Edward and his army at Windsor, but instead had to retreat as she found herself pelted with stones, rotten vegetables, and vicious insults by an angry London mob. They had been taught by this point to hate the Queen, and especially a foreign one. All the blame for the wrong of the country, claimed the rebels, was down to the overly large number of Savoyards in the government, and whose fault was that? However, this would also be Eleanor's greatest hour. The Royalists were defeated at Lewes in May 1264. While the rebels basically took power, although ineffectively, so they struggled to hold it well enough to actually take the country, it crippled Henry to little more than a figurehead. But his queen was not so easily daunted. A few months before, she had gone to France to seek support from Louis, and she found it, although this sparked the Civil War as much as anything else. Her son Edward was now a hostage in Simon's hands, and Eleanor knew she would have to fight back to reclaim her son's birthright. Selling the crown jewels and borrowing heavily from every possible quarter, she travelled to Flanders to assemble an impressive invasion force. But unfortunately, she ran out of money while waiting for Simon to stop stalling over Edward's imprisonment, and her army dissipated. But she still wasn't done. The English queen marched on Gascony, claiming it for herself as Duchess of Aquitaine. She once again raised another military force, smaller but just as loyal, and this, combined with her extensive network of contacts from France, the Papacy, Ireland, the Welsh Marches, and the English refugees in Europe, gave her the edge she needed. Eleanor was proof that diplomacy was just as effective a weapon as a sword when fighting an enemy, and her actions finally led to victory for the Royalists at Evesham in August 1265, and Simon was killed and mutilated by the victors. Just a few months later in November, Eleanor returned to her husband's side. There is no doubt that it was the Queen who had secured a victory for Henry, and furthermore, she even covered her debts from her time in Gascony by persuading the Pope to give her £60,000 from a fine taken from the English clergy. And certainly, finances would mark the later years of her life. She was markedly oppressive when it came to taxing the land she owned, but she also used the services of Jewish moneylenders while she was consort. However, she was a woman of her era, and she was hostile to Judaism, like many other medieval people. When Henry came back into power, he was much more infirm, and Edward took on a more prominent role. The king reversed many of the anti-Jewish laws Simon had put in place, but as his finances looked more dire, he was put under pressure from Parliament to restrict the sale of Jewish bonds to Christians in return for financing. But on the 16th of November 1272, Henry, who had been ill for a few years at this point, finally died. Eleanor was with him at the end, a final mark of her affection for her equally loving husband. She also became, upon his death, a very wealthy woman. However, with his death went any attempt at balance. Edward was crowned king on the 19th of August alongside his wife, Eleanor of Castile. Yes, another Eleanor. Now a Queen Dowager, Eleanor of Provence stayed on in England and even helped to raise her grandchildren. When her grandson Henry died in her care in 1274, aged just 6, she was as heartbroken as she had been when Catherine had passed away. She founded Guildford Friary in his memory and gave orders for his heart to be buried there. The tragedies didn't end there, as her daughters Margaret and Beatrice soon passed away in the months following this. But the softer side of Eleanor soon gave way to her harder side, and on the 16th of January 1275, she received permission from Edward I to expel the Jewish people living in her lands. This was an event that would stick in the minds of many, and was used as an entire character basis for Eleanor. There was a sweeping wave of anti-Semitism across Europe, and Eleanor was swayed herself by the Franciscan and Dominican friars who urged people to expel Jewish communities. However, this is not necessarily indicative of her character, nor is there an obvious connection to the other measures Edward carried out against Jewish people in England that year. When we look at her personal life, it becomes more confusing, as Eleanor took at least one Jewish family into her protection, but was unable to help them when they were expelled from the country. On top of this, she remained a patron of a home founded by her husband for converted Jews. It suggests that in modern terms, we would certainly not like Eleanor's anti-Semitic leanings, but in her own time, it was complicated for her as she swayed between the average Christian teachings she were told were right and her feelings for actual people she knew. While Edward continued to value his mother's input on political matters, he was a far firmer king than his father had been, and Eleanor was probably a little put out that he didn't heed her more often. She began to make plans to retire, and in July 1286 she left for the nunnery at Amesbury to take the veil as a nun. Two of her granddaughters were already there, Mary of Woodstock and Eleanor of Brittany, who had both entered the priory at the age of 7 respectively. Just a few years later, on the 24th of June 1291, Eleanor of Provence died. Although there was some confusion over where she should be buried, eventually her body was interred at Amesbury Priory on the 9th of September, her funeral attended by both of her sons, relatives and a host of nobility. Regardless of how Eleanor was remembered by her English subjects, she was revered by her children and family. Today, Eleanor is barely remembered at all, and if her name comes up, most people first think of the worst crimes attached to her name. But the real Eleanor of Provence was a fairly admirable figure if we view her, as we should with all historical figures, in the context of her time. She arrived in England as a young girl with no knowledge of what lay ahead, but she created a new model for queenship in her adopted country, creating a partnership between king and queen that would have implications for centuries afterwards in the English state. She was also formidable when it came to fighting for her place and that of her loved ones. Henry could be nothing but grateful to his wife, for it was her contacts, diplomatic ability and sheer stubbornness to back down that helped win the Barons' War in his favour and cement a royalist win, also securing the throne for their son. Much of the views surrounding Eleanor, that she was troublesome and apt to push her husband to war, also stemmed from a view held of Henry, that he was a gentle king who liked things easy and peaceful, therefore couldn't possibly be the one creating all the problems. Except Henry was determined from the start to win back what his father had lost in France, and marrying Eleanor was merely the beginning of that process. Between the two of them, they also created the first stable archetype of the royal family by being devoted and affectionate parents to their children, as well as continually fostering links between siblings and relatives. But it's impossible to ignore that Eleanor was of her era, a queen who put herself above average citizens because she was raised to believe in a God-given hierarchy, a woman who was anti-Semitic because of the Christian teachings of the day, and a landowner who was harsh on those who needed to pay her tax or queen's gold. She was therefore complicated, but also expected. But most of all, despite what we see as serious shortcomings, Eleanor provided an example of strong leadership and queenship, and deserves to be remembered not only for her few faults, but also for the impressive legacy she left for her children to follow. Blanche of Castile was a powerhouse of the 13th century. While other medieval queens of the time were also noted for taking power in the form of regencies, Blanche did it with such skill and understanding that she secured France's power and stability for decades, and paved the way for her son to become one of the most loved monarchs of the time. This video looks at her journey from a princess with an illustrious ancestry to a queen mother who was the backbone of France's rule. Blanche was born on the 4th of March 1188 in Palencia, Castile, into one of Europe's most illustrious royal families. Her father, King Alfonso VIII of Castile, was a prominent ruler in the Reconquista, the long Christian campaign to claim Iberian territories from Muslim rule. Her mother, Eleanor of England, was the daughter of two legendary figures in history, Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine. Through her mother, Blanche inherited a rich legacy of power and intrigue. Henry II, the founder of the Angevin Empire, was a complex figure known for his legal reforms and relentless ambition. Blanche's grandmother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, was one of the most powerful women of the medieval era. Eleanor ruled Aquitaine in her own right, was queen of both France and England, and played a pivotal role in the cultural and political life of 12th century Europe. Blanche's maternal lineage also gave her ties to the Plantagenet dynasty of England, infamous for its fierce rivalry and internal conflicts. These connections would later influence her political alliances and the expectations placed upon her as a queen. In 1199, Eleanor of Aquitaine, then well into her 70s, travelled to Castile to choose a bride for her grandson, Louis, the future Louis VIII of France. Eleanor had two granddaughters to choose from, Blanche and her elder sister, Urraca. Despite Urraca's status as the eldest, Eleanor saw something special in the young Blanche. Her decision was likely influenced by Blanche's sharp mind, poise, and potential as a future queen. Not only that, but the match was politically significant. France and England had been locked in a power struggle for decades, and Eleanor sought to strengthen ties between Castile and France to counterbalance English ambitions on the continent. The marriage would solidify an alliance that would benefit both Castile and the Capetian dynasty of France. Blanche married Louis in 1200, likely at the age of 12, in a grand ceremony that symbolised the union of two powerful dynasties. As was customary for royal marriages, the union was more political than personal, but Blanche quickly proved herself to be an asset to the French court. She was not content to remain in the background as many queens in waiting were expected to do. Instead, she took an active interest in court politics and governance, earning respect for her intelligence and diplomatic skill. When her husband ascended the throne in 1223 as Louis VIII, Blanche became Queen of France. Although her role was officially as a consort, she proved to be much more than a ceremonial figure. From the outset, Blanche demonstrated her political acumen and ability to navigate the complex dynamics of the French court, which was a court steeped in tradition and factionalism. The French monarchy, though growing in power, still faced challenges from rebellious nobles and external threats, particularly from England. Blanche's ability to navigate these challenges would set the stage for her later role as regent, a role that would define her legacy. Blanche was queen at a pivotal point in history, when a queen was growing from a passive position into a political entity, albeit one who still supported their husband. Her role as Queen of France during Louis's reign was far from passive. Her influence extended beyond the traditional ceremonial duties of a queen consort, as she actively supported her husband in his political, military, and administrative endeavours. Together, they worked to strengthen the French crown's authority in a time of transition and consolidation. This would be shown through one of the major events of Louis's reign, his continuation of the Albigensian Crusade, a campaign to eradicate the Cathar heresy in southern France. This movement, supported by the Catholic Church, sought to bring the Languedoc region under greater royal and religious control. While Louis led military campaigns in the south, Blanche remained in the north, managing affairs in Paris and ensuring the stability of the kingdom. Her ability to maintain order and loyalty among the nobility allowed Louis to focus on his military objectives without fear of unrest at home. Blanche's devout Catholicism aligned with the church's goals as well, and this meant she also likely played a role in encouraging support for the crusade among influential figures in the north. The campaign helped to extend Capetian control into the south, further centralizing French authority. Although the Cathar movement persisted in some areas, Louis's efforts laid the groundwork for the eventual integration of the Languedoc region into the French crown. Blanche's upbringing in the culturally rich and politically complex courts of Castile and her familial ties to the English Plantagenets made her a skilled diplomat. She played a crucial role in managing alliances and maintaining peace during her husband's reign. France and England were long-standing rivals, and tensions between the two kingdoms continued during Louis's reign. Blanche's ties to the English royal family positioned her as a natural mediator. She helped maintain stability in the north while Louis focused on consolidating power in other regions. On top of this, Blanche's presence at court helped to bolster the image of a united and capable monarchy. She worked alongside Louis to navigate the complex web of feudal loyalties, ensuring that rebellious nobles were kept in check and that royal authority was respected. Blanche's influence even extended to the administrative and financial aspects of Louis's reign. Her sharp mind and practical approach were invaluable as the French crown sought to strengthen its economic base. She was directly involved in managing the royal treasury, ensuring that resources were allocated efficiently for both domestic governance and military campaigns, and she would have also supported her husband's measures to increase royal revenues, such as asserting greater control over taxation and trade. Both Blanche and Louis were patrons of the arts and religious institutions as well. Their reign saw the construction of churches and the promotion of cultural projects that reinforced the monarchy's image as pious and sophisticated. She also owned a large number of books in both French and Latin, and many of these were used to teach her children. At that time, it was the place of royal and noble women to teach their children to read and write. Blanche appears to have also taught her 5 children Latin. During Louis's reign, several notable noble rebellions and regional conflicts challenged the French crown. These revolts primarily stemmed from the tension between the growing power of the Capetian monarchy and the autonomy of feudal lords. Blanche played a significant role in managing these disputes, particularly as Louis focused on military campaigns. In 1224, the Poitou Rebellion kicked off, when Louis launched a campaign to assert control over the region, a strategically significant area in western France that had traditionally been contested between France and England. Many local nobles in Poitou, still loyal to the English crown, resisted Louis's efforts to consolidate Capetian rule. They allied with Hugh X of Lusignan, a powerful lord who had married Isabella of Angouleme, the widow of King John of England. While Louis led military operations in Poitou, Blanche helped manage the court and ensured that the northern regions remained stable, and her diplomatic efforts likely helped secure the loyalty of other nobles, preventing the rebellion from spreading beyond Poitou. There were also constant tensions with the Anglo-Norman nobility of England. After the English King John lost most of his continental possessions, including Normandy, to Louis's father Philip II, many Anglo-Norman lords found themselves under French rule. This transition was rarely smooth, as these lords often felt torn between loyalty to the English and French crowns. During the king's reign, some Anglo-Norman nobles intermittently rebelled, hoping to regain autonomy or even return to English rule. Blanche's unique position as a daughter of Eleanor of England, while also being Queen of France, allowed her to become a mediator between the two sides, maintaining the loyalty of key Anglo-Norman families and allowing the crown to focus its military efforts on other fronts. Blanche also worked to secure the loyalty of Brittany by creating alliances with the nobility there. She also stood out amongst medieval queens for her remarkable blend of intelligence, piety, and unwavering strength of character. These qualities not only defined her tenure as queen consort, but also laid the foundation for her influential regency and the legacy she left behind. Blanche was deeply religious, a trait she inherited from her upbringing in the devoutly Catholic Castilian court. Her faith was not merely personal, but an integral part of her political strategy and public image. She provided patronage to monasteries and churches, furthering the construction of religious buildings and funding ecclesiastical projects. These acts reinforced the monarchy's role as a protector of the faith, and Blanche's personal piety was evident in her disciplined daily prayers and frequent acts of charity. Her visible faith served as an example to her court and the broader French populace. This allowed her to maintain a position of trust and popularity amongst the ordinary French people. Her devoutness also left an indelible mark on her son, Louis IX, who would later be canonized as Saint Louis. Blanche instilled in him a sense of moral responsibility, a commitment to justice, and an unshakable devotion to the church, shaping his reputation as a pious and virtuous king. She was also a loving but firm mother, and her approach to motherhood reflected her keen awareness of the responsibilities that came with raising a future king. She was not only a loving parent, but also a shrewd strategist who carefully guided her children's education and character development. Blanche ensured that the future Louis IX received a rigorous education, encompassing not only governance and diplomacy, but also moral and spiritual values. She surrounded him with tutors and advisors who shared her high standards for virtue and intellectual achievement. Her focus on instilling integrity, discipline, and a sense of duty was apparent in Louis's later actions as king. He embodied many of the principles she emphasized, particularly in his dedication to justice and his role as a crusader. But Blanche was also fiercely protective of her children, ensuring their safety and well-being even in the tumultuous political climate of the time. Through her maternal influence, Blanche not only shaped the life of her son, but also left an enduring legacy on the French monarchy. But in 1226, it marked a watershed moment in Blanche's life when her husband, Louis VIII, died in November of that year. Louis's death occurred in the aftermath of his campaign in southern France, where he sought to consolidate Capetian authority. The harsh conditions of the campaign, combined with the stress of war, weakened him, and he ultimately succumbed to dysentery. Louis's death left France in a precarious position. The Albigensian Crusade had strained resources, and the loyalty of many nobles remained uncertain. The kingdom was entirely vulnerable to internal rebellions and external threats. On top of this, the sudden loss of her husband thrust Blanche into the role of regent, a position that came with immense challenges and opportunities. At 38 years old, Blanche found herself at the centre of a storm. Her eldest son and heir, Louis IX, was only 12 years old, making him too young to rule independently. Of course, Blanche's appointment as regent was not guaranteed, and she faced significant resistance. Blanche had to fight to establish herself as regent. Some nobles, seeing an opportunity to exploit the kingdom's instability, opposed her rule. The most notable opposition came from Pierre Mauclerc, Duke of Brittany, and other powerful lords who sought greater autonomy. Many of the key barons who she needed for support were led by Mauclerc, and they refused to acknowledge the coronation of the young king. Once again, Blanche's quick moves protected her son shortly after the coronation. As Mauclerc and the barons marched, they nearly captured Blanche and young Louis as they travelled south of Paris. Blanche appealed to the citizens of Paris to protect their rightful king, and they lined the roads to protect him. She understood that a show of strength was necessary to maintain the stability of the monarchy and the Capetian hold on France. Therefore, she sought aid from two key allies, Theobald IV of Champagne and Romano Bonaventura. Theobald, known as the Poet Count, was a significant noble whose loyalty Blanche worked tirelessly to secure. As one of France's most powerful lords, Theobald's support was instrumental in rallying other nobles to the royal cause. His resources and military forces were vital in assembling an army capable of countering the rebellion, and the papal legate to France, Romano Bonaventura, represented the authority of the Catholic Church, a critical ally for Blanche. His backing not only legitimized her regency, but also helped sway other nobles to support her. Bonaventura provided financial and logistical assistance, ensuring the army was well equipped and supplied for the campaigns ahead, as well as his influence reinforcing Blanche's pious image, strengthening her position as a moral and capable leader in the eyes of the French populace and clergy. In 1227, the royal army Blanche had gathered successfully marched against rebellious forces in Brittany and Poitou, suppressing uprisings and reaffirming the crown's authority. These victories demonstrated her effectiveness as a military strategist and her ability to command loyalty from her forces. The deployment of this army also sent a clear message to other nobles. The monarchy, under Blanche's regency, was not to be underestimated. Once her regency was confirmed, Blanche immediately set to work stabilizing the kingdom. She managed royal finances, appointed trusted officials, and took steps to quell noble unrest. However, Blanche wouldn't always have such an easy life at court. Her role as a mother and advisor to Louis remained prominent even after he reached maturity and assumed full control of the throne. He didn't withhold anything from Blanche, and no one dared to criticize her, not least because she was often proven right. She also helped arrange his marriage, establishing an alliance with Ramon Berenguer, Count of Provence, which she also hoped would keep Toulouse in check. His eldest daughter, Margaret of Provence, was chosen as Louis's bride, selected by Blanche more for her religious devotion and courtly manner than her beauty, and they were married on the 27th of May 1234. However, Margaret and her mother-in-law didn't actually get along that well. Due to her position as regent, and probably at least partially due to personality, Blanche was highly controlling of her son and the court. Before Margaret and Louis even arrived in Paris after their wedding, Blanche dismissed the family and servants that had come with her new daughter-in-law, likely both to maintain control over Margaret and prevent her family getting a grip on Louis. The Queen Mother's close relationship with Louis led her to view Margaret with suspicion, believing her influence might distract the young king from his duties. And Louis's devotion to his mother further further complicated matters. Despite his affection for Margaret, Louis often deferred to Blanche on political and personal matters, creating resentment between the two women. Blanche's dominance in court politics often left little room for Margaret to assert herself. The Queen Mother maintained a firm grip on the royal household and its affairs, a situation that was not unusual for medieval Queen's Dowager, but still would have made Margaret feel marginalised. This rivalry, while rooted in courtly dynamics, also reflected the broader societal expectations of the time, where a Queen Mother's authority often clashed with the desires of a younger queen to take her place as a central figure at court. Blanche continued to wield significant power as Louis reached adulthood, maintaining alliances and stability through her own power, disguised as that of Louis's. In 1239, France was increasingly gripped by a wave of anti-Semitism, fueled by religious tensions and political manoeuvring. Jewish communities faced mounting threats, including accusations of heresy and pressure to convert, which culminated in a formal disputation presided over by Blanche herself and King Louis. Louis, known for his fervent piety, advocated strongly for the destruction of Jewish texts, viewing them as heretical and dangerous. His position reflected the dominant attitudes of the time, which sought to suppress perceived threats to the Catholic Church. Despite the prevailing hostility, Blanche demonstrated a more measured approach. She insisted on a fair hearing for the Jewish representatives, emphasizing the need for justice and proper procedure even in such contentious matters. Following the disputation, Louis still ordered the burning of the Talmud and other Jewish texts, a devastating blow to Jewish scholarship in France. However, Blanche took a more protective stance. She personally assured Rabbi Yakil that he and his property would remain under her protection, offering a rare moment of compassion and humanity in a time of widespread persecution. In 1248, Louis embarked on the Seventh Crusade, leaving Blanche once again as regent of France. Despite her advancing age, she proved as capable as ever, managing the kingdom during her son's prolonged absence. Again, it's a role that arguably should have fallen to Margaret, but there was no question of who would actually hold the reins. The Queen Mother wasn't happy with her son going off to the Crusades despite her religious leanings, as she saw France needed stability. However, Blanche's regency during the Crusade was marked by her efforts to maintain stability at home. She faced the challenge of managing a kingdom without its king, while also supporting Louis's crusading efforts abroad. She dealt with rebellions and unrest from nobles just as she had once before, who sought to exploit the king's absence, using her well-honed diplomatic skills, and when necessary, military force to subdue dissent. However, as time went on, Blanche began to drain the treasury and military forces to support her son's efforts, threatening the stability in France that she herself had worked to acquire. But even a feared Queen Mother couldn't live forever, and Blanche's life came to an end in 1252 at the age of 64, while still serving as regent during Louis's absence. Her death marked the conclusion of a remarkable career as one of medieval Europe's most formidable queens. She died at Melun, a site that symbolised her commitment to her son's reign in the Capetian dynasty, passing away in the midst of her duties, highlighting her lifelong dedication to the kingdom and her family. Although Margaret was probably secretly a little pleased that her mother-in-law was no longer around, Blanche had been a force of nature, and her death left a void in the French court. Her absence was keenly felt by Louis, who deeply mourned the loss of his mother and staunchest ally, apparently refusing to speak to anyone for 2 days after being told. Despite how she might have rubbed a few people up the wrong way, Blanche of Castile's contributions to the stability and growth of France cannot be overstated. Her leadership during times of political and social upheaval left a profound and lasting legacy on the French crown and its territories. Blanche's regency during her son Louis IX's minority ensured the continuity of his dynasty during a period when the throne was vulnerable to internal and external threats. Her adept handling of noble rebellions, her strategic alliances, and her control over court politics preserved the kingdom's integrity. and her regency also ensured that Louis inherited a stable, financially secure and diplomatically strengthened kingdom, allowing him to focus on his ambitious projects and crusades. Blanche's intelligence and resilience earned her respect and admiration among her contemporaries and later historians. She demonstrated that women could wield significant power and govern effectively in a male-dominated society, and her skillful diplomacy and ability to navigate court intrigue set her apart from many other medieval queens, ensuring her influence extended far beyond her immediate family. Blanche of Castile's legacy endures as a testament to her strength, intelligence, and determination. She not only secured the survival of the Capetian dynasty during a critical period, but also helped to shape the future of France as a leading power in medieval Europe. Her impact is reflected in the success of her son Louis IX and the stability of the realm she so skillfully governed. Matilda of Boulogne was a force to be reckoned with. Wife to King Stephen of England, she was one of the most politically involved medieval queens of all time, and it's likely that without her, her husband would not have held on to his throne as well as he did. This video looks at her life and how she came to be one of the most important queens of the 12th century. Matilda of Boulogne was born around 1105 into one of the most prestigious noble families of Europe in Boulogne, funnily enough. She was the daughter of Eustace III, Count of Boulogne, and Mary of Scotland, a princess of the Scottish royal family. Her mother was the daughter of King Malcolm III of Scotland and his wife Margaret of Wessex, making Matilda the great-granddaughter of an English princess, as her grandmother Margaret was a descendant of Alfred the Great. This unique blend of Anglo-Norman, Scottish and English royal blood made Matilda an extremely well-connected noblewoman. Her father, Eustace, was a crusader who had fought alongside his brothers Godfrey of Boulogne and Baldwin I of Jerusalem during the First Crusade. The Boulogne family had gained immense prestige from their involvement in the conquest of the Holy Land, with Matilda's uncle Baldwin becoming the first king of Jerusalem in 1100. These connections reinforced the family's power, which would make Matilda an incredibly valuable heiress. She was raised in the courtly world of Boulogne, an important county with close ties to both England and Flanders. It was strategically located along the Channel coast, making it a key player in Anglo-Norman politics. Matilda would have been educated in courtly etiquette, household management, diplomacy, and the expectations of queenship. Given her noble status, she likely learned Latin, the language of the church and administration, allowing her to read religious texts and official documents. She also would have been well versed in genealogy, law, and politics, especially as she became heir to Boulogne. Additionally, she probably also had some training in literate arts such as letter writing, a crucial skill for noblewomen involved in governance. Her education, though informal by modern standards, prepared her for the strategic alliances, negotiations, and leadership roles she later undertook as queen and regent. In the early 1120s, Eustace decided to retire to a monastery, following the common practice of many aging medieval noblemen who sought to end their lives in religious devotion. With no male heirs, Matilda became Countess of Boulogne in her own right. However, ruling alone as a female was rare in this period, and it became crucial for her to marry a powerful nobleman who could help govern her lands. Matilda was soon promised to Stephen of Blois, and they were married around 1125. It was a highly strategic alliance. Stephen was the son of Stephen Henri, Count of Blois, one of the wealthiest and most influential noblemen in France. His mother was Adela of Normandy, daughter of William the Conqueror, making Stephen the grandson of the first Norman king of England. The marriage between Matilda and Stephen had immense political advantages. It strengthened Stephen's claim to the English throne. Since Stephen was a grandson of William the Conqueror, marrying Matilda, a woman of Anglo-Norman and Scottish and English royal descent, bolstered his credibility in England.
Matilda brought vast estates in Boulogne, which lay in a critical position for controlling trade and military movements between England and the continent, which made Stephen a more formidable power broker. And Matilda's family ties to Flanders, Scotland and Jerusalem meant she had valuable diplomatic connections that could be leveraged in times of crisis. Not only this, but their marriage was reportedly a strong and affectionate one, a rarity in medieval royal unions that were often purely political. At the time of their marriage, neither Matilda nor Stephen had any reason to believe they would ever rule England. The throne was securely held by King Henry I, the son of William the Conqueror, who had ruled since 1100. However, Henry's succession plans were thrown into turmoil when his only legitimate son, William Adelin, died in the White Ship disaster in November 1120. Henry turned to what was an unusual solution for the time. While he would remarry in the hopes of creating another male heir, he would eventually name his daughter Empress Matilda as his new heir. She was married to Henry V at the time Holy Roman Emperor, and had lived abroad in Europe since she was a young child. So not only was she a woman, but she had barely seen the country she had been born in. At first, King Henry may have looked amongst his nephews, and it's possible this was part of the reason he was involved in Stephen marrying Matilda in preparation for if he named him as heir, her lineage would make Stephen's claim stronger. But in 1125, Empress Matilda became a widow when her husband died, and her father called her back to England. By 1126, King Henry publicly named Matilda as his heir, although it's likely he still hoped he would have a son with his new wife Adeliza of Louvain. He required his nobles to swear an oath of fealty to both himself and Matilda, agreeing she would become their queen. Not only was Stephen one of the first nobles to swear fealty to his cousin, but apparently he argued with Matilda's half-brother Robert of Gloucester to be the first to do so. Stephen, however, came from a highly ambitious family. His mother, Adela of Normandy, had been a formidable political player herself, ensuring that her sons had high positions in both England and France. She had raised Stephen with the expectation that he would achieve great things, and by the 1130s he had become one of the wealthiest and most influential nobles in England and Normandy. In December 1135, King Henry of England died, leaving the succession in a precarious state. Despite his efforts to secure the throne for his daughter Matilda, the English nobility remained divided on accepting a female ruler. Stephen, despite his promise of fealty, which had also been renewed a few years after, moved swiftly to claim the throne, seizing power with the backing of many of England's leading barons and securing the royal treasury in Winchester. Not least because the Bishop of Winchester, Henry of Blois, was his brother. His quick coronation in London on December the 22nd, 1135, marked the beginning of a contested reign, setting the stage for a civil war known as the Anarchy. Matilda of Boulogne was instrumental in consolidating Stephen's claim. Unlike many medieval queens, she did not remain a passive figure. Instead, she worked tirelessly to secure alliances and strengthen her husband's fragile position. Her influence among the Anglo-Norman nobility and the church played a crucial role in maintaining stability in the early years of Stephen's reign. Recognizing the church's authority in legitimizing kingship, Matilda worked closely with leading clerics, including Henry of Blois. She encouraged Stephen to make generous grants to the church, solidifying clerical backing for his rule. As tensions mounted between Stephen's supporters and those loyal to Empress Matilda, now Queen Matilda, acted as a mediator, attempting to diffuse conflicts before they escalated into outright war. She used her personal connections and diplomacy to ensure loyalty among key nobles, particularly those who held estates in Boulogne and Normandy. Her family's continental influence made her a valuable asset in securing cross-channel support for Stephen's rule, and the lands Stephen had gained from Matilda by marrying her were pivotal in helping him sway the traders of London and gain their valuable support. mostly to allow the wool trade to pass easily into France from England. Despite Stephen's initial success, challenges to his rule rose quickly. In 1138, rebellions broke out in northern England, particularly in Northumbria, where local barons remained sceptical of Stephen's authority. David I of Scotland, Empress Matilda's uncle, saw the crisis as an opportunity to invade England in support of his niece's claim. Queen Matilda played a direct role in mobilising troops and organising defences to suppress these threats. While Stephen focused on military campaigns in the south, Matilda ensured that loyal barons such as William of Aumale and Thurston, Archbishop of York, coordinated efforts to hold the north. She helped secure reinforcements and supplies for the royalist forces. But one of the most critical confrontations of the period occurred at the Battle of the Standard in August 1138, when English forces defeated the Scots near Northallerton in North Yorkshire. While Matilda did not directly lead troops into battle, she was heavily involved in rallying support and ensuring that the northern lords remained united. Matilda worked diligently to convince the Anglo-Norman lords of the north to unite against the Scottish threat. Many of these nobles had been sceptical of Stephen's rule, but Matilda's efforts helped persuade them that defending the kingdom from a Scottish invasion took precedence over internal disputes. She used her diplomatic influence to encourage loyalty, ensuring that local lords committed their forces to the battle. She also took responsibility for ensuring that troops in the north were well supplied and equipped for the confrontation. Matilda worked closely with Thurston again to frame the conflict as a religious duty, emphasising that it was not merely a dynastic struggle, but a defence of Christian England against invaders. Through these efforts, Matilda proved herself to be more than just a queen consort. She was a skilled strategist, a political negotiator, and an unwavering defender of Stephen's rule. However, the challenges to his kingship would only intensify in the coming years, leading to open war with Empress Matilda. Stephen's taking of the throne had marked the beginning of the Anarchy, a 19-year civil war that would tear the country apart as Empress Matilda battled for what was rightfully hers. There was an argument that since William the Conqueror had introduced the idea of inheriting the throne, it was her throne. Plus, she had experience of being regent for the Holy Roman Emperor during her first marriage, and she had excelled at it. On the other hand, it wasn't so distant that kings had been chosen even if they weren't the son of the previous king, and Stephen had proven to be a capable leader of his lands, if not an actual kingdom. This was the reason there was no clear resolution for nearly 2 decades, as it wasn't actually easy to pick a side. A defining moment in the anarchy came in February 1141, when Stephen suffered a crushing defeat at the Battle of Lincoln. Tensions had been escalating between Stephen and the powerful Ranulph of Chester, a noble with shifting loyalties. When Stephen moved to besiege Lincoln Castle, held by Ranulph's forces, he underestimated the strength of the opposition. Robert of Gloucester, Empress Matilda's most trusted general and half-brother, arrived with a well-organised army to break the siege. Stephen, unwilling to retreat, chose to stand his ground, despite being outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The battle was brutal. Stephen fought with remarkable personal bravery, wielding his sword and even an extremely old battle axe when his weapon broke. However, his forces were overwhelmed, and he was dragged from the battlefield and taken prisoner. His captors swiftly transported him to Bristol Castle, where he was held in chains, a humiliation that symbolised the apparent collapse of his reign. With Stephen in captivity, Empress Matilda moved quickly to consolidate power. Many of Stephen's supporters abandoned his cause, believing his rule to be over. She prepared for her coronation in London, ready to seize the throne. However, Matilda of Boulogne refused to accept defeat. While many nobles hesitated, she immediately took command, rallying Stephen's remaining allies and plotting a counter-offensive. Her swift strategic response would prove instrumental in reversing Stephen's misfortunes and prolonging the war, ensuring that the fight for the English crown was far from over. Following Stephen's capture, Empress Matilda made preparations for her coronation in London. The city, at first, seemed willing to accept her rule, but she soon alienated the local population by demanding heavy taxation and acting high-handedly towards the citizens and clergy. Although much of this may have been more to do with losing Stephen's trade routes than anything, as many of the citizens included traders. On top of this, she never actually asked for anything they hadn't already given Stephen. Matilda of Boulogne seized this moment. She quickly mobilised an army, including mercenaries from Boulogne and Flanders, rallying Stephen's supporters and marching on London along with William of Ypres. As Empress Matilda prepared for her formal coronation within the Tower of London, she was suddenly faced with an unexpected military threat. As Matilda of Boulogne's forces advanced, the city's population turned against Empress Matilda. Just days before her coronation, Empress Matilda and her forces were forced to flee the city in disarray, abandoning her plans to be crowned. It would be more than 400 years later that a female ruler would sit on England's throne. This dramatic turn of events reversed the momentum of the war, restoring Stephen's faction as a serious threat to Empress Matilda's ambitions. Matilda of Boulogne's decisive action in London ensured that Stephen's cause did not collapse, proving that she was more than just a queen consort. She was a war leader and strategist. In other words, it was his queen that turned the tide of the war for Stephen and ensured he kept the throne for now. Even after driving Empress Matilda from London, Stephen remained imprisoned. His captivity presented a significant challenge, as many nobles hesitated to fight for a king who was unable to lead them. Matilda of Boulogne once again took command of the situation. Recognizing that Stephen's return was critical to maintaining control of the kingdom, she orchestrated a daring diplomatic maneuver to secure his release. After leaving London, Empress Matilda's forces had moved towards Henry of Blois at Winchester, planning to capture the royal treasury by siege and cause a stalemate. Queen Matilda took charge of her husband's forces again, directing them to cut off the enemy's path in a pincer movement towards Winchester. They were successful in defeating Empress Matilda's army, led by Robert of Gloucester, and he was captured. The Queen immediately saw an opportunity, and she negotiated a prisoner exchange, agreeing to release Robert of Gloucester in return for Stephen's freedom. The Empress had little choice but to agree. Queen Matilda couldn't get people to fight indefinitely for a king in chains, and Empress Matilda needed Robert of Gloucester's men and money for her cause. This negotiation restored Stephen to power, ensuring that his claim to the throne remained intact. It was Matilda's diplomatic skill and ability to turn setbacks into opportunities that proved indispensable to Stephen's survival. Without her leadership, once again, he might never have regained his position. Even after Stephen's release, the war was far from over. England remained deeply divided, and the anarchy descended into a prolonged stalemate, with neither side able to achieve total victory. England itself became a battleground, with various lands ravaged by travelling armies for food, shifting loyalties as one side leaned more to the Empress or the King. During these years, Matilda continued to be one of Stephen's most trusted advisors and supporters, securing vital alliances with church leaders and nobles who remained uncertain about the outcome of the conflict. She played a key role in maintaining control over strategic territories, particularly Boulogne, ensuring that Stephen's resources remained intact. She strengthened ties with the papacy, helping to ensure that the church remained an ally to Stephen's cause, and Matilda's ability to manage both military strategy and political diplomacy allowed Stephen to weather the storm of the anarchy even when victory seemed uncertain. By 1148, the tides of the anarchy had begun to shift. Empress Matilda, after years of struggle, failed to consolidate power in England. Her support had waned, and after multiple setbacks, including her inability to hold London and her dramatic escape from Oxford Castle in the winter of 1142, she eventually returned to Normandy. However, she hadn't actually given up the fight for the English crown. but instead passed it on to her son, Henry of Anjou. Though Henry was still young, he quickly established himself as a formidable leader, determined to reclaim England's throne for his family and carry on his mother's cause. He travelled to England when he was around 14 and was taken under the wing of Robert of Gloucester. In contrast, Stephen's reign, though somewhat stable, was never fully strong enough to completely wipe out those who sided with the Empress. Henry himself began to inspire followers, keeping the war going by slowly shifting supporters to his side. While the civil war had drained the kingdom, Matilda of Boulogne remained at the heart of Stephen's efforts to maintain power, and she remained a key figure in ensuring the continuity of his dynasty. With Empress Matilda's departure, obviously the war did not end, but it entered a new phase, one centered on the succession question. Stephen and Matilda now focused on securing the future for their eldest son, Eustace IV. Unlike Stephen, who had claimed the throne by seizing it opportunistically, Matilda was determined to ensure that Eustace's succession would be legitimate, recognised and undisputed. Eustace had already been formally recognised as Stephen's heir by his father's supporters, and in 1152 Stephen took an additional step. He attempted to have Eustace crowned during his own lifetime, a practice known as coronation during the king's reign, which would have cemented Eustace's right to rule. However, this plan failed due to opposition from the church. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Theobald of Bec, refused to anoint Eustace, likely due to pressure from the papacy, which increasingly leaned towards supporting Henry of Anjou's claim. Theobald's refusal was a devastating political blow, as it indicated that the church would not fully back Eustace's legitimacy. Despite this, Matilda remained steadfast. She worked tirelessly behind the scenes, continuing to lobby powerful nobles and clergy to support her son. Given her diplomatic successes earlier in the war, it is highly likely she tried to negotiate with Theobald of Bec and other clerical authorities, but their commitment to peace and growing favour towards Henry of Anjou made them reluctant to prolong the conflict. After years of relentless political manoeuvring and military struggles, Matilda's health began to decline by late 1151. The years of war had taken an immense toll on her, and unlike Stephen, Matilda would not live to see the Treaty of Wallingford or the formal end of the anarchy. Despite her deteriorating health, Matilda remained politically active until the very end. She also deepened her relationship with the church, likely seeking spiritual solace after the years of brutal conflict, like many other medieval queens. She had been a generous patron of religious institutions throughout her life, and in her final years, she spent more time in prayer and religious devotion, preparing herself for the next life. By early 1152, Matilda's condition worsened significantly. Weakened by stress and likely illness, she withdrew from court affairs and focused on securing her legacy. She died on the 3rd of May, 1152, at the Priory of Hedingham Castle, one of the strongholds of the De Vere family, who had remained staunch allies of Stephen. Matilda's death marked the beginning of the end for Stephen's reign. Although Stephen would rule for 2 more years, he had lost his greatest supporter, strategist, and confidant. Without Matilda's unwavering political acumen and strength, Stephen struggled to maintain authority, and the final resolution of the anarchy would soon be determined without her influence. She was buried at Faversham Abbey, where Stephen would also be laid to rest a few years later. At the beginning of 1153, Henry returned to England once again, and he was supported in the north and east of the country by Ranulph of Chester and Hugh Bigod. Stephen marched his forces to Malmesbury when Henry's army took one of his castles there, but a temporary truce was called when the wintry weather prevented Stephen from travelling further. During the summer, both sides met at Wallingford, standing either side of the River Thames. However, the nobles on both sides, after 19 years of protracted war, were not eager to meet in open battle. Instead of fighting, Henry and Stephen met and brokered another temporary truce. They spoke afterwards, and it was decided that Henry, instead of Stephen's son Eustace, would become Stephen's heir. Stephen knew that his son simply didn't have the backing of the church or many of the nobles that Henry had, and it would have meant a difficult kingship for his son. Not to mention, as he grew older, he would have considered the legacy he was leaving for the country, and it's likely he didn't want to be remembered merely for leaving England in a war-torn state. Giving the throne to Henry was a peaceful solution to a foregone conclusion. Eustace was understandably angry and removed himself from court. The treaty was a bitter but necessary compromise. It meant that Stephen's dynasty would not continue, but it secured stability for England after nearly 2 decades of war. But the situation took an unexpected turn in August 1153, when Eustace died suddenly, reportedly from an illness. Some medieval chroniclers suggested that he had suffered from divine retribution, given his violent actions against the church of looting abbeys to fund the war effort. But the real answer was simply that medieval life could be short. Regardless of the cause, Eustace's death was a crushing blow to Stephen. His passing completely altered the political landscape, as there had always been the chance of him possibly regaining the throne if he grew support, but now it was gone. Stephen had another son, William of Blois, but he was seen as a weaker claimant. Not only was he younger and less experienced than Eustace, but he lacked the aggressive military reputation needed to command loyalty in the war-torn kingdom. On the 25th of October 1154, Stephen died while travelling to Dover, and Henry was declared king. No one challenged the young man's claim to the throne, despite him not moving as fast as Stephen had from France. Everyone was ready to have peace after 2 decades of war. On the 19th of December 1154, Henry was crowned Henry II of England, and Empress Matilda had won by ensuring her claim passed to her son. But it was clear she had had an impressive rival, not only in Stephen, but in Queen Matilda. Matilda of Boulogne is rightfully remembered as one of the most politically active and influential queens of medieval England. Unlike many royal consorts of her time, who played only a passive or symbolic role, Matilda was a true partner in governance, actively shaping the course of English history during one of its most turbulent periods. Throughout her life, Matilda demonstrated a remarkable ability to navigate complex political landscapes. She was not simply a queen who stood beside her husband, she was a diplomatic force in her own right, securing critical alliances that allowed Stephen to maintain his grip on the throne. Had Matilda not taken such an active and pragmatic role in diplomacy, it is highly unlikely that Stephen could have held the throne for as long as he did. Beyond diplomacy, Matilda was a wartime queen who played a direct role in military affairs, a rarity for medieval consorts. She personally rallied forces to defend London, forcing Empress Matilda to flee before she could be crowned. Her involvement in recruiting and financing mercenary forces provided Stephen's faction with much-needed reinforcements. Furthermore, her model of active queenship influenced later medieval queens who found themselves in times of political instability. Matilda demonstrated that queens could be more than symbolic figures. They could be leaders, strategists, and warriors when the situation demanded it. She was more than just a queen. She was a ruler in all but name, and her legacy as a politically engaged and fiercely determined consort stands as one of the most remarkable in medieval English history. Edith of Wessex was Queen of England through one of its most turbulent periods, as the wife of Edward the Confessor and sister to Harold II of England. She was one of the few early medieval queens to be crowned, would live through the Norman conquest, and had a huge effect on the course of history in her own right. This video looks at her life and her legacy. Edith was born around 1025 into one of the most powerful noble families in Anglo-Saxon England. She was the daughter of Godwin, Earl of Wessex, one of the most influential earls under the rule of King Canute the Great and his successors, and Gytha Thorkelsdottir, a Danish noblewoman with close ties to Scandinavian royalty. Gytha's brother was Ulf Jarl, a prominent figure in Denmark, making Edith the niece by marriage of King Canute himself. This combination of Anglo-Saxon and Danish aristocratic blood placed Edith at the heart of English and Scandinavian politics from an early age. Her father Godwin had risen to power during King Canute's reign and remained an indispensable figure through the turbulent years that followed. By the time Edith was born, the Godwin family had secured a near monopoly over English politics, with her father controlling vast estates and wielding influence that rivaled that of the king. Edith was raised with an acute awareness of the power dynamics of the English court and would have been prepared from a young age to navigate its treacherous landscape. Her siblings also played key roles in English history, particularly Harold Godwinson, who would later become King Harold II and die at the Battle of Hastings. Other notable brothers included Tostig Godwinson, who became Earl of Northumbria but later turned against his family, and Geirthon Leofwine, who fought and died alongside Harold at Hastings. Given this environment, Edith was no mere passive observer of noble life, but a politically aware and educated young woman, raised at the heart of the shifting alliances and rivalries that defined 11th century England. Unlike many noble women of the period, Edith received an extensive education, likely due to her noble status and her mother's possible influence. It is believed she spent part of her youth at Wilton Abbey, one of the most prestigious religious institutions for noblewomen in England. Wilton Abbey was not only a centre of religious devotion, but also an important place for learning, where high-born girls were educated in Latin, literature, music, embroidery, and religious studies. At Wilton, Edith would have been exposed to the traditions of both Anglo-Saxon and Norman-style learning, as well as the monastic culture that played a crucial role in medieval governance. Her proficiency in Latin would have been particularly significant, as it allowed her to read religious texts, legal documents, and even communicate with the clergy and nobility across Europe. This skill was rare for noblewomen at the time, and would later contribute to her ability to act as an intermediary at court. In addition to Latin, Edith was likely well versed in Old English and possibly Danish given her mother's Scandinavian background. Beyond languages, Edith was trained in the arts and diplomacy, essential skills for a noblewoman expected to manage estates, oversee religious patronage, and navigate court politics. Music and poetry were highly valued among the Anglo-Saxon elite, and it is likely that Edith developed a refined taste for both. Her later patronage of religious and artistic endeavours suggests she retained a deep appreciation for culture throughout her life. Being the daughter of England's most powerful nobleman, Edith was not merely expected to be a well-educated lady of the court. She was also being groomed for a role of significant political importance. Marriage alliances were the cornerstone of medieval power, and noblewomen were often used to forge alliances between powerful houses. Given the increasing influence of the Godwin family, it is likely that from an early age, Edith was aware that she would be married strategically to strengthen her father's grip on power. As Edith matured, she became known for her intelligence, refinement, and piety, all qualities that would later define her as a queen. Chroniclers describe her as a woman of great learning and wisdom, traits that made her stand out among Anglo-Saxon noblewomen. Her education, combined with her family's political standing, made her one of the most desirable brides in England. By the early 1040s, Edith had reached marriageable age, and her father's ambitions grew ever larger. The Godwins had always been politically astute. With the heirless King Edward the Confessor on the throne, Godwin saw an opportunity to secure his family's position permanently. A marriage between Edith and Edward would tie the monarchy to the Godwin family and potentially allow their offspring to inherit the throne. In 1045, Edith married Edward the Confessor, a union that was deeply rooted in the political landscape of the time. Edward had become king in 1042 after the death of Harthacnut, restoring the House of Wessex to the English throne after decades of Danish dominance. Although Edward was of royal blood, his claim was not without challenges, and securing the loyalty of the Godwin family, the most powerful noble house in England, was a political necessity. While the political benefits of the union were clear, the personal dynamics between Edith and Edward were far more complex. Edward had spent much of his early life in exile in Normandy, and his worldview, shaped by years abroad, clashed with the Anglo-Saxon nobility's interests. He harboured lingering resentment toward the Godwin family, blaming them, perhaps unfairly, for the death of his brother Alfred Aethelflaed during a failed attempt to reclaim the throne in 1036. This mistrust would cast a shadow over Edward's relationship with Edith throughout their marriage. The question of whether Edward and Edith's marriage was consummated has long been a topic of historical speculation. Medieval chroniclers like William of Malmesbury suggested that Edward took a vow of chastity, influenced by his deep Christian faith. However, given the importance of producing an heir, especially in such a turbulent era, a celibate marriage would have been highly unusual and politically problematic. It's also possible that Edward's personal animosity toward the Godwins played a role in the couple's lack of offspring. Marrying Edith was probably a political necessity rather than a personal desire, and Edward's aloofness towards her could reflect his broader disdain for her family's influence. However, the absence of contemporary evidence confirming celibacy leaves the matter unresolved. It's much more likely that it was simply a matter of Edward or Edith or both being biologically unable to have children, something that wouldn't have been fully understood at the time. For Edith, the lack of children was not only a personal disappointment but also a political setback. A royal heir would have secured her position at court and strengthened the Godwin family's claim to the throne. Instead, the absence of direct heirs set the stage for the succession crisis that would follow Edward's death, culminating in the Norman conquest of 1066. Upon her coronation, Edith embraced the responsibilities of queen consort with determination. While Edward focused on religious devotion and ecclesiastical matters, Edith assumed many of the ceremonial and diplomatic duties expected of a queen. She acted as a patron of religious institutions, continuing her lifelong connection with Wilton Abbey. Her patronage extended to other monastic communities, and she played an instrumental role in the construction and enhancement of churches, reflecting both her personal piety and the political importance of religious sponsorship. Edith's support for Wilton Abbey was particularly significant. By strengthening ties with religious centres, she bolstered her moral authority at court, a crucial asset in a period where kingship was closely tied to religious legitimacy. Her patronage also enhanced the prestige of her family, demonstrating their commitment to the church despite political tensions with the king. Beyond religious matters, Edith was actively involved in the arts and culture. Her promotion of manuscript illumination, embroidery and music contributed to the cultural richness of Edward's court. She was known for her literacy and intellectual engagement, often participating in discussions with clerics and nobles. Chroniclers described her as eloquent and wise, qualities that allowed her to mediate disputes and advise on matters of state when necessary. Edith's position at court was further solidified by her role in managing royal estates and overseeing the Queen's household, which was a substantial administrative responsibility. Through her control of extensive lands and resources, she maintained economic influence and could reward loyal supporters herself, thereby reinforcing her network of alliances. Despite Edith's efforts to maintain harmony, her marriage was marred by ongoing tensions between Edward and the Godwin family. Edward's mistrust of the Godwins stemmed from both personal grievances over his brother and legitimate concerns about their growing power. By the late 1040s, Godwin and his sons controlled vast swathes of England, effectively challenging royal authority. These tensions reached a boiling point in 1051, following a confrontation between Edward and Godwin over the town of Dover. Edward ordered Godwin to punish the townspeople for attacking a visiting Norman noble, but Godwin refused, citing unjust treatment. Viewing this as an act of defiance, Edward summoned the Godwins to court. When they arrived with armed forces, the situation escalated into a standoff that threatened civil war. Edward, with the support of Norman allies and other English nobles, managed to outmaneuver the Godwins, leading to their exile later that year. As part of this political purge, Edith herself was banished from court and sent to Wilton Abbey, effectively stripping her of her queenship. This decision was a public rebuke not only of Godwin, but also of Edith, highlighting how royal women could be used as pawns in political struggles. During her time at Wilton Abbey, Edith returned to a familiar environment, but under drastically different circumstances. While the abbey offered her refuge, the exile was a humiliation that underscored the fragility of her position. Yet she did not sever ties with her family and likely remained in communication with the exiled Godwins, providing counsel and moral support. The Godwins, unwilling to accept defeat, gathered military support abroad and returned to England in 1052. Faced with the prospect of civil war, Edward was forced to negotiate. The Godwins' military show of force and their enduring popularity among the English nobility pressured the king into reinstating them. Edith was restored to her position as queen consort, and her brothers resumed their earldoms. Her return to court marked a significant reversal of fortune. Not only did she regain her former influence, but she also emerged as a key mediator between Edward and her family, helping to stabilize the political situation. Edith's diplomatic skills were crucial in smoothing over tensions, allowing the monarchy to function more cohesively in the years leading up to Edward's death. Edith's role in promoting her family's power was pivotal. As queen, she had the ear of the king and used her position to advance her brothers' careers within the English nobility. Her influence was particularly significant in the rise of Harold Godwinson, who became Earl of East Anglia in 1045 and later Earl of Wessex after their father's death in 1053. Harold's ascent was not just a testament to his own abilities, but also to Edith's behind-the-scenes manoeuvring at court. By ensuring Harold's prominence, Edith positioned her family to play a central role in English politics, especially important as Edward and Edith's childless marriage meant the royal succession was uncertain. Other members of Edith's family also benefited from her patronage. Her brothers Tostig, Geirth and Leofwine were granted significant earldoms, consolidating the Godwins' control over much of southern and eastern England. Edith's influence ensured that the Godwin dynasty's reach extended beyond mere military might, encompassing administrative authority and significant regional power. Edith's support for Harold became increasingly important as Edward aged without producing an heir. By the early 1060s, it was clear that succession would be contested, and Edith quietly championed her brother Harold's claim. Her influence in court circles, combined with Harold's military success and political acumen, positioned him as the de facto successor. Although Edward never publicly named Harold as heir, Edith's efforts to bolster her brother's reputation and authority played a vital role in securing noble support for Harold's eventual accession in 1066 after Edward's death. As Edward's health began to deteriorate in the early 1060s, Edith's role at court became increasingly prominent. Though their marriage was often described as distant, marked by the absence of children and the political tensions surrounding her family, Edith remained a constant presence in Edward's later years. During his bouts of illness, she assumed many of the ceremonial and administrative responsibilities of the royal household. Her knowledge of court politics, combined with her intelligence and diplomatic skill, made her a vital figure in managing the kingdom's day-to-day affairs. However, King Edward the Confessor died on January 5, 1066, leaving England in a precarious situation. The absence of a direct heir created an intense power vacuum. Although Edward had previously sworn an oath of succession to William, Duke of Normandy, according to Norman sources of course, many English nobles favoured Harold Godwinson. Edward's final moments were marked by his supposed deathbed nomination of Harold, a claim Harold and his supporters used to justify his swift ascension. Essentially, both sides claimed to have proof, and neither side could prove it was without bias. Edith was present at Edward's deathbed, a detail noted by multiple chroniclers. Her proximity to Edward at this pivotal moment allowed her to influence the immediate aftermath of his passing. With the political landscape shifting rapidly, Edith threw her support behind Harold's claim. Her endorsement was crucial. As Queen Dowager and a respected figure at court, she lent legitimacy to Harold's coronation, which took place the day after Edward's funeral on January 6, 1066. Harold's swift coronation was essential to prevent rival claimants, particularly William of Normandy and Harald Hardrada of Norway, from seizing the initiative. Edith's political acumen was on full display during this period. By backing her brother, she ensured the continuation of the Godwin family's dominance at the highest level of English politics. Despite her efforts, however, the succession crisis was far from resolved. Harold's claim faced immediate challenges, setting the stage for the most significant military conflict in England's medieval history. The months following Harold's coronation were marked by a series of invasions that culminated in the Battle of Hastings on October 14th, 1066. Harold's forces had already been strained after repelling Harald Hardrada's Viking invasion at Stamford Bridge. At Hastings, William of Normandy's army defeated Harold's troops, resulting in Harold's death, a devastating blow to the Godwin family's power. For Edith, the aftermath of Hastings was deeply personal and politically perilous. Her brother's death not only ended her family's hold on the throne, but also ushered in a new era under William the Conqueror. Edith's position as Queen Dowager was precarious. Many of her relatives, including her brothers Gyrth and Leofwine, had died at Hastings, and her family's estates faced confiscation. However, Edith's diplomatic skill and royal lineage worked to her advantage. Unlike many of her family members who were stripped of their lands, exiled or both, Edith managed to retain much of her property, including vast estates in Wessex. William likely recognised the political wisdom of sparing Edith. Her popularity among the Anglo-Saxon nobility and clergy made her a potential stabilising figure during the early years of Norman rule. Sparing her estates may also have been a gesture of political reconciliation, aimed at placating English resistance to Norman authority. In her final years, Edith devoted herself to religious patronage and likely resided at Wilton Abbey again, the place where she had been educated as a young girl and sent briefly by Edward. Wilton had long been one of the most prominent religious centres in England, and Edith had supported it throughout her life. By retreating to the abbey, she followed the common medieval tradition of royal widows seeking spiritual solace in their later years. While at Wilton, Edith continued to exercise influence in more subtle ways. She remained a significant patron of religious institutions, funding churches and monastic communities that had thrived under Anglo-Saxon rule. Despite the Norman restructuring of England's church hierarchy, Edith's status ensured that she was respected by both the old and new elite. Her presence at Wilton likely provided a sense of stability to other Anglo-Saxon noblewomen who had taken refuge in religious houses after the conquest. Edith of Wessex died on December 18th, 1075, after nearly a decade of living under Norman rule. Despite the political upheaval of her lifetime, she remained one of the few Anglo-Saxon figures to retain their prestige during William the Conqueror's reign. In recognition of her status and lifelong role as Queen Consort, she was buried beside Edward the Confessor in Westminster Abbey, one of the most significant royal burial sites in England even then. Her burial at Westminster was highly symbolic. By resting alongside Edward, Edith retained her connection to the old Anglo-Saxon monarchy, even as the new Norman dynasty took hold. Her tomb signified the end of an era, marking the last of the great Anglo-Saxon queens before the full integration of Norman rule. Edith of Wessex's legacy is one of resilience, intelligence, and quiet political influence. She played a crucial role in some of the most defining moments in 11th century England, including her marriage to Edward the Confessor, the succession crisis of 1066, and the Norman transition of power. While often overshadowed by the military and political figures of her time, her ability to navigate changing political landscapes ensured her survival and lasting influence. As queen consort, she acted as a mediator between her powerful family and the royal court, balancing her loyalties and maintaining her position even during times of crisis. She was a known patron of literature, art, and religious institutions, particularly Wilton Abbey, which remained a centre of learning and spirituality even through Norman rule. And unlike many of her contemporaries who resisted Norman rule and were displaced, Edith successfully transitioned from the Anglo-Saxon to the Norman world, providing continuity at a time of immense change. Despite her quiet retreat from political life in her later years, Edith's legacy endured through the institutions she supported and the historical moments she shaped. As one of the last powerful Anglo-Saxon queens, her life serves as a testament to the role royal women played in shaping England's monarchy, even in times of war and conquest. Judith of Flanders could have been little more than a 9th century princess used as a political pawn and nothing more. But in fact, she would defy the conventions of her time by being anointed as a queen in a society that rejected the idea, bring her home culture to England, and would even eventually break free from the control of her father to choose her own third husband. Judith of Flanders was born around 843 into the Carolingian dynasty, one of the most powerful royal families in medieval Europe. She was the daughter of King Charles the Bald, who ruled West Francia, a large kingdom that would later evolve into modern France. Her father was the grandson of Charlemagne, the legendary emperor who had united much of Western Europe under the Frankish Empire. This prestigious lineage gave Judith an elite status from birth, but it also meant her life was subject to political strategy rather than personal choice. Her mother, Ermentrude of Orleans, was a devout and politically astute queen, a deeply religious woman. Ermentrude dedicated much of her life to patronizing monasteries and churches, setting an example for Judith's own later patronage. Ermentrude's piety also reflected the increasing influence of the church in Carolingian politics, an aspect that would shape Judith's experiences later in life. Judith was likely born and raised at the royal court, moving between key Carolingian palaces such as Compiègne, Aachen and Senlis, where the Frankish kings held court. These residences were centres of political activity, cultural patronage and intellectual scholarship, exposing Judith to the highest echelons of power from an early age. Unlike many noble women of the early medieval period, Judith was highly educated thanks to the Carolingian emphasis on learning. The Carolingians, following in Charlemagne's footsteps, promoted literacy, scholarship, and intellectual pursuits, particularly within the monastic schools they founded. Judith's education likely included Latin literacy, allowing her to read religious texts and court documents, music and poetry common in elite Frankish courts, theological instruction preparing her for a later role as wife to one of Europe's rulers, and court etiquette and diplomacy, essential for navigating noble politics. Her education would later set her apart from many of her contemporaries, especially in Anglo-Saxon England, where queens typically did not receive formal instruction. This background made her not only a politically valuable bride, but also an active participant in court life, influencing cultural and religious matters. In the mid-9th century, relations between West Francia and Anglo-Saxon England were becoming increasingly important. The Vikings posed a major threat to both realms, launching raids on coastal settlements and disrupting trade. Charles the Bald sought to strengthen ties with Wessex, the dominant Anglo-Saxon kingdom, by arranging a marriage between Judith and King Aethelwulf of Wessex. For Charles, this marriage was also a power move. It allowed him to extend Frankish influence into England while ensuring his daughter married into a kingdom that was growing in power. While Anglo-Saxon England was not as prestigious as the Carolingian Empire, Wessex was becoming a dominant force among the English kingdoms. Marrying Judith to Aethelwulf solidified relations between the two ruling houses, potentially creating a united front against Viking expansion. At around 12 years old, Judith was prepared for her future role as wife to Aethelwulf, who was in his mid-50s and already had several children older than his new wife. Her upbringing at the Frankish court, combined with her education and exposure to high-level diplomacy, still meant she was better equipped for queenship than most Anglo-Saxon noblewomen at the time. However, she had no say in her own fate. Like most medieval royal women, her marriage was arranged purely for political advantage. They were married at the palace of Verberie-sur-Oise on the 1st of October 856, and this event was more rare as Carolingian princesses rarely married and were usually sent to convents, never mind married to foreigners. But the most shocking and unprecedented aspect of Judith's marriage was not simply that she was young or from a foreign land, it was that she was crowned and anointed as queen on her new husband's insistence. In Anglo-Saxon England, queens were not typically crowned or given formal power. Unlike in Francia, where Carolingian queens played an active role in court and governance, Anglo-Saxon noblewomen had a more subdued role, often overshadowed by male rulers and church authorities. Judith's coronation and anointing sent shockwaves through the Wessex court. By receiving the holy oil of consecration, Judith was elevated to a status equal to that of a reigning monarch, something unheard of for an Anglo-Saxon queen. This move was likely inspired by Carolingian traditions, where queens often took an active role in politics and religious patronage, and it's likely Charles insisted on his daughter's queenship as part of the marriage deal. The Wessex nobility reacted with suspicion and unease. Many viewed Judith's anointing as a dangerous precedent, fearing that it could give future queens too much power or disrupt the established order. In England, a queen consort was typically expected to be a wife, a mother, but not a crowned political figure. It is possible that Aethelwulf, by insisting on Judith's coronation, was also trying to strengthen his own position as king. At the time, his rule faced internal opposition, particularly from his own son Ethelbald, who resented his father's growing ties with the Franks. Despite the controversy, Judith assumed her role as Queen of Wessex. However, given her young age and unfamiliarity with Anglo-Saxon customs, her exact role in governance remains unclear. She may have simply served as a symbolic link between Francia and Wessex, representing the alliance between the two kingdoms. Judith was likely expected to produce an heir, although given her age, this would not have been an immediate expectation. Nevertheless, Judith's time as Queen of Wessex was remarkably short-lived, and she would have no children with her first husband. In January 1858, just over a year after their marriage, King Aethelwulf died. His passing left Judith as a 13-year-old widow, far from home and trapped in a politically volatile situation. Aethelwulf's death plunged Wessex into a succession crisis. His eldest son, Ethelbald, who had long opposed his father's rule, immediately seized the throne. But the real question was, what would happen to Judith? In typical Anglo-Saxon tradition, when a king died, his widow would either retire to a convent, effectively removing herself from political life, or remain at court but lose her status as new queens took precedence. However, Judith's unique position complicated matters. Because she had been crowned and anointed, she retained a level of authority that no previous English queen had held. This made her both a political asset and a potential threat. For Judith, as a 13-year-old girl with her life ahead of her, the prospect of being sent to a convent was deeply unappealing. As a princess, she was accustomed to a life of courtly influence and noble privilege, and regardless of the fact she might have been brought up to expect a convent at some point in her future, she was too ambitious to accept it so early. Instead of accepting her expected fate, Judith did something unheard of in English royal history. She married her stepson, Aethelflaed, the new King of Wessex. This move was highly controversial and was viewed as scandalous by the church and nobility alike. While marrying a deceased husband's brother or cousin was common in medieval Europe and still considered questionable in the church, marrying a stepson was far more risque. There were several reasons why this marriage might have happened. The first and most likely was political strategy. Aethelflaed may have wanted to retain the Frankish alliance by keeping Judith in Wessex. Marrying her prevented any rival from using her royal bloodline for their own claim. On top of this, Aethelflaed's own personal ambition probably meant he genuinely desired Judith as a queen, recognizing her prestige and influence. But there is another factor often less considered due to her age. As a crowned queen, Judith may have had more political leverage than previous consorts. She was no ordinary widow. She had been anointed, educated, and connected to the powerful Carolingian Empire. It's possible that she had some say in the marriage, or at least could see the political advantages for herself if she agreed to it. This theory is bolstered by the fact that during Aethelflaed's short reign, Judith's name appeared on several charters as Regina, confirming her high status. Whatever the motivation, the marriage caused deep unrest. It was condemned by the church, with some chroniclers labelling it incestuous, despite no direct blood relation. However, there was little that could be done. Aethelflaed was king, and Judith was once again Queen of Wessex. But the marriage between Judith and Aethelflaed lasted only 2.5 years. On the 20th of December 860, Aethelflaed died, leaving Judith widowed once again at around 16 or 17 years old. This time, however, she was unable to stay in England. Seizing her chance, Judith sold her property, fled Wessex, and returned to Francia, likely seeking refuge with her father. Given the scandal of her second marriage, her return must have been a delicate affair, but she was still valuable politically. Upon returning to the Frankish court, possibly under an escort sent by her father, Judith found Charles to be furious over the series of events that had unfolded in England. In response, Charles had Judith placed in the monastery at Senlis, a common fate for royal widows at the time. The intent was clear. Firstly, to remove her from public political life and prevent her from becoming a tool for any rival faction. Secondly, to atone for the scandal of her past marriages. And finally, to control her future marriage prospects, preventing her from making another politically disadvantageous match. At Senlis, Judith would have been expected to live a quiet, devout life, engaging in religious devotion and effectively disappearing from public affairs. However, Judith was not willing to accept this fate. She had tasted power, held the title of queen twice, and had been educated in the political complexities of European courts. Rather than resigning herself to a life of seclusion, Judith made plans to escape, and in doing so, she would dramatically alter the course of European history. While confined at Senlis, Judith's path crossed with a man known as Baldwin Ironarm, a rising noble from the Flemish region. Baldwin, known for his military prowess and ambition, was a Frankish noble of relatively modest status, although some more romantic tales about him state he was the son of a forester. He actually held lands in Flanders as a minor count, a region that was still developing as a political power, but he was not from a ruling dynasty like Judith. Despite his lesser rank, he was a skilled warrior, gaining his epithet Ironarm for his strength and battlefield reputation. It is unclear how Baldwin and Judith first encountered each other. Given her confinement, it is unlikely they met in traditional courtly settings, although it is possible also that they could have briefly met when she was a child at court. Some historians speculate that Baldwin may have visited the monastery either as part of a noble retinue or as a soldier stationed nearby. Others suggest that Judith's allies at court may have helped facilitate their meeting. What is clear is that Baldwin and Judith quickly formed a bond, one that would lead to one of the most dramatic royal elopements of the early Middle Ages. Sometime around December 861, Judith and Baldwin made their move, along with the help of her brother Louis. Rather than remaining at Senlis under her father's control, Judith escaped with Baldwin. The exact details of how this occurred are unclear, but it is likely that Baldwin smuggled her out, possibly with the help of sympathisers. It could have been a kidnapping, but many medieval kidnappings were in fact carried out with the consent of the future bride. This was no ordinary political marriage. It was a defiant act of rebellion. For Judith, marrying Baldwin meant escaping her father's control and avoiding a forced monastic life, as well as marrying a man of her choosing, rather than one selected for political gain. For Baldwin, the stakes were equally high. Marrying Judith elevated his status immensely and gave him royal legitimacy for Flanders, which was still a relatively minor power. It was also a challenge to the Frankish crown, however, which had long overlooked Flemish nobility. Their elopement was a scandal of the highest order. In Frankish law, noblewomen, especially queens or princesses, were not meant to marry without royal approval. By running away and marrying Baldwin, Judith had directly and publicly defied her father's authority. Charles was enraged. He immediately declared Baldwin a traitor, excommunicated him, and called upon his allies to hunt the couple down. According to Archbishop Hincmar of Reims, Charles called a council of bishops and nobles in his kingdom and asked them to pass excommunication on Baldwin, carefully framing the elopement as a kidnapping to prevent his daughter receiving the same fate. After all, she was still a useful political pawn. Judith's brother Louis was punished by imprisonment in the Abbey of Saint-Martin. Meanwhile, the eloped couple first sought refuge with the Viking Rorik of Dorstad, King of Friesland, later fleeing to Judith's cousin, Lothair II, King of Lotharingia, staying for a while at his court. Eventually, with few safe places left to go, Baldwin and Judith travelled to Rome to seek the protection of Pope Nicholas I. This was a bold and unprecedented move. Rather than trying to appease Charles, the couple sought papal approval for their marriage, arguing that their union was legitimate and should be recognised by the Church. Pope Nicholas, known for his assertive stance against royal overreach, intervened on their behalf. Despite Charles's fury, the Pope refused to annul the marriage, affirming its validity. He sent legates to reason with Charles, even using the political angle of Baldwin possibly siding with Rorik if Charles didn't relent, who had already fought against Charles once before. The Pope urged Charles to accept Baldwin as his son-in-law, recognising that reconciliation was the best path forward. Nicholas was wise enough to position himself as an arbitrator in European politics, showing that even powerful kings had to abide by papal authority. Whether or not he really agreed with what Judith and Baldwin had done was secondary to using the opportunity to push the authority of the church. It worked. By 862, Charles had reluctantly accepted the marriage, officially reinstating Baldwin and Judith at court. However, this did not mean he was actually pleased, rather, he saw it as a necessary compromise to prevent further unrest. He also bestowed the full March of Flanders on Baldwin and made him a margrave, but this was probably not the kind gesture it looked on the surface. On the one hand, his daughter, who had twice been a queen already, could not merely become a countess, but instead a margravine. However, there were some who suspected that when Charles gave some of the lands to his new son-in-law, it was because they were already plagued with threats, and it was a possible way to be rid of him. However, Baldwin rose to the challenge, defeated invaders to his new lands, and became a loyal supporter of his father-in-law. With Pope Nicholas's support and her father's reluctant acceptance, Judith transitioned into a new chapter of her life. Her marriage to Baldwin not only marked a triumph of personal agency in an age when royal women were expected to be passive pawns, but it also had far-reaching political consequences. At the time, Flanders was a relatively undeveloped and politically fragmented region, often overshadowed by its more powerful neighbours. But Judith's lineage brought immediate prestige and legitimacy to Baldwin's rule. By marrying a daughter of the Emperor of the Carolingian Empire, although that wouldn't technically come until 875, Baldwin secured not only the admiration of his local subjects, but also recognition from the wider Frankish world. Their union elevated Flanders from a marginal frontier territory to a rising power in northern Europe. At the time of Judith's arrival, Flanders was a buffer region, a liminal territory between the civilized heartlands of West Francia and the chaotic raider-plagued coasts frequented by Vikings. The area had no established central authority, and its loyalty to the Carolingian crown was fragile at best. Judith, with her royal connections and courtly upbringing, brought with her the diplomatic weight of the Carolingian dynasty, which Baldwin shrewdly leveraged to consolidate his authority. She may also have played a role in introducing models of governance, patronage, and ecclesiastical reform to the Flemish court, helping to shape its identity as a culturally rich and politically stable region. The couple's rule was not without challenge, however. Flanders remained vulnerable to external pressures, particularly from Viking incursions and the shifting loyalties of its lords. But Judith's diplomatic acumen and Baldwin's military strength formed a potent partnership. They expanded their territory methodically, incorporating key fortresses and riverside trading towns into their control, including Ghent, Bruges, and later Arras and Courtrai. Judith likely played a significant role in securing internal cohesion among the local nobility, many of whom still identified more closely with the Carolingian centre than with Baldwin's nascent Flemish court. Through carefully brokered marriages, religious patronage, and the adoption of Frankish-style court rituals, she helped imbue the Flemish ruling house with an aura of sanctity and dynastic inevitability. Judith's influence can also be seen in the couple's careful alliance building. Through patronage of monasteries and churches, they secured the support of religious institutions. Judith, following in her mother Ermentrude's devout footsteps, was said to have taken a deep interest in promoting Christian piety, which served both religious and political purposes. By fostering ecclesiastical loyalty, she and Baldwin cemented their authority and created the cultural underpinnings for a stable dynastic rule. Ultimately, Judith's marriage, initially seen as a scandal, became a foundation stone of Flemish identity and power. In asserting her will and defying tradition, Judith did not just shape her own destiny, she helped shape the destiny of a nation. Judith's own royal blood tracing back to Charlemagne would also give her children a powerful dynastic legitimacy. This lineage was no small matter. In the highly status-conscious society of medieval Europe, noble pedigree carried as much weight as land and military strength. Baldwin and Judith's offspring would not only inherit their parents' lands, but also their connections, their prestige, and the claim to Carolingian blood. The couple had at least 3 children, though the exact number is uncertain due to gaps in the historical record, and it could have been as many as 5. The most prominent of their children was Baldwin II of Flanders, who succeeded his father and continued the work of fortifying and expanding Flemish power. Under Baldwin II, Flanders further solidified its identity as an independent political and military force. He would later marry Aelfthryth, a daughter of Alfred the Great of Wessex, thus linking Judith's line back to England, where she herself had once been queen. This Anglo-Flemish connection would re-emerge generations later, particularly during the Norman and Plantagenet periods. It is not difficult to imagine that Judith, with her unique experience as both a twice-anointed queen in England and a Frankish princess, would have taken a strong hand in guiding the upbringing and education of her children. She had lived in some of the most prestigious courts of her age, and her awareness of dynastic politics, courtly decorum and diplomatic navigation would have been unmatched among noblewomen in Flanders. Her role was not simply reproductive, therefore. She was a political mentor and cultural architect. Though medieval chroniclers often downplayed the political agency of women, Judith's influence is evident in the historical consequences of her marriage and motherhood. She had defied the might of the Frankish court, won papal support, and then turned her rebellion into one of the most successful dynastic ventures of the 9th century. Though little is known about the final years of Judith's life, it's likely she spent her later days in Flanders, far from the imperial splendour of her youth. Unlike the dramatic turns of her early years marked by royal courts, coronations and defiance, her death seems to have passed without grand fanfare, yet it was hardly insignificant. By the time she died, Judith had secured everything that mattered to most rulers of the medieval world: land, lineage, and legacy. She died around the year 879, although the precise date remains uncertain, typical of so many medieval women whose lives, while pivotal, were under-recorded in contemporary chronicles. With her husband Baldwin, she had helped consolidate the counties of Flanders and Artois into a cohesive and defensible realm, resisting both Viking invasions and Carolingian attempts to reassert direct control. She had given birth to a legitimate male heir, Baldwin II, ensuring dynastic continuity. In this regard, Judith achieved what so many royal women of the age were expected to do, but few did so on their own terms as she had. Perhaps Judith's greatest and most enduring legacy was her role in founding the House of Flanders, a dynasty that would grow to rival even the Capetians and Plantagenets in power and influence. And her descendants included Matilda of Flanders, wife of William the Conqueror, Queen of England, and mother of several kings. Through her, Judith became an ancestor of the Norman, Angevin, and Plantagenet kings of England, weaving her bloodline into the very fabric of English royal history. Judith's legacy can be summarised in one simple truth: she refused to disappear. In a world that often erased or sidelined women, she claimed her crown, her marriage, and her dynasty. Whether as Queen of Wessex, Margravine of Flanders, or founding mother of one of Europe's greatest houses, Judith of Flanders remains a figure of quiet revolution, a woman whose life changed the course of history not with armies or edicts, but with courage, cunning, and conviction.
Matilda of Flanders, who could also have been known as Matilde or Maud, is an often brushed over figure, famous only for being the wife of William the Conqueror, of supposedly agreeing to his hand after he beat her up, and for being very short. As this video, and part 2 in our next video, will show, only some of these facts are true, others are definitely false. And much more evidence shows her as a powerhouse of a woman with influence over her husband, their children, and his lands. Much of Matilda's early life is shrouded in mystery. A tentative date for her birth year exists of 1031. Her parents, however, we do know, the future Count Baldwin V of Flanders and Adela of France, daughter of Robert II, King of the Franks. The reason for Matilda's birth year of 1031 is attributed to a contemporary chronicler, William of Jumieres, who stated that Baldwin apparently rebelled against his father in that year, partially because his marriage to Adela was unconsummated. This is not likely, however, as in fact Baldwin had rebelled much earlier than this, and he and his father agreed to co-rule in 1030. Further to this is the fact Matilda had 2 brothers, Robert and Baldwin, and it's not sure what order they were born in. There were apparently other brothers and sisters, but no details remain for them, so we cannot even be sure if they existed or not. Flanders itself was a hugely important principality, a stepping stone between England and France, important for trade as well as for holding back invasions from Scandinavia. Prior to Baldwin V, Flanders had struggled with both Germanic and French languages being spoken, large areas were uninhabitable as swampland, and towns were small compared to their neighbour of Normandy. But Matilda's father improved his lands by creating new roads and canals to stimulate trade, especially in wool, and this in turn modernised Flanders' growing urban centres. But this wasn't the only reason Matilda was described in her lifetime as high-born. She could also claim lineage to Alfred the Great of England, the Holy Roman Emperor Charlemagne, and was related to most of the French nobility. From the day of her birth, Matilda was a glittering prize for those who wanted to marry into this wealth, power and ancestry. The 12th century chronicler Lambert of Ardres gives a detailed description of the castle where Matilda grew up in Bruges. It was made of wood, was large and grand, and stood on a hill overlooking the town below. It was made up of cellars and granaries on the lowest floor, with the dwelling areas on the next story up, including the grand chamber for Baldwin and Adela to sleep. Matilda would have spent time in a large private room just off this with the maids who watched the children, and would have slept on the uppermost story of the property with her sisters, if they indeed existed, her brothers on the other side of the palace. Matilda's main female role model was her mother Adela, who interestingly had something of a marriage of equals with her husband. She played an active role in the politics of her husband's lands, and her signature appears on more than half the charters issued during Baldwin's reign. From the start, Matilda had a strong influence of a noblewoman participating in running a kingdom. Not only this, but Adela oversaw the education of all her children, something expected of noble and royal women at this time. Unlike later centuries, higher-born women in the 11th century were almost expected to be intellectually more educated than their husbands, encouraged as daughters to read while sons practiced hunting and training for war. Matilda almost certainly knew Latin, which was spoken at court, as well as Flemish, although less likely that she knew how to write. Noble women had clerks to write for them as they dictated, but she was still literate in the sense of being able to read. She would also have learned embroidery and possibly the harp and viol, two instruments that were extremely popular at the time, and of course, she would have learned how to manage an estate. And most importantly for the time in which she lived, Matilda would also have received a strong education in religion. Adela was responsible for encouraging Baldwin to reform the church in Flanders, as well as founding several abbeys and collegiate colleges. Little surprise, she later became a nun. Matilda would also have been influenced by her devout aunt Judith of Flanders and her grandfather King Robert, also known as the Pious. Matilda was alive at a time when the monastic movement was sweeping across all of Europe, and she would later become one of the biggest patrons of it in both England and Normandy. Matilda may also have become influenced by another powerful woman, Emma of Normandy. Emma had married Aethelflaed of England in 1002, and when he was defeated by his rival, Canute of Denmark, she had in turn married him as well, becoming Queen of England twice, the first woman to do so. Emma had grown a great fortune of her own and had great influence over both husbands, although her second marriage appeared to be more between equals. She was exiled by Harold Harefoot in 1037, and Baldwin generously offered her sanctuary in his lands. Although, in reality, this was likely to make what might prove to be a great ally. While Matilda was likely very young when Emma arrived, perhaps younger than 6 years old, the exiled queen stayed for a few years, and it's likely Matilda gained the benefit of her experience at the English court. During her stay in Bruges, Emma paid her own way and used her extensive network throughout Europe to promote her son Harthacnut as the rightful king of England. In 1039, Harold Harefoot was dead, and Emma and her sons were triumphant as they returned home to England. It was a masterclass in politics, allies, and how a woman could influence matters seemingly run by men. There was no set age for when girls were married off, but as would become common in later centuries, marriages could happen as young as 12 for daughters. In her late teens, sometime around the late 1040s, Matilda's father received an ambassador from the English king, Edward the Confessor, an English thane known as Breitrich. He was apparently conventionally handsome and masculine, with blonde hair and an enormous wealth under his control back in England. The Chronicle of Tewkesbury claims Matilda fell instantly in love with this man, who was probably 10 to 20 years older than her. When he returned to England, without her parents knowing, she sent an offer of marriage. This was the ultimate in 11th century teenage rebellion in an era when daughters were expected to acquiesce to their parents' knowledge and choice of a future husband for them. As it turned out, Breitrich wasn't interested and he rejected her offer. Matilda was furious. She had risked her reputation and the anger of her parents to someone who was, despite wealth and good looks, her social inferior, and had been rewarded with the embarrassment of a public rejection. It was something she would never forget, and in later years it was Breitrich who would regret how he had handled the event. But by 1049, when Matilda was about 18, her father was eager to put the whole rejection behind them. He began to look across the border to his powerful neighbour, Normandy. They were increasingly Frankish in their ways and language, but Normans were also proud of their Scandinavian roots, having been founded as a Viking settlement just the century before, and leaned into the idea of being powerful Nordic warriors. At that time, the duchy, for its current leader had named himself as the first Duke of it, was Duke Robert I of Normandy. He had only 2 surviving children, a daughter named Adelaide and a son, William. Both were illegitimate, although whether they shared a mother is unknown. William's mother was a local girl named Herleva, whose father was either a tanner, undertaker or apothecary, and she and Robert probably met when he was in his mid-20s. In short, she wasn't noble. Robert seems to have genuinely fallen in love with Herleva, however, as when she became pregnant, he ensured her comfort and gave her relatives prestigious positions at his court. Many years later, after William took control of both England and Normandy, stories were created around his birth to show he had always been destined for greatness. Of his mother dreaming of her insides stretching out and covering both England and Normandy, or the tiny newborn William grabbing the rushes from the floor with unequalled strength for a baby. At the time, in reality, no one even gave thought to record his birth anywhere, just the baby of a liaison between the Duke and a local woman. However, William's father was proud of his only son and brought him up by his side at court. He would, as it turned out, be his only son. In January 1035, he named the boy as his heir. While later chroniclers were sensitive to his nickname of the Bastard, writing from eras when this word carried great shame, there was no such stigma at the time of William's birth. Marriage still did not always occur in favour of instead keeping concubines, and illegitimacy was not considered a barrier to inheritance. By 1049, William had, after a struggle for his rightful place and lands from his uncles, become a respected and feared leader across Europe. He had proven more than once that he was forceful in his military might, and for the 11th century world, brutal savagery was the yardstick of a good ruler. William had grown into a dominating and inflexible man, and was known for his brutal punishments to those who were on the losing side. However, none of this would have mattered had William not also been astute in political matters and recognised that brute force alone would not be enough. He was also, oddly enough, extremely pious and devoted much of his life to religious pursuits, including reforming the church and building several flourishing churches across his domains. Matilda and William could not have been more different physically. Excavations of the little remains we have of their possible bodies, their remains having been shuffled about and damaged during religious riots, show William was probably about 5'10", an enormous height at the time, and spoke with a harsh, raspy voice. Matilda was around 5 foot tall, a normal height for women in those days, despite misreports of her remains once suggesting she was only about 4 foot. She was slender and apparently very beautiful. But looks were not important, politics were, and William could immediately see the attraction of Matilda as his wife. There were many other accomplished and attractive noblewomen who were eligible, but Matilda had been brought up to understand politics and, importantly, knew something of international affairs. Her lineage was also flawless, and while his own illegitimacy wasn't a barrier to take the dukedom, Matilda's heritage would make life a lot easier for both William and their potential children. When Baldwin received messengers bearing William's offer of marriage, he was glad to listen to them. His lands were being threatened by the Holy Roman Emperor, and the English King Edward had agreed to send men to Flanders coast to aid the Emperor. Both William and Baldwin could do well out of being friendly allies, and for Flanders, an alliance with the powerful Normandy dukedom would increase trade for them across Europe. However, Matilda herself apparently refused to marry William on the grounds of his illegitimacy. The story goes that he was so infuriated by the snub that William rode with all haste to Bruges, accosted Matilda as she came out of church, and dragged her into the mud by her hair. He then proceeded to beat her within an inch of her life before riding off and leaving her to be tended by her bewildered female attendants. Her father immediately declared war on Normandy for such behaviour, but then he was shocked by Matilda apparently claiming she would marry none but William, who, she claimed, must be a man of great courage and high daring to have beaten her up in her own father's lands. A great deal of this story is likely very, very false, with a tiny grain of truth. It is possible that Matilda initially refused the match, although quite how much say she would be allowed, especially after the debacle with Breitrich, is very debatable. The story described above never appeared in any contemporary source, but rather in two dubious sources about 200 years after William and Matilda lived. The idea that a noble or royal marriage would start off this way is unthinkable, especially given how much Adela had impressed into her daughter her ancestry and position. And while it's not impossible William, a man with a renowned violent temper, might have thought about taking his rage out on Matilda, it's hugely unlikely that Matilda would somehow wish to marry him after this. It is possible Matilda may have felt less than thrilled about the match. It's even possible gossip reached the Norman court. But nothing is certain about the story, only that the sources for it are not contemporary and are unreliable for their bias. With the betrothal confirmed, William then turned his attention to gaining permission for the marriage from the Pope, but initially the marriage was condemned. Although marriage wasn't formally part of society yet, and the church itself was not the powerhouse it would become a few centuries later, it was still prudent to have its blessing on the matter. One of the new laws created by the Church to maintain control over ecclesiastical matters in Europe, and so by default the grasp of power in Europe, was that of only allowing marriage outside of 7 degrees of kinship. It's thought this could have been a possible reason for the Church rejecting the marriage, as Matilda and William were at least related in both the 5th and 7th degree. However, it's important to note at this point that the Church's rules probably did not stem from any real concern over the possible incest of two people related only by an ancestor 7 generations before, but in the control this gave the Church. If you were on friendly terms with the Church, you could reject your wife if she didn't give you an heir if you were too closely related, or escape an abusive husband for the same. If you were on bad terms with the Church, they could reject your marriage to make things difficult for you, gleefully knowing you and your potential spouse merely shared a great-great-great-great-grandpa. For William, the Pope was nervous, as was most of Europe, at the idea of this young duke gaining even more power and wealth than he already had, by aligning Normandy with a niece of the King of France. And while William could simply have gone ahead with the marriage anyway immediately, as some rulers did, his religious devotion wouldn't allow it. The Duke had a contingent of bishops and ecclesiastical advisors around him at all times to allow him to do penance for his savagery on the battlefield. So at first, he sent the most pious of his bishops to reason with Pope Leo. 2 years of fruitless negotiations went on until at last William's piety was worn down. Baldwin was equally as determined the match should go ahead to give him a powerful ally for Flanders, and William wanted Matilda. The marriage went ahead anyway, without the blessing of the church, and while the date is uncertain, Matilda and William were certainly married before the end of 1053 when she was described as his consort. Even the place is uncertain, as some sources say the wedding took place in the cathedral at Eu, or in the chapel of the castle there, and other sources still place it in Rouen. Some historians suggest this might mean the wedding took place secretly or with little celebration, not unexpected if they didn't want the church to immediately catch wind of it. In 1476, an inventory was taken of treasures held at Bayeux Cathedral, amongst them 2 matching cloaks believed to be the wedding garments of Matilda and William. They were covered in small golden crosses, precious jewels and embroidered flowers, along with a wide strip of cloth of gold across the back. This was not necessarily meant to be stylish, but more an advertisement of how wealthy they were. William even possibly wore a helmet at the ceremony to emphasize his warrior nature. Early on, Matilda made it clear she was not going to sit back and be a demure wife popping out airs. William took the opportunity to remove his uncle, the Archbishop of Rouen, who apparently objected to his nephew's marriage on the grounds of consanguinity. However, the official reason was that the Archbishop spent more time on hunting and spending money on luxuries than he did spending time in religious duties, and his removal was approved by a papal legate. The real reason is probably also that William saw a possibility to remove a relative who was something of a rival who wanted his duchy, but the interesting part is that sources for this event state it was both William and Matilda who decided to remove his uncle. William and Matilda then travelled to his palace at Rouen, the gleaming capital of Normandy, along with her parents who stayed on for a few days until the wedding festivities were finished. Not only was it likely the Duke wished to impress his pretty new bride, but equally to show her off to his subjects, allowing her impressive ancestry to outshine any doubt over his own. And more than this, their marriage brought attention from other lands outside France, as Edward the Confessor sent a message that he wanted to name William as heir to the crown of England. To prove the validity of his offer, he sent 2 hostages with his Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert of Jumieges. Thing is, they were Wulfnoth and Harkon, the son and grandson respectively of Earl Godwin of Essex, someone Edward wanted to keep in check. While it may seem strange that Edward wanted to pass his throne to a duke from Normandy, there had actually been a lot of ties between the 2 places. Both countries had a shared Viking heritage, and many spouses had gone between Normandy and England to marry into the other's royal family for at least over a century. King Edward himself had spent a good chunk of his childhood with his siblings in Normandy, so he knew it pretty well, and probably had fond memories of living there. Added to this was the fact Edward had no children with his wife Edith, who happened to be the daughter of Earl Godwin. There's a theory that far from not consummating his marriage with Edith because of his piety, Edward actually refused to sleep with Edith because of his growing dislike towards the ambitious Godwin family. Eventually sending Edith off to a nunnery and outlawing her family was what triggered the need for him to name another successor. Considering his ties to Normandy, it's not surprising he looked across the channel to William. William even had some hereditary connections through his great-aunt Emma of Normandy, and Matilda had even closer connections, and importantly could trace her ancestry to Alfred the Great. But having said all this, despite the connections made, we can't even be certain that this offer was ever really made. Most evidence comes from Norman writers chronicling events after they happened, so it could be true, or it could be made up in order to justify what William did. It's not as though Edward was still around to ask by that point. But on the flip side, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle also confirms that William travelled to England in 1051 to make certain this was a real offer of the throne, and the English king gave the Duke a ring and sword as proof of his promise. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle was pro-English before anything else and wasn't likely to bother puffing up a Norman duke who invaded, so we can perhaps give this source a little more consideration. And even if William took it seriously, he must have known he was unlikely to receive much support for his claim in England. And obviously the powerful Godwin family, who controlled most of southern England, would oppose him. But however enticing the prospect of one day becoming England's king must have been, he had more pressing concerns closer to home, and Matilda would take an active part in them. Henry I, King of France, had made an ally of William's enemy Geoffrey, Count of Anjou, as well as supporting a rebellion led by William's two uncles, Archbishop Mougere and William of Arques. This left Normandy in a dangerous position, surrounded on all sides by enemies. The Duke's usual tactic of stab first, ask questions later worked well in seeing off Mougere and Arques, even when they were bolstered by forces from the French king. They would later flee Normandy forever. However, Henry and Geoffrey worked together to continue leading campaigns into Norman territory in 1054 and 1057, and this was harder to shake off. Matilda must have been somewhat dismayed by events, not least because no one likes fighting over an easy life, but because her marriage had been intended to create closer links between France and Normandy. The ongoing conflict proved that this simply wasn't happening. However, Matilda remained the steadfast, loyal wife by William's side, and it wouldn't be long before she probably took on her role as peacemaker. This was considered a position unique to royal and noble wives during the 11th centuries, as well as centuries before and after, of a wife being able to use the fact she was female to peacefully mediate a resolution between warring parties. It's highly likely that although it isn't recorded, Matilda used her position to try to calm the waters when necessary. On top of this, she had also fulfilled one of the main duties necessary for a duchess, creating heirs. Not long after their marriage, Matilda gave birth to a boy named Robert after both William's father and her grandfather, the King of France. Like a lot of their children, the exact date of little Robert's birth isn't certain, but it was possibly around 1053. Matilda was immediately in love with her firstborn child, but William was less impressed, nicknaming him Curthose, or short boot, due to his short height. It was the first time there would be conflict between Matilda and William, with one parent doting on the child and another being unnecessarily cruel. She would go on to give birth to 3 more sons, Richard, who was born around 1055, and little William in 1060. Her last son would be Henry, born around 1068 after his father became King of England. Matilda and the Duke also had daughters, but the chroniclers gave them far less notice, and as a result, it is difficult to know their names and dates for certain. The eldest daughter may have been Adeliza, born around 1057, and then Cecilia in 1058. There was also Constance, born sometime before 1061, and Adela, who would have been born just after the events of 1066. There may have been 2 other daughters, respectively named Agatha and Matilda, but the evidence for them is very scanty, and Agatha may in fact be Adeliza. What is certain is that Matilda was pregnant several times, and at a time when midwifery was simple and difficult, even noble and royal women could, and often did, fall prey to being ill after childbirth, dying from fever or blood loss, or simply from being too weak during pregnancy due to a diet low in protein and iron. On top of this, the life expectancy of infants was extremely low, and if someone managed to survive beyond the age of 5, they had a good chance of making it to adulthood. Amazingly, not only does Matilda appear to have remained healthy and strong throughout her many pregnancies, at least 8 of her children survived beyond infancy. It's possible there were some miscarriages that were not noted down, but it was still an amazing feat to pull off in the 11th century. This ability to give birth to so many heirs protected Matilda's position immensely. Matilda's role as a mother was especially important in the formative years of her children, especially as children up until the age of 7 were considered to have no moral reasoning. Therefore, their mother acted as a sort of moral compass who watched them closely, as well as providing the beginning of their education. While the children would not have been breastfed by their mother in order to allow her to become pregnant again quickly, Instead having a wet nurse for that, the evidence shows that the children were all brought up alongside Matilda at her husband's court. She even had some help from the children's grandmothers, as Herleva and Adela both came to visit for extended periods of time and knew their eldest grandson Robert as a result pretty well. William of Malmesbury also states that despite the fact boys would have mostly been focused on by their fathers, both Matilda and William looked after the education of their children. As boys were expected to start learning how to ride and swing a sword from a young age, William likely took great pride in teaching his sons this. But Matilda would have focused on the other important aspect for them, that of reading, writing, and Latin. Sons were also expected to take part from an early age in politics and to have a good grounding in it. Sources show all 4 of their sons were witnesses to several charters while still children, and with her understanding of international politics, it's likely Matilda took on another role expected of upper-class women to advise them politically and on matters of policy. Added to this was the role of teaching them about religious matters, something William was also keen to impart on his sons. However, despite the Duke's focus on his male heirs, Matilda did not neglect her daughters. At that time, there were only 2 avenues open to daughters of the nobility: marriage or the church. Marriage wasn't guaranteed, as young men often went off to battlefields and died, leaving a population made up of more women than men. But the Duchess was determined her girl should have at least as good an education as she herself received, and she employed tutors to ensure it, such as Arnulf of Chalk, who was hired to teach the arts, Latin, rhetoric, and logic. Sources appear to show the girls were all close to Matilda and remained by her side until they had to leave either for a nunnery or marriage. The Duchess also made sure to carefully choose the tutors for her sons as well, and her eldest son, Robert, had at least 3 to prepare him for one day ruling Normandy after his father. Everything seemed to be going well for Matilda and William and their growing family. Their marriage was successful both in terms of expanding their brood and in a partnership between them both. The economy of Normandy had a boost throughout the 1050s through art, culture and wine, and the Duke and Duchess built many luxurious palaces to fit their lifestyle, some of which can be glimpsed through their remains today, at places like Cannes, Bayeux and Bonneville-sur-Touques, which was apparently their favourite. Many powerful noblemen and ecclesiastical advisors flocked to Normandy's flourishing court, either to seek a powerful position or generous patronage. Matilda was the centre for the poetry and culture that grew at court, however, commissioning histories of her and William's families, as well as patronising Latin poets and other literature. She would also raise the standard and etiquette of the Norman dynasty by overseeing grand banquets filled with pork, venison, beef, swan, heron and duck, all prepared with spices and herbs that would have been out of reach for the lower classes, as well as ensuring there were entertainments in the forms of musicians, jesters and poets. And further triumph came in 1059 when a new pope was elected, Nicholas II. However, the previous pope, Benedict X, had been deposed, and William quickly offered military assistance to the new pope against Benedict, in exchange for the tiny matter of seeing his marriage and children as valid. The approach worked, and Nicholas retroactively sanctioned their marriage, asking only that they make penance by building 2 new abbeys. This they would do, creating the Abbey of Sainte-Trinité and the Abbey of Saint-Étienne at Cannes, as well as founding several hospitals throughout Normandy. Life was going well, and yet Matilda would face her greatest challenge yet, as William would change the course of European history forever by invading England. Throughout it all, Matilda would remain his loyal wife. But she would also rule Normandy alone as regent, become England's first Norman Queen of England, and influence the lives of not just her husband, but also of her children long after her death. Come back next week to see part 2 of Matilda's story. By 1059, Matilda of Flanders was in a powerful position. Wife of the fearsome and renowned Duke of Normandy, William, She was duchess over a large and flourishing duchy, mother to several healthy children, and known for her beauty, piety, and patronage of culture. But everything was about to change as William set his sights on England's shores. To make up for marrying before the church had officially given permission, Matilda and William had set about building 2 grand abbeys in penance. William's was the incredible Abbey of Saint-Étienne in Caen, otherwise known as Abbaye aux Hommes, which became a Benedictine monastery. Matilda's abbey was also in Caen, the Abbey of Sainte-Trinité, known as the Abbaye aux Dames, and was a Benedictine nunnery. Although the abbey wouldn't be fully completed until around 1103, it started running in 1059 under the supervision of Abbess Matilda, who was William's cousin. Both abbeys were magnificent, imposing structures, and they were as much a statement of the power and grandeur of Normandy as they were an apology. Duchess Matilda also ensured her abbey was sufficiently blessed and looked after by providing it with a slew of holy relics, ranging from supposed splinters from Jesus' manger to a strand of hair from his mother Mary, and fingers, blood, and even whole bodies of various saints. At the time, everyone, including Matilda and William, were deeply superstitious and religious, and they would have believed completely in the power of these strange objects. But both William and Matilda were also known to occasionally dabble in seeking advice from witches or mystics to foretell the future, and the Duchess was once recorded using sheep bones to find out her fortune, something brought from her native Flanders. However, the church was increasingly anxious about the threat of magic to its own authority, and through the early medieval period it would ensure the use of witches, mystics and superstitions would be viewed much more as a sin. In the early 1060s, Matilda would use her influence as Duchess of Normandy to create other grand religious institutions, much as her mother Adela had back in Flanders. In 1063, she began construction of Notre-Dame-du-Pré in Rouen, and she also founded St. George at Beaucheville and St. Florent at Saumur. Matilda also started to witness a lot more charters than she had before, and would have her name to more than 100 charters over her lifetime, although most were alongside William's. She would also, much like her later granddaughter Empress Matilda, be very involved in listening to petitions and legal cases brought before the court, often either helping to come to a decision or doing it in her own right. As for the personal relationship between William and Matilda, they seem to have only grown stronger over the course of their marriage. Contemporary chroniclers recorded that the couple genuinely seemed to have cared for one another, and that the Duke's tenderness for his wife only increased with each child she gave birth to. They appear to have had as close as possible to an equal partnership that the 11th century would allow. They had similar tastes, and Matilda wasn't known to have ever gone against William, although how much of this is devotion, how much is simply knowing there was no point arguing, and how much may have been fear of his reaction, we will never know. But there is other evidence to show how deeply devoted the couple were to each other. Sometime after 1063, William grew seriously ill, enough that he gave up many of his personal relics and swore he would establish canons in St. Mary and Coutances if God saved him. Matilda went immediately to pray at that same church, making a gift of 100 shillings at the altar, dishevelled and with her hair loose. It suggests a woman who had been by her husband's side with little rest, not bothering to care about her appearance and only worried that he would survive. This most certainly might have been due to her love for William, but equally it could have been out of a fear of losing her position as the powerful Duchess of Normandy. As it turned out, whether it was God or simply luck, William was returned to health and did as he swore to do. In that same year, perhaps thinking of his own mortality after his illness, William formally arranged for his eldest son Robert to become the Duke of Normandy after he died. He made his nobles swear fealty to his son, a practice that would be continued in England by members of his family in years to come. He also, in 1063, gained the county of Maine, which had troubled Normandy for many years after the childless Count Herbert of Maine died and promised it to his neighbour. Normandy was now the undisputed power of northern France, and little could penetrate it. Back in 1051, the then King of England, Edward the Confessor, had promised his kingdom to his distant relative, Duke William. This was partially because Edward was childless and had fond memories of spending his childhood in Normandy, and partially to irritate his most disliked courtier who wanted his throne, the Earl Godwin. But it was more complex than this, and it's likely the whole promise was little more than a diplomatic gesture. In 1056, Edward's nephew, Edward the Exile, son of Edmund Ironside, was brought back to England from Hungary. The younger Edward was the perfect solution to the difficult situation of the crown going to either the Godwins or William. As he was more closely related, he would allow a continuation of the Anglo-Saxon monarchy, and his gaining the throne was voted in unanimously by the Witan, the King's Council. He was also unattached to Normandy, which went down well with the Godwins. Unfortunately, in 1057, Edward the Exile finally arrived on English shores with his wife and children, only to die in mysterious circumstances before ever getting a chance to meet his uncle the king. Most historians agree there is no evidence he was in ill health, and there were certainly some people who would have preferred he didn't take the throne. Now this just left his eldest son in his place, named Edgar, who now became Edgar Atheling, in recognition of the king approving him for heir to the throne. However, Edgar was only about 5 or 6 years old, and so he was hardly a stable replacement for his father. But in 1064, an event occurred which played right into William's hands. Sometime early in the year, Harold Godwinson, the son of Earl Godwin, landed on the shores of Normandy. It's still a bit of a mystery as to why he was travelling towards France. Some chroniclers claimed it was to confirm Edward the Confessor's promise, others that he had gone to fetch his brother and nephew Wulfnoth and Hakon, who were still hostages in Normandy, and one chronicle even claims he drifted away from England on a fishing expedition. The most likely explanation seems to be that Harold had indeed gone to retrieve his relatives, but against the wishes of King Edward, something supported by the Bayeux Tapestry. Whatever the reason, he was brought to Eu and presented to William at his court in Rouen. Politically, William had rescued his English visitor and was treating him as an honoured guest. In reality, the Duke was keeping him close and keeping him prisoner for the time being. William and Matilda showed off their wealth and influence with lavish entertainments and banquets which Matilda would have been in charge of arranging, as well as ensuring Harold met all of their children in order to really bolster the fact they had a strong, rich dynasty that could easily take him on. But while nothing is recorded of what Matilda thought personally about their visitor, some later sources state that the Duchess and Harold would often stay up talking long after William had gone to bed. Nothing is hinted at of an actual affair, but more that they found much in common. As Matilda had grown up with her father receiving English visitors to his court, and she knew quite a lot about the politics of England, it's likely she and Harold had more in common than anyone else at the Duke's court. Anything else is purely imagination. But as we will see, there may have been another reason for these late-night talks. William then really polished off this PR stunt in being a benevolent duke to English nobles by inviting Harold to join him on campaign to Brittany. This was to give the impression that they were actively fighting side by side, but again, it was really a chance for William to show off his military prowess, his soldiers, and could be seen as a warning. However, Harold is also recorded as rescuing 2 of William's soldiers from quicksand. The battle was won and Brittany was surrendered to William. He presented Harold with arms and weapons and knighted him on the spot. It is apparently after this point, according to Norman sources only, that Harold swore on holy relics that he would uphold William's claim to the English throne, witnessed by several of William's nobles. Whether or not this really happened this way is strongly contested, and even if it did, how much would it have been by Harold's own desire to do so is unknown. In fact, it's much more likely Harold knew he wouldn't be allowed to return home unless he agreed, a promise he had no intention of really keeping. To seal the deal, the Duke also offered up his eldest daughter Adeliza to be married to Harold, which was also to be conferred to a later date as she was just 7 years old at the time. Further to this, William also suggested Harold should send one of his sisters to Normandy once he was home in order to marry her to one of the Norman nobles. It has been suggested that the late-night talks between Matilda and Harold was actually the Duchess arranging the marriage between the Earl and her daughter to facilitate the agreement William wished to make with him. After this, Harold was free to return to England with Haakon, although Wulfnoth still remained in William's custody. However, not more than a year after returning, the Earl broke off his engagement to Adeliza and married Edith, sister to the Earls of Mercia. The Norman Duke and Duchess did not take the news well. Sometime in 1065, without actually specifying properly who he wished to follow in his stead, Edward the Confessor fell into a coma with few lucid moments, leaving most people to assume he wanted Edgar to be his heir. On the 5th of January 1066, the English king died, leaving his kingdom to a boy in his early teens. At around 15, Edgar would not have been considered old enough to effectively lead his military or his country. At the same time, Harold Godwinson emerged as the strongest possibility to the crown of England. He was well liked by the people despite having a distant and tenuous claim to the English royal line and Danish royal relatives. He was extremely wealthy and, most importantly, was an adult who had already proven himself in battle many times. The Witan voted him in as king without even blinking at Edgar, and England was a country worth fighting for. Over the last few centuries, it had emerged as one of the wealthiest kingdoms in Europe at that time, and had a flourishing economy, partially thanks to its rich resources and its easy placement for trading with Scandinavia, France, and what would become known as the Low Countries, including Flanders. The Normans immediately saw Harold accepting the English crown as the worst possible betrayal. Or at least, they definitely played up that angle of it. William immediately began making preparations to invade and press his claim. And it appears Matilda completely agreed with her husband and supported him. William wrote to the Pope to ask for his support in justifying his claim, and as Harold didn't consider doing the same thing, the Pope threw his lot in with the Duke. On the 18th of June 1066, Matilda arranged an important ceremony at her abbey in Caen, inviting senior churchmen and nobles from across the duchy. But more than this, the ducal couple offered up their daughter Cecilia to be entered into the nunnery. Other noblemen present did the same, presenting their daughters, sisters, and occasionally their mothers to enter the abbey. It was, in their eyes, a deal with God. Our daughters in exchange for England. While it's likely Matilda felt great pain at handing over one of her much-loved daughters, it was seen as a worthy path for a woman to follow, and as a young girl of the nobility, Cecilia would have found something of a life of freedom within the cloisters. She would have been allowed visitors to her private apartments, likely including her mother and siblings, and her own chaplain, as well as a higher standard of life generally. Cecilia would also have had her aunt with her, the Abbess Matilda who ran the abbey, who provided the girl's education from that point on. Cecilia would also later become the abbess herself in adulthood. But Matilda still had work to do in helping her husband's invasion, and she did this by providing him with a magnificent ship for his voyage across the English Channel. It was named Mora, built in the style of a Scandinavian longship, and was larger and faster than any of the other ships in William's fleet. Interestingly, Matilda also commissioned an unusual figurehead that was different to the usual dragons or sea monsters, a golden child, pointing with one hand and holding a horn to their lips with the other. Historians have wondered over whether this represented one of their existing sons, or perhaps a son that Matilda thought might be born in England to continue their dynasty. It is possible she was pregnant at this time, although it would turn out to be a daughter. The masthead also featured a sacred banner that had been sent from Rome with the Pope's blessing to indicate his agreement of William's endeavour. To top it all off, Matilda kept it secret until William was putting his fleet together in late August, and he was so astounded with the Mora that it was immediately made his flagship. By July, William had gathered his forces, although estimates of how many there were ranged between 5,000 and the wildly unlikely 50,000 by William of Poitiers. There were probably around 700 to 1,000 ships and around 5,000 to 7,000 men from Normandy, France, Brittany, Maine and Flanders. But before he set off, the Duke had the small matter of who to leave in charge of his lands. Although his eldest son Robert was now 14 and with some military experience under his belt could easily have been expected to rule the duchy in his father's absence, it was Matilda who was named as regent. This widened the gap between father and son, but it only served to bring Matilda and Robert closer together as he remained by her side throughout her regency. She would now be able to levy taxes, use a military force left at her disposal, oversee justice, and make laws. Other contemporary women would have been able to become regents, but this was usually in the wake of their husband's death. That Matilda had been given this position over all other possible male candidates was unprecedented, and it would have been fairly shocking. But to try and soften the blow, William also left 3 of his closest men to advise Matilda, including his right-hand man, Roger de Montgomery. Finally, on the 27th of September, a favourable wind picked up and William set off for England. The situation in England was already warlike. Harold had raced up to the north to face off his brother Tostig, who had joined forces with Harald Hardrada of Norway. The 2 armies met at Stamford Bridge near York, and Harold emerged victorious. He had little time to enjoy the victory though, as news reached him that William's forces had arrived at Pevensey in East Sussex, and he turned his men around in a 5-day forced march back to London. They rested there for 6 days before moving south to meet the Duke's challenge. William had a much more relaxed time of it, his new ship apparently so fast that he paused in the middle of the channel to have breakfast with wine while the rest of his fleet caught up. By October the 2nd, the Duke's men were stationed at Hastings, where William set up camp. He declared that wherever his victory would be won, he would build a church there in celebration, and for the sins of him, his family, and of everyone who had accompanied him. On the 14th of October, the 2 armies finally met. Harold's surprised by William's, as the Duke had sent ahead spies to know where his enemy was. Harold's troops were made up of Saxon nobles and their household troops, many armed with Danish 2-handed axes. The Norman troops, by contrast, were made up of archers and crossbowmen, with armoured infantry behind and knights in chainmail bringing up the rear. This was in William's favour, as he was able to employ a range of tactics while the English could only really defend, albeit from a high position on a hill. The fighting was ferocious and went on nearly a full day, the 2 armies fairly evenly matched despite their advantages. Famously, there was supposedly a panic amongst William's ranks that he was dead, whereupon he lifted his helmet to prove he was still alive, shouting, "I am alive, and with God's help I will conquer," an incident that was immortalised on the Bayeux Tapestry. Eventually, the deciding factor was Harold falling in the fight. The story was that he received an arrow in the eye and died from this injury, but more likely is that he was set upon by a group of knights after being injured from the arrow. The English troops either fled or faced off in what would be a Norman slaughter of their ranks. William was now the conqueror, and Matilda was the conqueror's wife. This was actually the beginning of what would be a years-long campaign to bring England under Norman control. The battle, bloody and furious, was a start, with many English nobles now dead. William's cruel streak came through already, with both English and Norman accounts stating that he ordered his own men to be buried, but for the Anglo-Saxons to be left out to rot, especially that of Harold's. His justification was that they had supported a tyrant, but of course it was simply a cruel act because he could. A messenger was sent to Normandy to give Matilda the news. She was delighted as she was now Queen of England, something she could not have imagined being when she was a small girl back in Flanders. Matilda immediately set out to send large amounts of money to various religious institutions in Normandy in the name of her husband's victory, making sure they were very publicly known. She may even have commissioned an epic poem in 1068 by Guy, Bishop of Amiens, lauding William's achievements in a propaganda puff piece that basically said the Duke had only taken what was his by right and Harold had stolen his crown. The one thing Matilda was not responsible for, which for many years was credited to her, was the Bayeux tapestry. Most historians now agree it was probably William's half-brother Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, and was crafted by a combination of English artists in Kent and possibly French artists in Normandy. But Matilda had no reason yet to give up her regency, as all the Duke had really done was kill the English king and fight a battle in which most of the local nobility were bumped off. He still had to work his way across England and subjugate it beneath Norman rule, and that would be far from an easy job. After learning about Harold's death, the remaining Anglo-Saxon nobles who had gathered in London decided to pull poor Edgar Atheling back out again, declaring him once more as King of England. It was obvious they didn't really have any conviction in the idea of Edgar ruling, as they had only recently ruled against him coming to the crown, and it was entirely about trying to repel William. No doubt had they succeeded, he would have been little more than a puppet for their ambitions. William ensured that his invasion was the bloodiest England had ever faced. On his march to London, he and his forces used brute force against the Anglo-Saxon people to force them to bend to his rule, and entire towns, villages and hamlets were systematically burned to the ground, and their inhabitants killed or worse. Queen Edith, the widow of Edward the Confessor and sister to Harold, was taken from her stronghold at Winchester to prevent the English rallying behind her. Both cities collapsed to William's brutality, and as the Duke narrowed in on London, some of the nobles began to negotiate with him. Edgar's coronation was put to one side, never to happen, and he was taken to Berkhamsted to officially bend the knee to William and relinquish the throne of England. Arrangements were made for William's coronation in December, although he had initially wanted to wait until he and Matilda could be crowned together, to allow her regal ancestry and links to Alfred the Great add legitimacy to himself. Instead, it was decided it would be prudent, in the face of English resistance, to get it done as soon as possible. His crown was new, but William planned the ceremony to not only be done in the traditional Anglo-Saxon style, but also in Westminster Abbey, where Harold had been crowned. Far from being a gleeful celebration, the English who turned up to witness the coronation were silent and resentful against the new king they saw as a usurper, only the Normans cheering as the Duke went past on Christmas Day, 1066. Matilda now began treating herself as a queen, but William wanted to ensure she would be properly crowned. It was an unpopular idea, and only Edith of Wessex and Aelfthryth of Devon before Matilda had actually been given the pomp and importance of a coronation for themselves. There's no doubt the new queen would also have been eager to get hold of her new wealth, having been granted rich lands in the south of England, possibly around a quarter of what William had claimed for himself. On top of this, she received Queen's Gold, a tenth of all fines paid to the crown. However, 2 years would go by until Matilda actually reached England for her crowning, most likely because she was pregnant when William set sail with their daughter Adela. Travelling the English Channel could be difficult enough in the 11th century, but it was definitely not advisable for pregnant women. A similar delay would cause problems for Matilda's granddaughter Empress Matilda when she needed to claim her crown years later. Not that the Anglo-Saxons would have been happy to see her, as they were busy hating their current Norman ruler. William's rule was inflexible and brutal, and those who didn't agree were tortured, mutilated, or killed. Motte and Bailey castles were rapidly built to remind the population who was now in charge, kept in check by laws passed stating only William himself could give permission for building them. Anglo-Saxon nobles were replaced with Norman ones, although the one thing the English possibly agreed with was the building of several new churches and cathedrals. Although William retained much of the English system of government and administration, which was superior to that of Normandy's, keeping a council of advisors, the new earls no longer had the autonomy their English predecessors had. Now they were all expected to raise taxes and armies, but under the control of the new king. Meanwhile, Matilda had maintained her son's regency successfully in Normandy, ensuring no threats within or outside were a problem, and keeping it running smoothly and ensuring the economy was great. But her ambition wouldn't let her remain there for long, and by 1068 England's new queen was ready to cross the English Channel for the first time to join her husband. And far from stemming William's tirade of violence, Matilda would instead support him as he stamped his authority literally on England. But she would also be part of enormous changes to both England and Normandy, as well as influencing the choices her sons would make. Come back next week for part 3, the final part of Matilda's story. After the Norman conquest of England in 1066, Matilda of Flanders, once merely Duchess of Normandy, was now also Queen of England. Far from being a passive, genteel wife to William the Conqueror, Matilda would in fact be a force to be reckoned with in her own right, continuing as regent in Normandy at times, supporting William's most brutal decisions as king, at times being brave enough to go against his decisions, and even influencing matters long after her death. By 1068, Matilda was finally ready to join her husband in England. She had remained in Normandy for 2 years as regent, partly because she was pregnant with their daughter Adela. In William's absence, Matilda had held on to the duchy with an iron fist, ensuring it lost no territory, the economy blossomed, and dealing with the inevitable political infighting. Orderic Vitalis described how the various nobles left in Normandy fell to arguing with each other, using the situation to try and oust others from their positions at court, but Matilda smoothed over every conflict. Medieval noblewomen at this time were known as the peacemakers of their kingdoms, and so it was a role Matilda would easily have taken on. But this was no small achievement. Being in firm control of Normandy allowed William to completely focus his attention on bringing England under his boot. Matilda's grip of Normandy won her the admiration and respect of its nobility. She would have had to travel constantly across the various strongholds of the duchy, often taking her children with her. However, some writers, such as William of Poitiers, snarkily pointed out that the peace that fell over Normandy was less to do with Matilda and more to do with the fear of William's return. In the spring of 1067, the new King of England returned to Normandy, delighted with the way his wife had run the show in his absence. However, English sources then report another story, one that does not appear in any Norman sources and is based in next to no fact. Supposedly, a knight named Grimaud du Plessis told William that Matilda had been unfaithful to him while he was away. Confronting Matilda with this rumour, William dragged her out of bed and tied her hair to a horse's tail, forcing her to walk naked through the streets of Caen as punishment until she reached the Abbaye de Homme. He then locked her up in a dungeon and only let her out when she repeated her innocence. To the knight who had lied to him, William told his men to hunt Grimoald down and skin him alive before quartering him. Aside from anything else, this was impossible, as Grimoald was long dead before 1067. He was a rebel who had once fought against William, dying in Rouen shortly after 1047, 20 years before. It's also highly unlikely that Matilda would have risked her husband's temper, especially as she rarely had privacy anyway while ruling as regent. It's possible this story was based on some truth. Perhaps there were rumours of Matilda's infidelity but no proof. Perhaps those who were her or William's enemies spread these rumours. We will never know. But there is another story, this time involving Matilda in a more dominant place that is also reported in English sources. Breitrich, who had spurned her offer of marriage 2 decades earlier, had his manor of Tewkesbury given to Matilda, and he himself was thrown into prison. Apparently, he spent 2 years there until he mysteriously died, and it was largely thought it was Matilda who had arranged his murder. However, yet again, this is only shown in English sources, and there may even be evidence that goes contrary to this tale. There is a charter granted by William to the Bishop of Wells that was likely given at Matilda's coronation in 1068. Amongst the last signatures is that of Breitrich himself, suggesting he was not only alive at the time but also present at her crowning. And to be honest, it's probably far more likely that Matilda couldn't care less about an aging Anglo-Saxon noble while she was married to a man she clearly found attractive who had just taken an entire kingdom by force, ensuring she was now a queen. But again, there's perhaps a kernel of truth to the idea of revenge. Certainly Matilda did end up with a lot of Breitrich's lands, giving some away and keeping many for herself. It's far more likely the pragmatic new queen took away what she knew would hurt him the most, his family's lands and wealth, if she had any desire to do so. Equally, as one of the largest landholders in England, it's also possible Matilda ended up with so many of his properties simply because Breitrich held so many in the first place. Breitrich would also have been in his 60s by this time, an age at which many people at the time died simply of natural causes. Either way, by early 1068, William sent messengers that Matilda was now to join him in his new kingdom. There is no record of her voyage, but it was the first time Matilda had ever travelled beyond French borders, and she was accompanied by a large and impressive retinue that signified her new status. She arrived just after Easter, sometime in late March, and her reception by the English people was lukewarm at best. They weren't pleased at having a Norman ruler at all, and they were even less impressed with a woman known as a ruler in her own right back in Normandy. But for William, he didn't care about the English people's feelings towards Matilda, only that he could now use her regal ancestry to press his own legitimacy, particularly as Matilda was probably heavily pregnant from his last visit to Normandy. This would be her last child, but in her mid-30s she had given birth to an impressive number of children who had survived to adulthood. Her coronation was planned for Whit Sunday on the 11th of May at Westminster Abbey, a hugely important religious festival. This date emphasised the message that both Matilda and William had been chosen by God to lead, cemented by the fact that she would be the first Queen Consort of England to be styled Regina. The ceremony was a mixture of traditional Anglo-Saxon and modern Norman. The same ritual as her English predecessors would have been carried out, with Matilda praying at the altar, being anointed with holy oil, and given a ring to symbolise marriage to the kingdom and support for her husband the king. But Matilda also had special laudes written for her coronation, ritual chants, and this was a Norman practice designed to impress those watching. These laudes also stated that Matilda was to share in the power of her husband in ruling the English people, and the female saints normally invoked in a queen's chants were replaced by male apostles, further showing her place as an equal by William's side. This was a turning point for hundreds of years of English queen consorts to come and eventually queen regnants. From this point on, queens would not merely be expected to provide heirs and shirts, although that remained part of their identity and duties, but also to be involved politically, as a supportive role to their king, to be involved religiously in the systems of their country, as well as financial matters. A grand banquet followed the coronation, and both the ceremony and the banquet were attended not only by Norman but also by Anglo-Saxon nobility, in contrast to William's ceremony 2 years earlier. This was partly due to Matilda's English ancestry to Alfred the Great and was partly a sign of William's control over the English nobles. This attempt at merging the cultures together was mirrored elsewhere, as William arranged marriages between Saxon heiresses and his Norman knights and nobles, which incidentally also gave him more control over their lands. With Matilda remaining in England to await the birth of their last child, William now set about fortifying several towns across his new lands to help prevent rebellion, starting with York. The royal couple also took over the deceased King Edward's palace at Westminster and would add to it with a magnificent extension by 1069. Matilda went to join her husband in Yorkshire, partly because she probably wanted to see him, and partly because giving birth in York would help inspire the loyalty of the people there. As it turned out, making the arduous journey north while heavily pregnant seems to have set Matilda's labour off earlier than planned, and she gave birth to their fourth son Henry in Selby, a town south of the city. But unfortunately, this wouldn't inspire the loyalty the royal couple hoped for. Feeling as though they had obviously impressed themselves enough on the local population, William and Matilda returned to Normandy for Christmas, but it was a misjudged move. In the new king's absence, Anglo-Saxon forces had risen behind Edgar Atheling, who was now steadily heading south through Northumbria and targeting William's new castles throughout 1069. The north of England was somewhat removed from the south despite being the same country, with the people there descended from a mixture of Saxon, Dane and Norwegian people, and they may even have spoken a different dialect of English to those in the south. But most importantly, they had often been given something close to autonomy over the region for many decades. It was probably easy for Edgar to encourage them to rise against a ruler who demanded absolute control over them. Matilda was left in Normandy as William sailed once again to England. By April 1069, he had retaken York and he paid the Danes to stand down and leave, but the remaining rebels refused to surrender. William enacted a terrible revenge for this slight. In order to force them out to fight him, the king decided to use scorched earth tactics, burning crops, villages and homes, looting and slaughtering many of the inhabitants. He removed the northern nobles, replacing them with Normans he could trust. Some historians, quite understandably, are uncertain as to whether William could actually have mustered the force needed to carry out this attack, which became known as the Harrying of the North. But the Domesday Book years later showed that as much as 75% of the population of Yorkshire and Northumbria may have perished through famine or outright murder. While it's likely the attack was highly exaggerated in the centuries afterwards, this was only because of the horror it gave birth to at the time. Even William himself would regret his actions in years to come, and it alienated many who had come to be sympathetic to the Norman cause. All chroniclers reported the events with obvious shock, appalled at the devastation wrought upon the north, especially on so many people innocent of the crime of being rebels, instead simply living in the wrong place at the wrong time. Simeon of Durham, writing around 40 years later, recorded how people had fallen down with hunger in the roads while leaving their homes. Others had sold themselves into slavery to try and survive, and others still had resorted even to cannibalism to stave off their hunger. But William wasn't alone in England. Matilda had returned also by the spring of 1069, and while she wouldn't be as brutal as her husband, her actions would support him in his tactics in the north. This was completely about public relations, and she set up in London as William harassed the north of the country. She was joined by their son Richard and later by William himself in a show of family solidarity. Matilda would have been the main orchestrator of events at Easter, Christmas and Whitsun, yet more opportunities for the royal family to show off their wealth and power. She would have been responsible for the dishes served, the rolls given out to servants, and for annual gifts given out to the various nobles present. But it wasn't just the food and entertainment that was lavish. Matilda herself made sure she matched them with her appearance. Contemporary accounts stated that she dressed in purple and gold, and she paid English seamstresses, considered at that time the best in Europe, to make dresses for her. But by the summer of 1069, despite smoothing things over in the south, William sent Matilda back to Normandy to ensure his realm there was kept safe. When the Queen returned to the duchy, she found it in a worse position than it had been left. Maine had broken out in rebellion and Normandy's hold over it vanished. To make matters worse, King Philip I of France and Hoel II, Duke of Brittany, decided to take advantage of the situation and attack Normandy. Whatever military Matilda had at her disposal wasn't enough, as she had to urgently send a message to William to send men, which he did with all haste to defend both his wife and duchy. But another conflict was about to happen, which was very much a family affair for Matilda. In July 1070, her brother Count Baldwin VI, who had been in charge of Flanders since their father's death, died suddenly himself. His son and heir, Arnulf, was only 15, and just like in England when Edgar had only been a teenager, others took advantage of his youth. But the person who tried to take Flanders for himself was none other than the boy's uncle, Robert the Frisian, Matilda's other brother. Matilda immediately sent word to William to send troops, and while he was initially reluctant to get involved in a family squabble that posed little threat to his lands, the king did send William Fitz-Osbern, one of his most trusted men, with a small force of soldiers. Equally, Matilda's mother, Adela, leant on her connections to French royalty and asked King Philip to also lend aid to the young Arnulf. It was Robert who was triumphant in the end, and both Fitz-Osbern and Arnulf died in battle. William had no choice but to accept his brother-in-law Robert as the new Count of Flanders. Adela managed to find a place for herself at Flanders court, and Philip decided to wash his hands of the whole affair. For Matilda, she was beyond upset with Robert, seeing his actions as not only a stain on their family, but also for the fact he had killed their nephew. It also destroyed the alliance between their two lands. When Arnulf's mother Rochildis fled with her remaining son Baldwin to Hainault and began to plan on taking Flanders back, both William and Matilda supported them. As for Robert, no love was lost between him and William, despite being brothers-in-law, and he would later become a pain in William's backside by assisting in invading England with King Canute IV of Denmark, his son-in-law, and by allowing Anglo-Saxon refugees to settle in Flanders. Nevertheless, the whole event showed that Matilda was both ambitious and had a sense of justice, although it's possible she also felt she had a right to govern Flanders herself. Over the following years, she would continue to go back and forth across the English Channel, a total of 8 times from her first journey, and she was regent in Normandy several times. But she saw a lot more of William as well, as from around 1072, after settling a truce with King of the Scots Malcolm III, he spent most of his time in Normandy rather than England. However, the royal couple had to ensure they were always in the memory of the English people, and they did this with regular crown-wearing ceremonies. Matilda was present for all of William's crown wearings, which generally involved the couple being prominently seen in public at festivals such as Easter and Christmas, wearing, as the name suggests, their crowns. These events would have had great pomp and opulence, and all important nobility, gentry and clergy were invited. The whole thing about showing off William and Matilda's legitimacy as King and Queen Consort of England. It was something that would be continued for centuries afterwards, with monarchs of England and later of Great Britain only wearing their crowns for important events. Just as she had in Normandy, Matilda also encouraged the arts into court and became a patron to many English poets and authors such as Godfrey of Winchester. Not only that, but Matilda continued to expand on her role as adjudicator of justice by overseeing cases. One such example was of a Norman official, Aelfthryth, who complained that the abbot of Abingdon Abbey had beaten him and driven off his oxen. It turned out the official had been taking the oxen from the local populace and taking from their woodland, and the abbot had simply had enough. Aelfthryth must have hoped the Queen would find in his favour as a fellow countrywoman, but the abbot cleverly offered a large sum of money in exchange for his violent behaviour. As a result, Matilda ordered that there should be no more exploiting land or goods by royal officials. This had a great bearing on the entire country now, not only a small local area, and it also shows once again that Matilda's sense of justice was stronger than any favouritism she may have had towards Norman subjects. Over the years, Matilda also increasingly leaned into religion more than she ever had. She gave several expensive gifts of jewels, money and chalices to abbeys and monasteries in both Normandy and England. And although Matilda seems to have spoken to few people outside of Normandy or England, she did strike up a correspondence with Pope Gregory VII from 1074. He mostly seems to have asked her to use her influence with William to encourage him to be more pious, something which shows not only was Matilda seen as a deeply religious woman, but as a woman who had a calming influence over her husband. However, sometime around this period, possibly earlier but certainly by 1075, tragedy struck. Matilda and William's second son Richard had accompanied his father to England. He especially loved hunting and spent much of his time in the New Forest, an area created by William himself. But Richard was involved in a severe riding accident in which he either died instantly or of his injuries. He was certainly young, probably around 19 or 20. The entire family was hit hard by his death, and Matilda grieved deeply at the death of one of her children, her pious donations increasing at the same time in a possible reaction. Not long after, they also lost their eldest daughter Adeliza, who may have entered a nunnery in her late teens. Again, Matilda was racked with grief, especially as there appears to have been something of a rift between Adeliza and her parents due to several proposals that never happened. But one of their children would cause a split between William and Matilda, their eldest son, Robert. He had been left mainly in Normandy with his mother acting as regent, but when she travelled to England, he was left in charge. However, by the late 1070s, Robert was impatient for some authority of his own, and William was reluctant to give it. This was partly because of the animosity between them, and partly because while Robert was considered generous and brave, he was also easily led, impulsive, and was more fond of entertainments than ruling effectively. However, in 1077, events came to a dramatic head. Robert's brothers, William Rufus and Henry, poured the contents of a chamber pot over him. Furious, he raised an argument with them, and when their father got involved, was angered further that they received no punishment. The next day, Robert rode off with his companions to take the castle at Rouen, and when this failed, they fled to Robert's uncle of the same name in Flanders. Count Robert was of course glad to receive his nephew and cause problems for King William. Robert Curthose caused such a problem attacking various lands on the way to Flanders that William actually allied himself with King Philip. But the bond between mother and son was so great that Matilda secretly not only kept in contact with Robert during his exile, but she also sent him money. While this obviously shows her maternal love was stronger than the sense of duty and possible love Matilda felt for William, there were also clear benefits to Robert being in charge of Normandy for her. As he now spent so much more time in Normandy, it's likely William did not allow Matilda the autonomy she once enjoyed as regent. And yet if Robert was in charge, it was likely she would be able to get a greater hold of power. However, it wasn't long before her husband found out what she had done, and the Norman king was furious with his queen. He ordered Matilda to never do such a thing again, but surprisingly, the issue went no further despite the fact she had gone behind his back and essentially committed treason. However, when she was found to have once again sent money to Robert, William humiliated her in front of the entire court. Matilda didn't beg for her life, instead kneeling at his feet and pleading the strength of her maternal feelings. She claimed that she could not possibly have held on to her own wealth as her eldest son starved, that she would give up her own life to see him live, and that her husband had no right to demand she give up feeling this way. In fury, William ordered that one of her servants be caught and blinded, possibly a servant who had transported the money to Robert, but luckily Matilda managed to help the poor man flee to an abbey before his punishment. For all of this, the Queen did finally manage to enact a truce between William and Robert at Easter in 1080, and the truce would last between them until her death. In late 1080, William would return to England and take his wife and eldest son with him, probably indicative of his dwindled trust in both. Towards Christmas of that year, Queen Margaret of Scotland asked Matilda to be godmother to her newly born daughter Edith. She travelled with Robert to Scotland for the ceremony, and there is a story that during it, little Edith pulled her godmother's headdress down upon herself. This was seen as a sign that one day the small baby would herself become a Queen of England. The sources that tell this story may have done so with hindsight, as Edith would indeed become Queen of England by later marrying Matilda and William's son Henry, changing her name to Matilda or Maud of Scotland. But by this point, Matilda had lived a long life, had gone through several pregnancies much later than most women of her time, and had continued travelling throughout her life. By 1082, she was in ill health, and the fact she wrote her will in this year suggests Matilda also thought she might not be long for this world. By the winter of 1083, Matilda's health declined further, and in the early hours of the 2nd of November, she died. William remained by his wife's side the entire time, and it was one of the few times he was ever publicly recorded as weeping. His grief was deep and instant, and he described Matilda as "my own soul," professing his love for her and falling into a deep depression from which he never really recovered. William also swore he would give up his favourite sport, hunting, to express his grief. Normandy and England were plunged into mourning for her, and Mass was spoken in her name in churches, abbeys and cathedrals across both. Chroniclers of the time had nothing but good things to say about her, and Matilda's recent dealings with Robert were forgotten in the face of a lifetime of piety, patronage, good deeds and fair dealings with those she ruled. Her body was conveyed to the Abbaye aux Dames, and William gave her a grand funeral that lasted 2 days. The sources don't state exactly which of their children attended the funeral, but as a nun at the abbey, it's likely Cecilia was there, and also Robert, considering the bond between his mother and himself. Matilda's body would suffer various indignities in death. During the 15th century religious wars in France, her effigy on top of her tomb was destroyed and her tomb plundered, although her remains would be reburied in the early 18th century with a new monument. This was destroyed during the French Revolution. It wasn't until the 19th century Matilda's coffin would be moved to its final resting place, amazingly still with the original 11th century tombstone, carved from black and white Tournai marble in honour of her Flemish origins. Her epitaph remains, carved in gold as William instructed, a reminder of her regal ancestry. After her death, bereft of her soothing presence, William became more of a tyrant than ever before for the next 4 years until his own death in 1087. His greed also apparently grew unchecked, but it was also this greed that made him carry out the largest survey of England at that point, the Domesday Book. The hostilities between her sons, and especially between Robert and his father, also hint at how much of a unifying source Matilda had been for them, and with her death it crumbled any hopes at them getting along. In years to come, this would end in open fights with one another, and Robert was banished forever to Normandy with no hope of claiming England. Eventually, after their father's death, the bitter resentments between the brothers would lead to the youngest, Henry, claiming both England and Normandy for himself. Matilda's life was an astounding one. She had begun life with regal ancestry, but only as the daughter of a count in a principality that was not important or strong enough in its own right at the time of her birth. Watching her mother as well as her father taught Matilda how to use her intelligence and sheer force of will to change this, and her ambition and strength of character meant she would succeed not only as a duchess, but as a queen. As William's wife, she is often pushed to one side in history, a shadow, standing beside her husband's more well-known and bloody accomplishments. But she was a formidable woman in her own right, calculating, intelligent, pious, and a calming and sensible influence on her hot-headed husband and sons, as well as a cultivated woman who understood the importance of politics and making relationships within their new lands. Importantly, she had become the first Queen of England to be recognised as a formally crowned ruler second only to the king, to wield political and religious power in her own right, something that would be continued in later centuries. We should remember Matilda alongside William as his equal in many areas of their lives. and recognise that the conqueror's reign was successful, at least in part, because of Matilda.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss any new documentaries.